I would typically FaceTime him on his birthday to do the same, just like I would his sister. But that took a pause with this whole situation.
I don't know why.
All right, y'all, I need y'all to lock in. Today marked day 1 of the death penalty phase in the trial of what many are calling the Foolio 4, and at the RUMORNATI Network, we refer to them as the Foolish 4, originally 5. Now, the guilty verdicts may already be in, but this phase is completely different. This is no longer about deciding guilt or innocence. This phase is about one question and one question only. Should these defendants spend the rest of their lives in prison, or should they be sentenced to death? And the jury here in this phase, often called the sentencing jury, now has the weight of determining whether the state has proven that these men deserve the ultimate punishment.
Members of the jury, you have found each of the defendants for you. The penalty for the crime of first-degree murder is either life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. You will decide whether each defendant should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or to death. At the conclusion of the evidence and after argument of counsel, you will be instructed on the law that will guide your deliberations.
The day began with emotional impact before a single witness even took the stand. The prosecution opened by reminding the jury why they believe the death penalty is appropriate in this case. They focused heavily on the planning, the alleged coordination, and devastating loss suffered by Charles Foolio Jones's family.
There is no more difficult decision as a juror in a criminal case than a juror will ever have to make than to determine whether or not a death sentence is warranted. But in this case, as to each defendant, there is more than one aggravating circumstance that has been proven beyond any reasonable doubt. And all of the defendants, all of them, have the aggravating factor of cold, calculated, and premeditation. This is a first-degree premeditated that is heightened. This is a senseless killing. I submit to you the facts that you heard during the guilt phase show how the victim was executed with cold, calculated precision.
That boy Gutter Zay been wearing the shit out that turtleneck. Shout out to y'all. Shady Sad says, good morning, Rumor and gang. I'll be tuned in, but not much. I'm in the chat. I got to work today. That's all right, Shay. You was #1 yesterday. Do your thing, Mike from the Ville Show. He said, yo, Shady Sad, I'm going to hold down that spot for you. What's up, y'all? What's up? Y'all run the likes up. We locked in for the entirety of the trial. Let's go, guys.
This was heightened premeditation beyond what is required for premeditation.
The defense teams presented next, as only 3 out of the 4 defense teams had an opening for this phase of the trial. Rashad, Devion, and Sean, with Mr. Petrus, Isaiah Chance's defense attorney, reserving his opening statements for later, which I necessarily don't understand. Speaking on behalf of Isaiah Chance, he did list his aggravators as well as the ones he did not receive, which was great risk of death to many persons and the contemporaneous violent felony aggravator that the other guys got, right?
Had an extremely difficult childhood, growing up in a crime-ridden, violent environment. He experienced or witnessed overwhelming, life-threatening, or traumatic events, all causes of post-traumatic stress disorder. The following mitigating circumstances that the defense intends to prove by the greater weight of the evidence is as follows. Number 1, the defendant was only 30 years old when the homicide occurred. Number 2, the capital felony was committed while the defendant was under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance. Number 3, the capacity of the defendant to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of law was substantially impaired. Number 4, the defendant has a history of physical, sexual, or emotional abuse as a child consistent with childhood post-traumatic stress disorder. Number 5, The defendant has maintained a loving relationship with family and friends while incarcerated. Number 6, the defendant has displayed appropriate behavior and the ability to follow rules while incarcerated. And in fact, you'll see that he in fact received his GED while incarcerated, and took 15 hours of parenting classes. Number 7, the defendant has developed religious and spiritual awareness while incarcerated. Number 8, the defendant helped raise his younger siblings, working jobs, including working jobs at a young age to provide financial support. Number 9, the defendant loves his children and has been a very good father to them. Number 10, the defendant, as a minor, was removed from his primary home and placed into foster care due to negligent and abusive situations in the primary home. And then finally, number 11, the defendant has no prior felony convictions.
This is the part of the trial about Sean Gathright, about the person. And this is not about asking if Mr. Gathright is guilty or not guilty. You have already found that with your verdict, and we respect it.
We acknowledge that, and we fully accept and respect. But by virtue of your verdict, Davion Murphy's fate has been sealed. He will die in Florida State Prison. That is for sure. That's a fact. He's going to die one way or another. The only question that remains that you have to answer in this phase, in the second phase, is whether Davion Murphy dies when a higher power says so, or when the state of Florida decides that it should be done.
One of the most emotional moments came early from a letter written by Foolio's mom, Miss Chandrika Mays. Her words reportedly painted the picture of a grieving mother still trying to process the loss of her son. The prosecution strategy was very clear today: humanize the victim, emphasize the pain left behind, and remind the jury that this was not just another case file. This was somebody's child.
My name is Chandrika Mays, and I am the mother of Charles Jones. No parent is ever prepared for the pain of losing a child. The loss of my son has completely changed my life and the lives of everyone who loved him. Charles was more than what people saw online or heard in his music. To me, he was my son, a human being with a heart, dreams, flaws, and people who loved him deeply. He was a brother, a friend, an artist, and someone who still has so much life ahead of him. Despite the challenges he faced, he continued to work hard, provide for those around him, and pursue his passion for music. Since his passing, there has been an emptiness in my life that words cannot fully explain. I struggle emotionally every single day. Birthdays, holidays, and family gatherings, and even ordinary moments now carry pain because Charles is no longer here. I constantly think about what his future could have been and the memories we were robbed of making together. The emotional trauma from this loss has affected my mental, emotional, and physical well-being. Grief is something that I carry daily. No mother should have to bury her child. The pain does not end after the funeral. It follows you every morning and every night. Our family has also suffered tremendously. His loved ones continue to mourn him while trying to process a loss that happened so suddenly and violently. His death has left emotional scars that will never fully heal. Charles' death occurred 1 week after my birthday, 2 days before his birthday, and a month before his sister's birthday. The last time I physically touched my son was June 21st, 2024, 12 noon, when I traveled to Jacksonville, Florida to give him his birthday gift. I asked the court to remember that Charles was a person whose life mattered. He was loved deeply, and his absence has devastated our family. Our family wishes for the court to understand the seriousness of the pain and loss caused by his death. Sincerely, Chandrika Mays.
Once the defense began presenting its side, the energy in the courtroom shifted completely. The first defendant whose mitigating phase began was Sean Gathright. And for those unfamiliar with how death penalty cases work, the defense now has the opportunity to present mitigating factors, reasons the jury should spare a defendant's life even after conviction. The defense's goal today was simple: show Sean as a human being, not just a defendant attached to this guilty verdict. The very first witness called by the defense was a retired prison warden who had evaluated and spoken with Sean directly. The purpose of his testimony was not to discuss the facts of the case, but rather to evaluate whether Sean could function within the prison system long term if he was sentenced to life instead of death. The retired warden described Sean as highly intelligent and mature for his age and fully aware, blah, blah, blah. And he also went on to say that Sean would be good sweat equity. And by sweat equity, essentially he was referring to the physical labor and productivity within the prison system. The idea that an inmate can contribute value through work assignments, maintenance duties, physical labor, and structured prison programs over the course of a life sentence for free. Modern day slavery. A position and a punishment you put yourself in by making these terrible decisions.
Well, every inmate in the Department of Corrections is required to work. And if they do not show up to work, even those who are medically indigent, they're required to work.
And based on Mr. Gathwright's age, physical abilities, things like that, do you think that the prison would benefit from him in a work capacity if he were sentenced to life without parole?
I say yes, with my experience, not only just in classification, but as a former warden and even as a jail administrator. He's someone that's young, he's healthy. In reality, we need that labor, we need that sweat equity, and we will put him out there to work because we do have an aging prison population, jail administration, we have that. So we put these young individuals to work and get some sweat equity out of them since they are young and actually can do the work.
And I know we talk about life without parole and death row, but for our jurors' education, in Florida, what does a life sentence without parole mean?
A life sentence in the Florida Department.
I wonder how much of a realization it was to him that he threw his life away when he sat down and heard the stories of Rashad's childhood compared to his. When you hear about Rashad being displaced from his home, foster care, abuse, even Davion, his father being in jail for murder, his uncle being accused of it. I wonder did the realization hit him then, like, damn, I really had it good and I blew it. I really fucked up this time and it can't be fixed. No amount of love or enabling from the family can come and fix this one. I did it. I gotta lay in this bed.
The corrections means from the minute they're brought in, they're assigned an inmate number. He will be assigned an inmate number, and when he dies and leaves in a body bag, he will still have that inmate number. An inmate serving life will never ever get out. There is no parole in the state of Florida, and they're not ever allowed outside the razor wire and the fence of a secure facility.
YouTube, I need you guys to run the likes up, please. We got 112. We should be at least 10 likes. Let's do percentages. Come on now. We need 4 likes to get to 10. I need you guys to run the likes up, please. The trial is about to start. When they start, I get quiet. Until then, I'm shouting out the chat. We playing continuations. Uh-oh. Okay, I thought we had some. I mean, we playing updates from yesterday. We shouting the chat out. Run the likes up, guys. If not, get them numbers out of here. I need 4 more likes, or I need that 121 to go down to like 50. I need 3 more likes, or I need that 121 viewers to go down to like 50. What are you guys doing? 3 more likes, please. Run the likes up. Sean also had other people come and speak for him during mitigation. One of them was via Zoom, a person claiming to be his cousin and had knew him since. 2 more likes. Let's go. 2 more. Let's go, guys. 14 years old when Sean was a baby. There was also a good friend of Sean's who had been around him. And that's right. I see them viewers going down. That's right. Get them viewers down. Hey, let's go. We passed 10 likes. I'm going to shut up. Hung out with him as recently as 2024. But one of the more impactful witnesses. Keep running them likes up. Keep running them likes up, because when the court proceedings start, I can't talk, but I need you guys to hit the like, share the stream, get us out of there, get us out there. We are under, we are being blackballed. We're under a black cloud, and we need to get into the algorithm. Hit the like, share the stream. Let's go. of the day was Sean's former middle school counselor. The witness described Sean as highly intelligent, polite, easy to reason with, and not someone who displayed violent tendencies and uncontrollable rage during his school years. One detail that really stood out to the people in court was hearing about Sean's opportunities that he had growing up. Mel says, good morning, got my tissues out. They are puffs indeed. Jennifer says, rumor. What's up, Jenny from the block? Mel says, even though we're watching the video here, please make sure you go watch the video on your own and like and comment on this video. Yeah, we put a lot of work into these recap videos, and they're done between all kind of hours and adverse hours, and then still got to get up and work and then come do this. Please at least like the content. Go to the content and at least like the content, bro. It dropped 6 hours ago and only got 8 views. I'm like, oh my God, the lives get 45,000, 25,000, 7,000. The upload gets 6 views, 8 views. Come on, guys, we got to do better. The counselor testified that Sean was able to travel abroad to places like South Africa, Italy, China, and several other countries due to his academic achievements and strong performance in school. I mean, just making sure we didn't have any sound, guys. And this was a really good kid who really had opportunities and really threw his life away.
Is there any traveling or anything involved with the work that you did with Sean?
One more like will get us to 20. Let's go, guys. Thank y'all.
Yes, I am the international travel sponsor at the school. So that is something that Sean also took advantage of. So he had the opportunity to go to several countries while he was here, and that continued once he went into high school.
Okay, tell me about that. What does the program consist of, and where did Sean go?
So at the middle school level, it's just an international travel program. We did some trips with Education First, or EF Tours, and he went to Scotland, Ireland, France, London, and Spain. And then Jacksonville Sister City.
My boy Stay Striving Cheese, what's up with it?
Organization is Jacksonville based, where it's a city to city.
Jenny said only the real ones stay. Yes, indeed. Mel says, oh, I thought he died on his birthday there, early morning hours. No, it was his mother would know.
Partnership with Jacksonville. We call it twinning with another city in another country. So he had
Winston Beck, shout out to Ireland. Let's go.
The opportunity to go to South Africa with that program. His grandmother went to all of the trips except for South Africa.
But the real emotion, for Sean at least, came out when his uncle and his grandmother took the stand, with both of them sharing a familiar story of Sean surprising everybody with gator tail.
How would you describe your relationship?
There go Gonzalez.
Pretty close, for the most part. I would talk to him routinely when he came to visit, take him out, go to movies, took him to a basketball game, talk to him about, as he got older, talk to him about like career, what I do, stuff that he was interested in.
Any memories that you can think of? Do you have any good memories that pop?
As soon as we get audio from the court, I'll cut the video. Just let you guys know right now, this is a recap from yesterday that we're playing. But since they have visual in the courtroom, we're watching the visual from the courtroom.
There's a lot, but any that pop into your mind that you want the jury to know about?
Yeah, I have a lot of memories. There was, I remember very vividly at Thanksgiving where my older sister, Sean, and his sister, my niece, came to visit. I remember because it was a lot of fun, a lot of, just getting to hang out with them. We got tricked into eating alligator, which was not something that we wanted to do. We were told it was chicken.
See it on his face. This one.
Yeah, that Thanksgiving dinner.
See when he just noticed when he mentioned his sister, he started crying.
I remember because it was a lot of fun, a lot of, just getting to hang out with them. We got tricked into eating alligator, which was not something that we wanted to do. We were told it was chicken.
That's what they all say.
Yeah, that Thanksgiving dinner just turned into, I guess, like a comedy session. Sean doing impressions, trying to speak, I would say, extra proper, I would typically FaceTime him on his birthday to do the same, just like I would his sister.
You know, the grandma come on next. Hold on, I don't want to miss nothing. I don't want to keep switching back and forth, guys. Hold on. 3 more likes to get us to 125. Hold on. There was a lot of people that just came into court that I'm wondering who exactly they may have showed up for.
But that took a pause with this whole situation.
Tell me about, do you have any, from the time that he was living with you or memories over the holidays, any stories or memories that stick out to you about your grandson?
There's a lot.
This the part that messed me up, bro. This the part that where I got mad at Sean as if he was my family member watching this grandmother go through this, bro. That pissed me off. We're 10 minutes behind schedule, guys. Court is supposed to be starting any minute.
He was the life
as soon as they start, we stop.
He would guide.
Come on, bro. You got your grandma up here crying.
He was the life of the party. He would give us jokes.
I have an issue with one of the jurors I need to discuss. So I'm going to ask that this not be broadcast, as this is a confidential
Okay, she just asked for something not to be broadcast. Okay, judge just asked for something not to be broadcast. Obviously, that's not for us. As us being outsiders and spectators, we aren't privy to it, but what we are privy to is the visual. Who can read lips? What is she saying? 3 more likes to get us to 30, guys. Continue to run the likes up, please. I appreciate you guys. The most aggravating chat in the game, the most appreciated chat in the world. Shout out to the networkers in the Rumor Nation. We got to stay locked in. This is day 2 of the penalty phase. Florida versus the Foolish Four for the death of Foolio. Will these guys' fate be sealed with death, or will they live out their natural life in prison and die when the Creator says it's time? We're going to continue to watch the visual until we get sound. Time, I appreciate it, brother. Super duper salute to you. Turk Hawkins says one of the jurors are compromised, guaranteed. Sparty Gut says if the glove don't fit, then you must acquit. That famous OJ and Johnny Cochran picture. Unfortunately, ain't no acquitting for these guys. It's over. They have been convicted. The decision has been made. Now it's the determination of sealing the fate. Now we're determining whether the state of Florida gives them a death date or they die by natural causes while still incarcerated. We got Gonzalez in the building. We have a lot of different. Is this Cuff Boys? Who is this guy right here? He was there yesterday, and I hadn't seen him no day prior, unless I missed him. Who is that guy? Who is he there for? Or is he just studying cases? We can't hear this part, guys. It's on mute. The court is muted. We can't hear this part, unfortunately. I really would like to know what they're saying. Look at the look on her face. And he's paying very close attention. What are they saying? One can only speculate. Continue to run the likes up, guys. Continue to run the likes up. Jamrock V. Word on the street. They coming for them inside. Wow. Brian Hill says, if you do the crime, at least be smart. Jennifer says, no, that's not Cam. Hold on. What happened? Mike from the video said, Mills, are you singing? Oh, that wasn't. Okay, hold on. Big Homie Slim says, I hope a lot of jits watching this and heard what that man basically called, what that white man basically called them when the state has them. They are sweat equity. We just went over that part, bro. We just went over that part. Might need to play that again for him. Value through work assignments, maintenance duties, physical labor, and structured prison programs over the course of a life sentence for free. Modern day slavery. A position and a punishment you put yourself in by making these terrible decisions.
Well, every inmate in the Department of Corrections is required to work. And if they do not show up to work, even those who are medically indigent, they're required to work.
No. And before we get going,
He was about to say
I believe it's Miss Lyles? Lyle is the mother of Mr. Gathright. I'm assuming you've had a talk with her and Mr. Gathwright's sister about the need to maintain composure while they're on the stand. I recognize this is a very stressful situation. I do. But I did have the opportunity to watch Ms. Lyle testify in the Alicia Andrews case. And then again, I understand the stress she's under, but there were times when really I should have intervened because she was talking over the attorneys and not listening to the question, and I really don't want to have to do that at this phase for Mr. Gathright. Okay, so I'm just assuming you've spoken with her about that.
wow.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, very
Lights up,
good.
guys.
All
Lights
right,
up.
I think,
Before we
4 more likes to get us to 35.
I have something I wanted to address the court on.
yes.
When I was taking the deposition, this is on Davion Murphy yesterday, of Dr. Rubino, and also when I deposed Dr. Eisenstein, which was a couple of months ago, I think about 3 or 4 months ago, actually 2 months ago, they both referenced hospital records that they had reviewed. Dr. Rubino brought it up in his deposition yesterday. We have a massive amount of documents that were provided in this case, and it was provided very timely. I'm not complaining about those, but I can't find those medical records. They're from, I believe, UF Shands Jacksonville Council, is that right? Or?
I believe so, but I can make sure that you have whatever it is that you need if you didn't get them.
Okay.
The UF Shands hospital records?
Yes.
Where are the records?
I have them.
You have them in court.
I can try and look for them now.
That's fine. And then we can make arrangements to have someone over here make copies.
Okay.
Okay,
Or,
so-
Ms. Toomey, could you send them to me? I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't mean to interrupt the court.
It's okay.
Could you send me digital copies?
By a link through box.
Okay.
Okay,
All right, good enough.
okay, very good. Okay, all right, so let me make sure the witness is on the Zoom.
Who is the witness? One more like to get us to 35, guys. Run it up, please. Shout out to Brian Hill, Time, XO Mills, Turk Hawkins, JHV, Mike from the Ville, Chief Samo set. Did I say Brian Hill? Did I say Big Homie Slim? Did I say XO Mills? Did I say Jenny from the block? Did I say Shada Sag? I know she working right now.
Hello, Mr. Harrington, can you hear me?
All right, guys, I'm quiet. Hit the lights,
Hi,
please.
Your Honor. How are you? Good morning. I can hear you. How can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So we are ready to proceed. We're going to bring in our jury, and then the clerk's going to step around and swear you in, okay? All right, let's bring in our jury.
Okay.
Okay, we still got a few seconds. Fetty Chulo says, got hectic. Jenny says, I got sad yesterday. No, wipe them tears. Chief Samo says that JHV speaking facts. Hold on, what JHV say? See if I can find it. He probably said a whole bunch of good stuff. On quiet times, I read the chats. I shout out the chat. I shout out the top commenters. You know, I tell you to subscribe. I tell you to hit that Cash App, $, the Rumonati Network if you want to see the channel grow. $, the Rumonati Network on Cash App if you want to see the channel grow. But when they court proceeds, That's when we get quiet, guys. We give the content. We give the court the floor, and the content stays where it's at. We get quiet. But until then, I'm gonna keep running my trap. Shout it out. 4 more likes to get us to 40, guys. We are 4 likes away from 40. Let's go. JHV says, I follow the Most High God, checks and balances. Turk Hawkins says, freedom over becoming sweat equity
very
any
good.
day. I'm
Welcome
quiet, guys.
back, everybody. We are ready to proceed. Our next witness is going to appear via Zoom. And if the witness, Brian Harrington, would please raise your right hand so the clerk can swear you in.
Shout out Dwight Brinson. Shout out Vegas Pick. Shout out Mr. G. Fetty.
This class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
Okay.
3 more likes,
Put your
guys.
hand
Let's go.
down and you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for our court reporter?
Yes, my name is Brian Harrington, B-R-Y-A-N. Last name Harrington, H-E-R-R-I-N-G-T-O-N.
Thank you, sir. And how do you know Sean Gathright?
Sean Gathright is my stepson. I also consider him as my son.
Okay. So are you currently married to his mother or previously?
Previously.
Okay. So tell me when did you guys get married or when did you meet Sean?
I met Sean in early 2009 when we were stationed in Okinawa, Japan. He was 3 years old at the time.
So you were in the service along with his mother?
I was in the Air Force and she was Marine Corps.
So you met Sean at 3, and then were you in his life pretty consistently up until the current day?
Until 2020, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that when you divorced?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you maintain a relationship with Sean after that divorce?
Unfortunately not.
Tell me about Sean as a child.
As a child, he was very vibrant, always inquisitive about things, very good student. He always wanted to learn, even at a young age. Loved sports, particularly football and basketball. We tried to get him involved in everything we possibly could, which he took to. And just say all around a very politeful, very respectful young man. And it was it's joyous to be around him. I really do like Sean, love Sean. And so very good child.
Did you guys have a good relationship?
I would think so, yes.
Were you involved in any discipline, or was that mostly left up to his mother?
That was left up to the mother. I had no disciplinary privileges whatsoever.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, did he have a relationship while you were his stepfather with his biological father at all?
Yes, they still maintained relatively good contact.
And what was Sean, how was he behavior-wise? Did he cause any problems?
Never caused any problems whatsoever.
You indicated that he liked sports, mostly football. Do you have any memories that you'd want to share with the jury about either any sports or anything that Sean did growing up that you find important or memorable?
Well, he's a relatively average football player. We tried to, get him to do everything. I tried to get him in baseball. He didn't really take to baseball, but he really did like football, particularly the Baltimore Ravens, which he referred to, and I don't mean to embarrass him, but Baltimore Raisins. And so that was always a joy to hear him talk about that. As far as basketball is concerned, he loved basketball. He always wanted to have the ball and, score as many points as possible. But very good child growing into his teens. He maintained that drive and that motivation to be as best as he possibly could when it came to athletics.
And what about in school? Do you recall how he did in school?
He did very well in school, very smart. As a matter of fact, when we moved to Lejeune in North Carolina, we were actually trying to get him to skip a grade because he was doing so well. Very smart. And again, since I was Air Force, I was trying to get him to possibly prep for the Air Force Academy or so forth, because I'm a little biased that way. But I didn't let that dissuade him at all. But he very, very good in school. I'm very proud of his grades and the way he performed. Matter of fact, he kind of taught me, because that was around the time that Common Core was starting to rear its head, and he actually had to start thinking about outside the box, about how to come up with 2 + 2 = 4. I don't know how else you can decide that, but he would actually break it down and just think outside the box, and just really intelligent young man.
Yeah, they did add a lot of extra steps to that at some point.
Yes.
Tell me, I know since you were in the military and his mom was in the military, you indicated at some point you moved to Camp Lejeune. How did the moving around and kind of instability affect Sean?
I don't think it affected him at all. As military members and also military dependents, I think we're used to moving every 2 to 3 years. So it's always a brand new opportunity to meet new individuals, different cultures, see and experience different things. And again, that's what we opened him up to, him and his sister. And I think we did a relatively good job. But he never got disgruntled. He never got upset. He never got depressed. He just, he rolled with everything the best that he could, which was a relatively good job. And so never had any problems with that. He was a good mover.
What do you have any specific memories that you'd want to share with the jury about maybe time traveling or anything specific about Sean growing up?
Sure. Well, I am an active commercial pilot, only of small airplanes, of course. But I would always take them flying. The family and I, for instance, in Okinawa, we went to every single island within 167 miles of Okinawa. And again, it was for them to experience cultures. But the thing is, my point is, he would love to travel. I don't think he really enjoyed being in a small airplane. But once we got to our destination and everything, he was just overzealous to see what was going on, to experience the culture. Even when we moved to the States, we still maintained that travel arrangement of I tried to fly them everywhere we possibly could. And again, it was to have him experience things that a lot of people don't see. For instance, I remember when we flew in the Kitty Hawk, we just happened to wake up one day and said, "Hey, do you want to go see where the Wright brothers first flew?" And this was in so anyway, we rented an airplane, we flew up to Kitty Hawk, we toured the facilities of the Wright brothers. And he was very interested in that, which pleased me because it was aviation based. But and then of course the food, we never left hungry. Really good memories. A lot of them were about traveling, camping, outdoor activities, and again the athletics, going to his games. I don't know if you know what the PAL is, the Police Action League, I think is what it stands for. But he played in those basketball leagues, and so I always enjoyed going to his basketball games, and so forth. It was a joy.
And I know you said that you haven't, since the divorce from his mother in 2020, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't had much of a relationship or contact with him, but have you spoken at all over those last few years?
Well, unfortunately not. I wish I would have tried to maintain contact with him, but at the time, I don't think it was feasible. And it wasn't his fault, it was more my fault.
What about moving forward? Are you open and willing, or do you want to have a relationship with him moving forward?
Oh, absolutely. I would love to talk to him every single day if I could. And assist him, give him guidance, give him feedback, advice, whatever. Like I said, on paper he's my stepson. Well, no longer, but I still consider him as my son. And I love him very much. And so yes, I definitely want to be in his life.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay. Ms. Doherty?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Harrington, for the 11 years when you were with his mother, it sounds like that you had a very loving, supportive relationship with Sean Gathright. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You went to his games, and sounds like you went on a lot of trips with him. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Two more lights,
And
guys.
you also saw that he was in a loving relationship with his mother.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
There was no abuse or anything like that in the household.
No, ma'am, not at all. That would not be tolerated.
And you supported him and offered him advice during that time period.
Yes, ma'am, the best I could.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, very good.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor. He can be released.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harrington. Your testimony is concluded, so you can log off the Zoom, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day.
You too. Any other Zoom witnesses at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going.
Why you so enthusiastic
Are
to
we?
get off
Do we
the
have
phone?
Zoom witnesses at all today? We do. Okay. Well, then I'll
He
just.
told the motherfucker have a great day while his ex-stepson sitting there about to get fried and fricasseed. Hey, have a great day.
Put 10 back in the.
Man, you supposed to just be like, bye.
I mean, 5:05. Sorry, forgot where it was.
People have real good
Okay.
attitude
And who's going to be your next witness?
testifying in a murder.
Okay.
Like, all right, man, have a great day. Like, bro, I'm sitting here about to die. It's not a great day. It's like, you smiling and all chipper and shit. Hey, there he. Shine, 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 shine. Hey, y'all finna start picking on Shiny too. She look all right. Hold on, I like that color she got on. She had that, what they say, crimson jacket last week. It looked like she got on the same color or burnt orange. She do earth tones. It look good on her skin too. I gotta give it to her. Shout out to Shiny Head over there. Oh, who is this little old lady, man? You better not be related to Sean. I'm tired of your family getting up there getting emotional, bro. This all your fault that your family got to go through this. Oh, no, she probably works somewhere. Or she a neighbor. That lady don't look like she's supposed to be in no
Please
court.
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
These all new faces, except him. Fake cuff boy.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning. Sorry. Good morning, ma'am. Will you please state your name for the record and make sure you move up to that microphone because it's hard to hear sometimes.
Lisa Gathright,
Will you spell your name for our court reporter?
Lisa
Come on, bro.
Gathright.
Thank you. And Ms. Gathright, what is your relationship to Sean Gathright?
He's my grandson.
So is his father your son?
Yes, he is.
And can you tell me a little bit about your relationship with Sean? Obviously, you're his grandmother, but are you close with Sean? Have you been his whole life?
I've been very close to Sean ever since he was born.
Have you been involved in his life since he was young?
Yes, his parents were both in the military and they were deployed, and there were times when both of the kids stayed with me for extended periods of time. He went to school in the town where I live, and
Where do you live?
I live in Oxford, Mississippi.
And did you live there when he was growing up as well? You've been there?
Yes.
Okay. So he would come and stay with you, live with you and go to school?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us a little bit about Sean as a child? What was he like? What was his character like? How did he behave?
He was a fun kid. He has a great sense of humor, a wonderful personality. He's just all around good kid.
Did he get in trouble?
No. He was very well liked by everyone around us. The neighbors all liked him.
How long do you think, or I know probably different time frames with the parents being deployed, but how, give us kind of an idea of how long he would be living with you, or?
Well, there had been times where they were there for a whole school term, and then for the last, like when he was in high school, he was with me for about a year and a half.
Would you spend holidays or birthdays, things like that together when he wasn't living with you?
Yes, we did a lot of traveling together on the holidays, and I was always there with him whenever I could be.
And we heard yesterday about Sean traveling overseas with some programs that he was involved in. What do you know about that?
The first time that he went, I went with him, and we went to Ireland and Scotland, and it was a wonderful, very educational trip.
Did Sean like to travel?
He loves to travel.
And how was he in school?
Very good. He made good grades. He was not any kind of a problem student or anything.
What kind of interest did he have, if you can remember? Was he into sports or music or?
He was he liked photography. He was very into photography, and he started a couple of his own little businesses. He was detailing cars and pressure washing people's houses, and he bought his equipment with money that he had saved from jobs that he had worked.
With his parents being deployed and having to live with you and go to school and then he would leave, how did he adjust to that? Were there any issues with it?
He adjusted very well. I think he felt like my home, well, he knew it was his home, and he felt very comfortable and at ease there.
And what about your son as his father, as Sean's father? What was his relationship with him like?
Volatile.
What do you mean by that?
Physically and verbally abusive.
At what ages?
Early teens, well, probably before that.
What would he do? What do you mean by volatile? Like, what would happen?
Well, one time Sean was out in California with his dad, and his dad called me, and he was in a panic, and he said, Sean has run away. And I said, what are you talking about? And he said he went in the bedroom, and he was gone. He had opened the window, and it was a first-floor apartment, and he got out, and he went to the park with his suitcase. And I called Sean, and I said, you know, what's going on? And he told me that they had had a fight and that my son had physically abused him. And I talked to him, and I tried to calm him down, and I convinced him to go back to the apartment and stay there. And then we made arrangements not long after that for him to leave from California and come back to Mississippi or Florida. I can't remember which one.
And why did you have him go back if his father was physically abusive?
Well, he was, I'm in Mississippi, he's in California. My son was remorseful. He's always remorseful at the time, but the behavior still continued. And I just felt like at the time that was the only thing I could do myself, is to get him to go back.
And have anywhere else to go in California?
Yeah.
And was that the only time that anything happened, or did that seem to be kind of the basis of the relationship?
No, we were out in California visiting one time, and my son has another younger son, and we were at the pool, and his little brother kept splashing water on him, and Sean kept telling him to stop splashing, and even his mom told him to stop splashing. Well, he continued, and so Sean splashed water back at him, and my son saw that, and he went into a rage, and just ruined the whole time together. One time we were out there, and he physically abused his daughter. He slapped her.
Is Sean's sister Nevaeh his daughter as well?
Yes.
Okay. Do you still have a relationship with Sean's father?
No.
For those reasons?
Yes.
Do you think that had an impact on Sean, or did he have other male role models in his life?
My late husband was a wonderful role model for Sean, and Sean loved his papa. And there was a lot of men in the church community that took Sean under their wings and tried to mentor to him. My neighbors, one of my neighbors, they all love Sean.
I'm going to, Your Honor, if I can approach the witness with defense 1, A through Q.
Okay.
I've shown the state. I don't believe they have any objection to the photos. I'm just going to show you these, it's a composite, 1A through Q, and just tell me without details, just do you recognize these?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I'm just going to ask you a few questions about those. Your Honor, at this time I would ask to move these into evidence and be able to display them for the jury.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, admitted.
Now I'm just going to go through some of these photos, and if you can just tell us what you remember about them. I'm showing you. Oh, see? Nothing. Thank you. This is 1A.
That was when we were in London.
And who's in this photo?
That's Mr. Edwards, Sean's guidance counselor, and his sister Nevaeh.
Okay. And that was in London, and you were on that trip?
Excuse me?
It was in London, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And what about this one? Do you remember where that one was?
I wasn't on that trip, but that was when he went to South Africa.
With Mr. Edwards again?
Yes.
I think this might have been around the same time.
That looks like the same trip.
South Africa?
Yes.
And,
That would be the same trip.
okay. Sorry, these are all a little bit different. Is that Sean there?
Yes, that's Sean.
How old do you think he was in that picture?
Probably maybe 16 or 17.
That was 1E, sorry, lost track.
That looks like that was in Scotland.
Did you go on that trip with Sean?
Yes.
And that's Mr. Edwards again?
Yes.
Okay. How old was Sean there approximately?
Probably 15.
And that was one of those trips through the.
Something weird going on here?
Yes.
Am I the only one who's seen these pictures and thought something weird? I might be tripping. They don't look weird.
That looks like the Africa trip.
Because they were involved with some humanitarian work there, is that?
Yes.
Okay. And how old did you say you think Sean was?
I think he was 16 or 17.
Something about them pictures with that. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. I'm sorry.
Same
Hold
there.
on, bro. This don't look weird. What's up with dog? All right, I might be tripping.
Where's
dog.
this one?
That's in Ireland.
And is that Sean here?
Yes.
And then, I don't know, do you know the other people, or that was just a
I don't
photo
know
in
any
the
of those
background?
other ones.
Were you on that trip with him as well?
Yes.
How old do you think Sean was there?
I think 15.
And that was 1J.
Bro, that picture ain't look. Bro, that dude. And it looked like one of the pictures he was missing teeth, but that braided hair, nigga, man, something looked weird,
That
bro.
might have been South Africa again.
I believe so.
Bro,
They took a lot of photos without you, huh?
that nigga looked like Nature Boy.
What about that one?
That was on a
Oh,
cruise
no.
that he and Mr.
Oh, they
Edwards took.
Where did they go on that cruise?
Down to the Caribbean. I'm
How
not
old-
exactly sure what islands they went to.
Allegedly,
and how old do you
bro.
think Sean was here?
Probably around 14.
And then this is a little bit blurry, but it's pretty in the background. Were you on this trip?
Yes.
Okay, I'll ask you where you went.
I feel
That
you,
was
Mike,
Paris.
but where the other people at?
Yes.
And how old was Sean when you went to Paris?
I think around 16 or 17.
Where the
So a lot
other
of these
people
trips
at?
were kind of in the same. I know he was only at certain grades at that school, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
It don't look crazy. I'm
So a
tripping.
lot of the trips were close together in time.
My bad, yeah.
Yes, I think they traveled once a year to different places.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm approaching with defense 3A
Listen,
through
it's
C.
alleged, it's speculative speech. This is just my opinion. It just looked
Do
crazy.
you recognize these?
Nothing behind
Yes.
it. That don't mean that's what it really was.
Yes.
Okay, I know that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask
That
to
shit look
admit
wild to me,
defense
bro.
3A through C and publish for the jury.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Where the other people at?
And
Why is it
Ms.
just him and
Gasper,
him
who's in
on
this
these
photo?
trips?
Sean and I.
Okay, looks like maybe holiday time.
Yeah.
Tell me about
The
what.
nigga
was
look
around
sweet right there,
Thanksgiving,
man.
or-
The nigga-
Yeah, Thanksgiving.
Okay, and you kind of giggled when I showed you that. Was this a
Because
special
of
picture for you?
I'm not a very photogenic person. I don't like my pictures.
After
look
them
like you're
pictures,
having
then you
fun.
see this.
Oh,
Now ask
he
me if
makes
that
me
nigga.
smile.
Come on, bro.
How old do you think Sean was?
Look
here?
now.
He was probably 16 or 17.
I was tripping.
And I'm going to show you 3B. Who's in this photo?
That was Nevaeh and Sean and their dog.
Right there, he just young. That's just being a
He
kid.
loved
I can't
those
put
dogs.
nothing
He used
weird
to
on
put
that.
clothes on them.
I'm gonna shut up, guys. My
Their
bad.
stepdad's clothes.
And how old do you
That's
think
not
Sean
weird. He
and
just
Nevaeh were
young.
there?
That other one with that dude, and then that other
Probably-
picture with his hand
He was probably 11.
doing the
10,
girl
11.
leg with the piece to the side like a
Little
girl.
dog over here, maybe?
Yeah.
Is that
I'm
your
gonna shut
dog?
up. Sorry.
No, I had a German Shepherd.
Okay, they were all theirs. Okay. And then this last one you provided to us, just, we've heard a lot about Sean and his businesses. What is this?
That was when he would do detailing of cars.
And was this like a little flyer that he would?
Yes, he made
pass
up
out?
all of his advertisements.
What would you say Sean had a good work ethic?
He had a very good work ethic. At one time, we live about 2 miles from the country club, and Sean was working
got that
there,
bread.
and he would sometimes ride his skateboard. He would take the back roads and ride his skateboard to work, and it was hills and up and down. It was not an easy task.
They got that bread 2 miles
Miss
from
Catherine,
the country
I know your
club, bro.
grandson, it seems like you had a pretty good relationship with him, and you said he makes you smile. What do you want the jury to know about him and his character?
He's just a very fun-loving person. He loves food. He loves to eat. We were on a trip out in Texas one time, and we were in Grapevine, Texas, and I was in a shop, and we were getting ready to leave, and the clerk asked if we had any more questions, if we needed to know anything else, and he said yes. Where's a good place to eat? And that was the kind of things that he would talk about. And one year, it was New Year's Eve, and I have a pool, and every year we have this little contest, and it's to see who was going to be the first one in the pool for the season, and then who's going to be the one that stays in the longest. So it was about 2 minutes before midnight, and Sean jumped in the pool in December in Oxford, and it was cold. And so he got out, and then about a minute after midnight, he jumped in. So his record stands. It can't be broken.
He's the last one in and the first one in?
Right.
Okay.
You
All right,
had
may I
a
have a
good
moment?
life, bro.
Yes.
I will pass the witness.
We need 4 likes, y'all. 4 likes to get us to 50. Please, I know y'all strong enough, powerful enough, great enough to get 4 likes on the board. Let's go 4 points.
Loving, wonderful relationship with your grandson. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know that you have talked about your son and his relationship with Sean was not a good one. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Fair characterization? That's a fair statement that they
Yes,
did not
yes.
have a good relationship?
Right.
Sean didn't live with his father, though. Is that correct?
Just for maybe a month or so at a time.
It was visits and at most a couple of months. Is that correct?
Yes.
And because of the nature of the relationship, Sean would not stay with him. Is that correct?
That's right,
It
correct.
sounds like you and your husband provided that alternate home whenever his mother would be off overseas.
Yes.
And you and your husband, your late husband, were very supportive and loving to him during that time. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have told us that there were members in your church that were also there to provide him with support and mentorship.
That's correct.
You felt that was important that he have that support. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay. You also gave him the gift of travel, the love of travel. Is that correct?
Yes.
You went on many trips with him.
Yes.
Not just to the photos that we saw there, Scotland and Ireland. Isn't that true?
That's true.
There were other trips as well as in the United States.
Yes.
You traveled a lot with him.
Yes.
He knew right from wrong.
He also had a loving, supportive relationship with his sister. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
And from the time that he did have a relationship with his stepfather, Brian Harrington, that was also a very positive, loving, respectful relationship.
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused? Yes. Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
Thank you.
They all looking at
I
him
think you're a
like
little
he's
more
stupid.
photogenic than you give yourself credit for.
He is realizing how good he had it.
All right. And
And them
who's gonna be
killers
your
he's
next
sitting
witness?
with are sitting around looking at it like, how stupid are you, bro?
Yes, live.
Yeah, you blew it, brother. Let it settle in. Let it all settle in. You blew it. They looking at you like, boy, that's why they call you green. They know you weren't meant for this. You just had the weapons, the guns, and this is what, that's his mama. Who was that? Hey, mama. Hey, auntie. Hey.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
It's a hell of a day for you, lady. Just a mother.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Will you please state your name and spell your name for our court reporter?
Damali Lyle, D-A-M-A-L-I-E, L-Y-L-E.
And just make sure you speak up. Sometimes it's hard to hear. Just get close to the microphone if you can.
Okay.
That
Ms.
wig
Lyle,
sitting
how are
towards
you
the back
related
middle
to
part of
Sean
that
Zachary?
head.
Sean is my son.
She looked like an
So we've
enabler
heard a
dog.
lot about Sean as a child. What do you want the jury to know about your son?
I'd like the jury to know that my son is a hardworking person, a hardworking young man. He's intelligent. He's driven. He has a wonderful work ethic.
Way to make a dumb decision. It's
I want the jury to know that this is not, I believe what has been presented is not my son.
Yeah, I'm gonna sustain the objection. Listen, I tell you what, I need the jury to step up momentarily, okay?
All rise.
Please don't cut the audio. Please do not cut the audio. All them dudes that probably don't have nobody to really come for them. Look at all this family that's coming to speak for them. All this great background that they speaking of. All these nice homes and opportunity and love. You were surrounded by love, by family. You wanted a different type of love.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay, so Ms.
Relax,
Lyle,
guys, let's go.
I just want to first acknowledge that I recognize this is very stressful for you and scary. I do. But the jury has determined your son's guilt. That issue's been settled. We're not going to revisit that in front of the jury. So I just want to encourage you with regards to your penalty phase testimony, the best thing you could do for your son is just express all of the wonderful characteristics about him, okay? And how deeply you love him and how deeply he's loved by his family. This is not the time to be readdressing any of the facts of this case. All right, I just want to make sure that's clear, because I want to allow Ms. Finkelstein the chance to ask you the questions she wants to ask you and for you to relay this important information to the jury. But if we start going sideways into issues that are not pertinent to this phase of the trial, then the state's going to have to object, I'm going to have to rule, and then it just really, it lessens the impact, really.
I just have one question. If I say, well, what I was going to say is, this is not the son that I know, is that
that's
a part
fine.
of the...
That's fine. I think, and I think because you did testify previously in the co-defendant's case, I think just based upon that, I suspect the state's a little concerned that we're going to start heading down. And so just as long as we all understand what we're doing here, then it should be fine, okay? Okay.
All right.
And I can kind of guide you through it. And I think it was because you said presented, and then that seems like evidence, and we don't want to talk about the evidence and things like that.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Let's bring the jury back in.
So is that, with that being said, is that his sister then? Because she looked closer to the lady on the stage.
Okay, I tell you what, let's okay, let's go ahead. We'll just take our own quick 5-minute comfort break, okay? So, Ms. Law, we're just going to take a restroom break since there's a number of jurors that are using the restroom, and so you are welcome. You can stay there, but you don't have to. But because you've not yet been cross-examined, if you step down, you can't talk to anybody at all about anything related to this case.
Okay, you said it was a 5-minute break?
Yeah, 5 to 10. So, yes.
Okay, well,
Yes, it's up to you. You can stay or you can step down. It's fine. The most important thing is you just can't talk to anybody about the case.
okay.
Okay? Very good. Probably make it more like 10.
So it's a 10-minute break. He wanted his mama to stay so he can look and make eye contact. Mama can't take that. She had to get off that stand. She can't sit there and look at and listen, whether we like the lady's presentation or not, she's doing her best to hold it together, I'm assuming. I'm sure as much as she may have enabled them, as much as she may have lacked discipline or structure or whatever the cause is, we're not in that household. We're only assuming based off of one moment, a moment of distress, a very high stress moment, something that she's probably never been through in life, which was the last time she was on the stand, having to defend her son when they were, even though she was on Alicia's trial, the trial was for Alicia Andrews, she's still defending her son. Her son is in the back of her mind in all of this. So this is a high stress situation. Everybody isn't prepared for these type of things. And we're saying, oh, she had this attitude, because I know what the judge is saying. I saw the same thing and I was very critical of her, but at the same time, she's a mother in a situation that she didn't ask to be in. She didn't make this dumbass decision that her son put her in. It got her up here having to testify and having to compose herself a certain way and present herself a certain way. Like, nigga, the most composing that she probably ever had to do was in front of them drill sergeants. And yes, that might be some stress, but that ain't got nothing compared to this. When this is a product of your body, your growth, not just your environment, a product of you, your being is now being considered for death, for the death penalty. And even hearing that something that you created, a part of your being is responsible for taking a life. All of that shit is stressful. This lady don't know what to do, bro. This lady don't know what to say. I know people were very critical of her last time. I was. Her attitude, everything. But, bro, you got to understand, she didn't ask for this shit. She didn't prep for this. Even though she knew it was coming out the blue. And, yeah, they had been locked up for a certain time. But I'm saying throughout her life, this is something you can never prepare for. I'm sure she never saw it coming to this point. Regardless of what little things she may have seen, she never thought it would get here. And we can only assume the stability and structure of the household. We truly don't know. It sounds like this man comes from a lot of love, a lot of opportunity. Who knows how much he was supervised or not, or how good the relationship between him and his mother is or not, or how involved they were. You know, it ain't just cut and dry. It ain't just a cookie cutter situation. It's once again, I feel for the families, man. These dudes make their own decisions. I feel for the families, though. You buy a bed frame, you purchase a mattress, you put the frame together, you place your mattress, put your headboard, make the bed. Now it's time to lay in it. It's nothing to cry about. Not for us to see you and cry. Not for us for shed tears for you. Keep them crocodiles, homie. You good. You did it. You knew what you was doing, or did you? Let me shout out the top commenters real quick. Right now, we got number 1, Mike from the Ville. Number 2, we got Jenny from the blog. Number 3, we got XO Mills. Number 4, we got JHV401. Number 5, we got Hood Fame 4L. Hood Fame. That go yayo. Number 6, we got Brian Hill 5486. Number 7, we got that boy XZ57. Number 8, we got Far 8. That's crazy. Hold on. Number 8, we got Far East Gaming 42. Number 9, we got Time 18188. Number 10, Big Homie Slim. And then honorable number 11, we got Christopher Hogan 97. And then just because I seen it, if they show it on, if I gotta say it, number 12, and it's the homie anyway. Shada Sag, let's go. Shout out to the top commenters, man. Listen, y'all going crazy on the likes. We at 59 already. One more get us to 60. I say let's hurry up and break that glass. Let's go ahead and get to that hundo. We 40 away. We can get there. We can slow creep or we can hurry up and do it. However y'all want to do it, we can handle it just like that. I say let's get there faster. I say let's run it up. Know what I'm talking about? Keep going though. Run them likes up. I appreciate y'all. We're gonna keep rocking out. Keep rocking out, man. Y'all so aggravating, dog. Hold on. I'll let y'all know, but y'all get on my nerve. Y'all so aggravating.
So aggravating as hell, man.
Man, y'all so aggravating, but y'all so appreciated, man. Hold on, man. My alarm going off, man. It must be time for something. You know what time it is? It's time to celebrate freedom. That's what time. It's 10 o'clock. It's time to celebrate being free, not being in these situations that we look at. I say everybody be thankful right now, just whether you believe in a higher power, whether you just believe in yourself, energy, the universe, God, metaphysics, science, whatever you believe in. I think it's time to just look up, take a breath of fresh, free, unincarcerated, unimprisoned air. Say, I am so thankful for my freedom, and I will not take it for granted. I am so thankful for my life, and I will not take it for granted. Thank you for breath, blood, abilities, and freedom. Oh my gosh. 2 more likes to get us to 65. Y'all keep running it up, man. Hold on. How many minutes before they come back? I think we got 5 minutes. Let me get off in this chat. Let me shout out to y'all. Breathe that fresh, free air. Breathe some of that free air. Take it all in. Make great decisions. You can do this every day. This is one thing they will never be able to do again. Breathe free air. Fresh, free, unimprisoned, unincarcerated air. Hold on, I gotta hold that free air in like weed smoke. Hold on, let me hold it in real quick. Boy, that free air hit. Boy, that free air hit different. Boy, what? Mel said that air be stinking, but I dare not complain. Listen, that free air hit different. Imagine how jail air smell when you don't got no ventilation system. It's concrete walls and plastic windows that you can't see through with pieces of metal going through them, and they only like as big as not even as wide as an envelope. They about as wide as a ruler and probably about as long as 2 Twinkies put together. That's some fat shit. 2 Twinkies, they about this long. You fat fuck. Why do you know how long 2 Twinkies are? Or 2 Swiss rolls. Just put 2. You fat as shit. But the window of this goddamn small. You looking through a mail slot. You know the slot in the front door that the nigga walk up and stick his hand in, and then somebody try. You got to slap their hand. Get your hand on my fucking door. The little kid from next. Yeah, the window like that big. Either this way or this way, nigga. You can't see it like I'm voting. Everybody. Anyway, the window this goddamn big. You can't see out the motherfucker. It's like thick plastic and it's yellowing, and nigga trying to look out of it. Then you in there with all that enclosed smell. Everybody pooting, niggas' feet, toilets flushing, nigga that big, nigga burping, all kind of shit. Niggas not washing. That's a different kind of air. I enjoy this free. What? Well, let me hit this L real quick. Let me hit this free air. Hell wrong with y'all. Anyway, let me show some love to the chat, man, before they come back. Timmy says, using junk food as analogies. Yeah, I'm just some fat shit, ain't it? Chief Samo says we are blessed out here to not be dead or in jail, prison, to have freedom. Mike from the Field says, how you cursing and promoting Jesus? Bowtie says, I came to wake others, son. Dwight Brinson says, Palm Beach County Jail on lockdown for TB outbreak. No clean air. Nothing. No air. Nothing.
Okay.
Leonard Hornsby Mills. Z. Bowtie. Time.
I know when you
Mike from the Ville.
first pull up.
Black Rap. Did that say Black Rap? Dwight Brinson. Big Homie Slim. Jenny from the block. S. Finley. Christopher Hogan. Thomas Woods. Hood Fame 4L. All Deaf Lip. Far East Gaming. All right, any second they're about to start. I just don't want to talk over the content. Damn, she just gotta sit there. Man, look up and look at your mama, boy. Look right in her eyes, nigga. And then she looked like Bonnie Godiva. Y'all watch battle rap? Anybody watch battle rap? His mama looked like an older Bonnie Godiva. His mama looked like Bonnie. I didn't expect her to be as chocolate as she is, seeing how bright-skinned this dude is, how light-skinned he is. So she trying to hold it together. Hold it together, mama. I wonder if she blames herself. I wonder if she blames relationships that didn't work, if it's anything that she looks back on and, oh, look at the mama, gotta look at the grandma, gotta look at the mama. On. Did the white girl just throw up crib? Did she just throw up a crib sign? Hold on, bro. Watch this. I'm gonna go back live. Watch. I'm gonna go back to the live. Watch. White girl gonna throw a co-rib. Look. Watch her. Crib. Co-rib. Y'all seen that? What the fuck? I'm tripping. That gotta be his sister though. And then she talking to the grandma.
Council's back.
All right, they back, y'all. I'm
Witnesses
quiet.
on
Let's
stand,
go.
so
4
let's go
more
bring
likes
her
to get us to 70. 4 more likes. Let's go, guys. Run it up, please.
Sure.
Nigga say you gotta rewind that. Hold on, y'all ain't see the crib? All right, it's right after this. Then I gotta go back to the live portion. We can't be behind, guys. We gotta be on time as much as possible. Watch, white girl, watch. Just keep looking. I swear, watch. Here it come. Co-rip. Y'all ain't see that? I know y'all seen that. I know y'all. I can't. Hold on, bro. Court live, bro. Court live, bro. They standing up, bro. I know y'all seen that, bro. That was Crip. I'm tripping.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, everyone. Have a seat, and Ms. Finkelstein, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Lyle.
Yes, ma'am.
You comfortable?
Yes.
Okay, get in there.
Mama a little off for real.
So you were
I
telling the
believe it,
jury,
too.
what about Sean's character? Do you want the jury to know? How is he as a son?
As a son, he's a sweetheart. He's helpful. He's considerate. He's always thinking about what he can do to make somebody smile or just to help out in any way. He's been so caring and thoughtful for me, even though that's my job is mostly to take care of Sean. But, you know, he's grown into the person who's like, Mom, really? And he like kind of reels me back. He's mature in that way. He's very mature.
And we've heard a lot about, you were in the military, right?
Yes.
Okay, and what branch?
I was in the Marine Corps.
You moved around a lot when Sean was younger?
We did, yes.
And how do you think that he adjusted to that?
I think it made him, he never became someone who would chase popularity or have a large group of friends. The friends that he does have, it's a small circle, and they're very close to each other. On a Friday or Saturday night, you wouldn't find him out at a club or hanging out or anything like that. You most likely find him and his 2 or 3 best friends, you know, sitting at my house talking about who knows what all night long. And I'd get, you know, wrapped up in there, and they'd have debates, and it was something that was so nice to see in, you know, young men of this day and age, where it wasn't just about music or it wasn't just about superficial things. Like, they really had real deep, meaningful conversations.
And is Nehemiah Tudor, is he one of those friends?
Yes.
Okay, so we talked to him yesterday, and he was kind of sharing some of the things that they would do. And that was when you were in Jacksonville, right?
Yes.
When did you, give us kind of a time frame, we've heard about obviously traveling in the military, we've heard about living in Mississippi. When did you guys move to Jacksonville?
We moved to Jacksonville in 2016 after I retired from the Marine Corps.
2016?
Yes.
Okay, and did you stay there consistently till now, or?
Yes, yes.
At any point, did Sean move from Jacksonville?
Yes, he moved from Jacksonville.
Bowtie, slow down,
I
bro.
want to say it was
Bow 2-1, slow down, bro.
2020 or 2021. He moved out to California with his dad.
We
for a
got
while.
you. You right, but slow
Sorry, go
down.
ahead.
No, that's all.
How long was he there?
He was there for approximately, I would say, 1.5 years, 2 years.
What was his relationship like with his biological father?
It wasn't a good relationship. My experience with their father, which is the main reason why we were divorced.
I'm not the boss, bro. We equal, bro. Just,
he had a very volatile
I'm just asking you, relax, please.
temper. And I think as Sean grew older, I don't think he was the kind of person who would see like another confident male, even if it is his son. Maybe he was threatened by the person that Sean was becoming. But in my opinion, their dad was pretty insecure. So,
Did it seem to be more volatile as Sean got older, like not when he was a little kid?
As Sean got older, yes.
What about Sean's behavior? Did you have behavior issues with him? Did he have to be punished a lot?
No, Sean was such a good kid. No, he was mature. He was, so like he could be serious and really understand what he was supposed to do. Didn't mean he always did it. He, he did the usual kid things. You had to tell him 2 or 3 times, hey, go clean up your room, do the dishes, stuff like that. But he never made a big fuss about it. We didn't really have any arguments. And we had one argument, and I think it was more just about frustration, about trying to figure out, oh, no, here we go. So when he started college the first semester.
Where did he go to college?
He went to FSCJ. So the first semester, I paid for the first semester and everything. And he, went to, but his grades were not that good. Like, he was doing, I think it was like C's and stuff like that. And I said, hey, if you don't, I was like, I'm not paying for another semester. You're going to have to pay for it. So he started working, and he completely turned his grades around. And I was like, when you have investment in, your own thing, and mama's not paying for it, and you got to use your own money for it, I think it really gave him like a kick in the butt to realize that, hey, you gotta take this seriously when you're the one who's invested.
Where was he working to pay for school?
He worked a number of places. He worked at the Omni Hotel, one of the restaurants there up in Amelia Island. But he also did his pressure washing and photography. He did social media for a few of the clubs here in Jacksonville. He did, player highlight reels for basketball players, and team, it was like a flag football, it was like a youth football league for a park. Mm-hmm. He did a highlight reel for that, and when the director saw the highlight reel that he did, they asked him to kind of become their overall media person. So the players would pay him $25 to take photos of their highlights during the game, or $50 for a video, and he would put that together.
That was his own little business?
That was his own little business, yes.
Okay. What did he go to school for? Do you remember? What did he start studying?
He got into media when he was at Julia Landon, and I had no idea that would become such a passion of his, but at first he wanted to be a news anchor, and then he decided that he just wanted to get into film and photography. So he wanted to go to the LA Film School, and he wanted to get into, doing filmography and things like that.
Would you describe Sean as being driven?
He is, yes.
And what was his relationship like with his siblings or any other family members?
Him and his sister, they're very close. Even though they're 2 years apart, when they were little, people thought they were twins because they looked so much alike. Of course, they had their disagreements, they had their arguments and everything like that, but at the end of the day, they were so completely loyal to each other that it was a beautiful thing to see how they stuck up for each other, even though at home they tell each other to shut up and get out of their rooms and stuff like that. But outside, they are so loyal and so loving with each other.
You described earlier that Sean was helpful. Would you say that he's somebody that likes to help others?
Yes, yes.
Help him
Do
kill.
you think that he could be a good mentor?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
What about your relationship with Sean now? I mean, obviously you were close with him growing up, and he lived with you, when you weren't deployed mostly. But have you maintained a close relationship with him as he's gotten into adulthood?
Oh yes, yes, I have, and he's become the cool, logical head that, like I said, that's like, Mom, no, I don't think this is a good idea.
He's still supportive of you?
Oh yeah, he's still supportive of me.
So what happened in this?
Just as I was supportive of him as ever.
Hit the likes, please. What is she talking?
And will you continue to have that relationship with him moving forward?
Oh, forever, forever.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay. Questions?
Why they always say that moment?
Just briefly. Miss Lyle, your son also went to community college, is that correct?
Yes, FSCJ.
Yes. And besides that brief period of time where he wasn't doing so well, he normally was a good student, is that correct?
Yes.
And he traveled a lot throughout growing up.
Yes, as a part of just being in the military also.
With you, he traveled
Yes.
as well. And you said that he had a close group knit of friends, is that correct?
Yes.
And later, while he was living with you, one of those close friends was Isaiah Chance, isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes.
And you didn't have any concerns about his close relationship with Mr. Chance, isn't that true?
That's true.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, very good, thank you, ma'am. All right, and who's gonna be your next witness?
Nevaeh Gathright?
Okay.
The sister. All right, so it's a few things there. Let's see when she turned that car. I'm sorry, ladies. Oh, Mama got it back there a little bit. Mama got it. I had to look. I'm sorry, ladies. I'm sorry, ladies. I'm a man. I gotta look at that ad. That don't mean I'm gonna pursue it just because I look at it. That don't mean I'm a pig. I'm a dog. I'm a... Hit the lights, y'all. Run the lights up, please. It's crazy. Okay, so the other girl sitting behind him isn't. So he only has one sister. I know about the sister. This one, I thought the other one was. All right.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the
She got some
testimony you're
long
about to
ass
give in this
toes.
class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Look at them toes hanging over them. What the fuck? God damn. Long toe having that.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Make sure you pull yourself up as close as you can to the microphone and just speak up if you can, okay?
Yes.
Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for our court reporter, please?
Nevaeh Gathright, my first and last.
Please.
NEVIAHGATHRIGHT.
And Miss Gathright, how do you know Sean Gathright?
He's my brother.
What's the age difference between you and Sean?
2 years.
Are you older or younger?
I'm older.
You're older, so he's your baby brother?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell the jury a little bit about your relationship with Sean. Have you guys always got along pretty good?
Yeah, I've never been away from Sean. We grew up together. That's my best friend.
So ever since he was born, you guys were never separated? Because we have heard a lot about your parents in the military and some moving around, but did you
Yeah.
guys always stay together?
Yes, we moved a lot, but we've never been apart.
So if he would go to Mississippi or you guys would stay with Grandma, you were always with him?
Yes, ma'am.
And so have you always been close?
Yes.
No fights?
Of
course.
Siblings.
Tell me about Sean's character. What do you love about Sean? You said he's your best friend. What makes him your best friend?
I guess just how little brothers are. They pick on their sisters. He always bothers me, but in the good way. He used to, like when we lived in Mississippi, he would come into my room and he would put on all of my sunglasses. Or like, excuse me, he used to take my little TV on my dresser and he would turn it upside down. And I'd be like, why did you do that? And he'll just walk out. I don't know why, but he's a funny person. He's sweet, he's caring. He's always there for me when I needed him.
We heard a lot about you guys got to travel
Yes,
together. What did you like about traveling with your brother?
Just the fact that I got to experience new things and see the world with him was probably it's the best thing ever.
Those good memories you can carry forward?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I am approaching with defense for...
He's sweet and caring and considerate, and he kept 2 bullets from a shooting. He shot a nigga in the foot. Then he went back and tried to slide on the same nigga. Like, come on, bro.
Do you recognize all these photos? Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask to admit defense 4A through double D and publish a few of these to the jury, please.
Any objection?
Any objections? That's okay.
Y'all know I'm very
Okay,
observant.
admitted.
Ladies, I'm not a
just gonna show you
pig just
some
because
of
I
these. There's
noticed
a lot,
this.
and the jury will be able to look at them, but go through
Why
some
her
of
bra
these,
look like seashells?
photos.
What the fuck kind of
Tell-
what kind of
is
fucking
that
bra
yours,
she
Sean?
got on? It's all lumpy.
Yeah.
I'ma shut up.
How old do you think you were there?
Maybe like 6 and 8, I think.
And that was 4A. This is 4B.
Oh
where,
my
where is
gosh.
this one? Where's the pantry?
It's in Oxford, in Mississippi, with my grandma. It's a food pantry. Then you can people can come and get the like low income, kind of I guess like EBT people.
Okay.
Yeah, we would stock the shelves, bag chickens, put milk in the fridge, and then people would come in and we would make a bag to give to them.
That was volunteer work that you guys did?
Yeah, for the church.
Was that through your church? Yeah. Is that you guys? Where are you there?
Sandestin, Florida, at the beach.
How old were you think?
I was 16, I think. Maybe I was 17, 15 and 17. That was his birthday. That
Where
was at a
were you?
restaurant. It was our favorite Japanese restaurant at the time. That was his birthday.
What's the name
We heard a
of it?
lot
then?
about Sean liking to cook. Did he cook for you ever?
He never cooked for me.
Was it Wasabi that
specifically,
young and Ace
but
was at?
Yeah, he was always in the kitchen. He was always making something.
And I'm going to show you 4G.
Yeah.
Is that you guys?
Mm-hmm.
What
That
does
was.
that picture say to you?
He's just a silly, goofy little boy.
Is that kind of common of what you would do with him and see him doing?
Yeah.
Oh, nigga, you blew it.
How old do you think you
was
guys were
surrounded by
there?
love,
Or
bro.
where, what, you know?
I think I was 16 here. He was 14. This was the year before that last picture that he showed. This was in California.
What were you showing off here?
He was showing off his braces, but you know, like the Kodak Glee thing that they do. That was just it.
We've heard Sean liked photography too. Did he take a lot of these pictures? Or pose for them?
5 more likes, y'all. 5 more likes. Let's go.
What's happening in this photo?
He got his ears pierced at Claire's for the first time, and he was like, "Can you hold my hand?" Well, he didn't want me to hold his hand, but I made him.
But he didn't push you away either, did he?
Mm-mm.
How old was he when he got his ear pierced?
I honestly can't remember how old he was.
And that was 4J. I'm going to show you 4K. This looks like maybe a holiday.
Yeah, that was Thanksgiving at my grandma's house.
What makes you giggle?
Just the fact that he used to do stuff like this with me. Like, he wouldn't do this for anybody else. He wouldn't sit here and pose like that or just be silly. We call it the white girl pose.
You guys there?
Mm-hmm.
And this looks like maybe Christmas time.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pictures of you guys just kind of holding hands and hugging. Is that reflective of your relationship?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was in California too.
You look a little younger there. It's hard to tell, but how old do you think you were there?
You think you were 12 in this picture? Maybe.
He was 12 or you were 12?
He was 12, I think.
Okay. Are you traveling there?
Yeah, this is when he went to Scotland and Ireland, and I was dropping him off at the airport. They left on my birthday, though. He was sad, but it's okay.
You didn't get to go on that trip?
No, he just went with my grandma.
And where was this one?
This was in Jamaica.
What were you doing here?
Hanging our clothes we had just washed.
Why did you
by
have to do that?
hand. Because we don't have a dryer. They don't have washer and dryer, so you got to wash your clothes by hand, hang them up on the line to dry.
What kind of trip was that?
I think that was a family reunion. That was us in Jamaica, too.
Same one, okay.
Yeah.
That looks like it got cut off, but maybe London?
Yes, he had the little hat.
Yeah.
I was like, smile. He was like, guards don't smile. Ever.
Looks like you still got a little bit out of him, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And then would this be his high school graduation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That was in Jacksonville?
No, he graduated
Mississippi.
Mississippi. Yes.
Shout out Mississippi. 4 more likes, guys. Let's go.
Were you both living in Mississippi at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then I'm going to show you 4X. Who's that?
That's me at my baby shower.
When was that? Is that your first baby?
Yes.
How many babies do you have?
2. 2 years and 2 months.
So this would have been the 2-year-old.
Yes, ma'am.
So back in what year? Do the math for me. It's not my strong suit.
2024.
Okay.
Yes.
And what month?
This was in February, but he was born in March.
Okay. And so Sean got to come to the shower?
Yeah.
Does he have a sash on like you do?
No, that's just his shirt.
Oh, it's just
Yeah.
I was going to say, what does that say? And then when your baby was born in March?
Yeah. He came to the hospital to see me. He gave me a hug. He was like, let me see the baby.
How was Sean as an uncle?
Just caring and supportive and helpful. He loves his nephew.
Did you guys all live in the same house when you had the baby?
Yes.
Okay, so he was able to be involved.
Yeah.
Is this that same baby?
Yes. He would just take him and just keep him in his room. I have a video of him doing the buzz cut sound on his phone, and he was trying to give him a lineup, like his first haircut, just playing with him.
Looks like he's reading to a baby that probably isn't old enough to carry yet, huh?
Yeah. Aww.
Oh. That's all.
How would he help you with your baby?
Like, if I needed to take a shower or, like, get something to eat, he would just hold him for me and just let me do what I had to do, and I would come back whenever I was finished.
You know, you said that you've always been with your brother since, he was born, and you guys moved around a lot together.
Yes.
How's it been without having him around to help you?
It's been hard. Being a mom, I don't really think about it as much as I know I feel it, just because I'm always doing something to take care of the kids. But like when I sit back and I really think about what's going on,
Okay.
I just miss my brother.
Will you, do you still maintain a relationship today?
Mm-hmm.
You're able to talk to him and communicate?
Judge hard.
Yep.
And will you continue to do that?
Of course.
Judge hard.
And hopefully, in whatever way possible, could he still be involved in your kids' lives and be an uncle?
Of course.
May I have a moment?
Yes.
Judge hard.
Pass the witness.
Shorty had a half a tick.
Questions?
Judge say,
Yes, Your Honor.
okay. Like, get it. Look at this
Ms.
bitch ass
Gathright, you
nigga.
have
It's your fault. Fuck,
characterized
nigga.
your and your
fuck,
brother
nigga.
Sean's
Fuck, nigga. Yeah,
childhood
bitch
as
ass
a
nigga.
good, nice,
Bitch ass
loving
nigga.
childhood growing up. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that both of you had wonderful, loving, supportive relationships.
Come on, bro.
Isn't that true,
Yeah.
ma'am? And
All
specifically
the
when
kids
talking
need this.
about
All you
male
little
role
YNs.
models, you said that he had a wonderful
bitch ass.
relationship with his stepdad, Brian.
Yes.
He also had a wonderful godfather. His grandmother, Lisa Gathright, you both had wonderful relationships with her as well.
Yes.
And her husband, before he
shit
passed
sad,
away,
boy.
your grandfather, both
Pick your head
you
up, bitch.
and your brother Sean had an amazing, loving, supportive relationship with him as well.
Your fault, nigga. Stupid ass. It's
When
your fucking
you all
fault.
were living in Japan, you said that Sean was had a lot of activities. He was very good in karate. Isn't that true?
Yes.
So good, in fact, that he got a blue belt in karate.
Yes.
So he was able to participate in a lot of activities.
Stupid.
Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Very supportive family, both your mother as well as his grandparents.
Yes, ma'am.
Made sure that he was active and had lots of activities, including sports,
Yes.
traveling.
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, redirect. Okay, may this witness be excused? Yes. Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, you're free to go.
Same nigga that helped plot a murder. All to me, everything they saying is Sean knew better. You knew better.
All right, we'll just take another quick, 2-minute break. So if you guys.
Please be 2 minutes. That nigga knew better. All these witnesses coming up say to me is you knew better. I ain't finna cap. I'm just talking shit. But if I was on that jury, I got a better chance of saving one of them niggas who was lost from the beginning.
Everyone have a seat.
Hold on. Because you threw it away. You kept the trophies. What's the purpose of keeping shells? This ain't no nice guy like that.
Yeah, by number.
By number, okay. Are they description? Yeah.
Who said you got my number? Judge, nigga trying to push up on judge. No, don't cut it off now. Cut the audio back on. Somebody pushing up on Cisco? Hold on, bro. It ain't time to cry now. Hold on. Y'all want to see some? Y'all want to see a dead body?
Okay, may this witness be excused.
Role models, you said.
Y'all want to see a dead body?
Okay. Any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Gathright, you have characterized your and your brother Sean's childhood as a good, nice, loving childhood growing up. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that both of you had wonderful, loving, supportive relationships. Isn't that true, ma'am? And specifically when talking about male
really
role
said.
models, you said that he had a
No funny
wonderful
shit.
relationship.
Hard. When I think about what's going on,
Okay.
I just miss my brother.
Will you, do you still maintain a relationship today?
Mm-hmm.
You're able to talk to him and communicate?
Yep.
And will you continue to do that?
Of course.
And hopefully in whatever way possible, could he still be involved in your kids' lives and be an uncle?
Of course.
May I have a moment?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Doing something to take care of the kids.
Do you still maintain a relationship today?
Mm-hmm.
You're able to talk?
Doing something to take care of the
Where's
kids,
Nigga? Show
but
this
when I
shit.
sit back and I really think about
Predict.
when I think about what's going on.
Your attorneys can do their best to advise you, but no one can ultimately predict. So do you understand that? Okay. And as far as this, at this
rewind.
stage of the proceedings, you will be permitted to testify, but we're not going to revisit necessarily facts, because then you risk potentially opening the door, and then you could find yourself in a situation where you could be required to answer questions about the case, and that's not what is meant to happen at this stage, and it could ultimately be negatively impactful for you if that were to happen. Do you understand that? Okay. Okay. Very good. So if he's going to testify, let's go ahead and put him on the witness stand.
Oh, he finna get on the... That boy finna get on the stand, boy. What? Tic-tac shoes wearing that. You seen them white shoes? He had on them tic-tac shoes popped from the wind. What? Don't cry now, nigga.
Okay, very good. Let's go ahead then and bring in the jury.
What? Hey, did his sister getting up there move any of y'all? Anybody feel different now? Anybody feel like he shouldn't get the death penalty now that his sister done got up on the stand? I know his mama didn't do shit for nobody.
All rise.
Three more likes, y'all. 3 more likes. Run it up, please. Big homie, that's a fact. Because he was texting her.
Everyone have a seat.
That's what he
All
was
right,
texting when they was trying to
your
get
next witnesses.
the location from Fat Boy,
Stand up, raise
nigga.
your right hand.
Facts.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have a seat and you may continue.
Oh. You know with shit.
Please state your name for the record, sir, and spell your name for our court reporter.
My name's Sean Gathright, SEANGATHRIGHT.
Sean Gang Gang.
I was born on October 20th, 2005.
Mr. Gathright, you've heard people speak here today on your behalf and yesterday, and I know that you wanted to address the court and the jury. So I would like to ask you what you want the jury to know.
I just want to address the court today, and, you know, I'm not here to dispute anything. I'm just here to be a man and take responsibility and express my feelings about was, you know, this whole situation. You know, that's what I plan on doing.
Okay. And how do you feel? What?
I feel very remorseful, you know. This is a terrible situation. It's been a traumatic experience, you know.
Let me ask you this. So, how old were you when you were arrested?
I was 18 years old.
We heard that you had started some college, obviously probably didn't get very far, right?
Right.
What have you done since you've been in jail? Is there programs? Are there things that you can do there?
So, you know, I've gotten into programs. I've also, you know, I grew up, you know, in church and, you know, in a Christian household. So I refocused my, you know, life to Christ, and, you know, I've taken a lot of religious programs. I've read the Bible from cover to cover. I've tried to, you know, share some word, and, you know, we have prayer circles in the jail and stuff like that. I've led a couple, you know, prayer circles, and I've tried to, you know, kids around my age or, you know, younger, you know, since I'm 20 years old now, that when you turn 18, you know, you go to the adult pods and stuff like that. So if I see somebody who I see, you know, has a lot of potential and has a chance to keep them from, you know, basically being able to be corrected at this opportunity and not come back, you know, I try to take them under my wing. As you see, I have a lot of resources and a lot of family that love me, and they've even, you know, asked me, like, hey, is there anybody in there who doesn't have somebody like that, who, you know, could we send them some money, like, you know, anything like that. So I've tried to, you know, be a vessel for God to pour over my blessings into those around me.
We heard from Mr. Benoska, who said that, you know, in prison that there is opportunities at times to be a mentor, or you do orientations and peer-to-peer things like that. Is that something that you'd be interested in doing?
Of course, you know, I definitely want to, you know, try my absolute best to course correct anybody from falling down a path that they don't have to take, especially the youth. I feel like that's my calling that God has put on my heart to, you know, be a mentor to the youth and be a positive influence in this world.
Only since you've been in jail, huh? All of a sudden, that's your calling, huh?
What about those relationships? Like you said, you have a lot of people. Are you able to maintain those relationships now?
Yes, so, I mean, everybody who I, you know, maintain a relationship with wasn't able to all be here today or, you know, even testify. But, you know, I talk to them daily, weekly, bi-weekly. You know, I cherish my supporters very deeply, and I want to maintain a relationship with them for the rest of my life.
And I know, we're not going to talk about the case itself, right? But you said that you were taking accountability, you felt remorseful. Tell us what you mean by that and what statement you want to make.
To the victim's family, I want to send my deepest condolences, and I understand that it's hard losing a child, a best friend, a brother, a cousin, and for that I just cannot say sorry enough. I feel terrible about the situation, but I'm a firm believer that God can use anything for good that the devil wanted for bad. And so I am grateful for the people I've met, for the lessons that I've learned, for just this experience in general, because it's one that I'll never forget, and it's going to shape the rest of my life.
What?
Sounds like there's that saying, it's kind of cheesy, but you make lemons out of lemonade or whatever. Make
Lemonade out of lemons.
Somehow. I obviously don't make lemonade, but it sounds to me like you are going to try and make the best of a bad situation. Does that sound about right?
Of course.
And are you going to continue to do that?
Of course. I'm going to try to, continue a humble life, a righteous life, try to do the right things at all times, and,
Will you apprise yourself? We've heard about some, courses and programs and things that you can get involved with to stay busy in prison. Is that something that you plan to do?
Yeah, so hearing Raul's testimony was, the first glimpse that I have of, what prison could be like. I want to stay as busy as possible, stay away from bad apples. I want to, keep a job, get into programs, try to get into any vocational things I can do, try to, keep my record clean to, go to the best incentivized things and have visits with my family. And, I just want to just stay out the way, I just want to make everything, peaceful as can be.
So even knowing that you're not getting out of prison, you want to make the best of your stay there?
Of course. I mean, who wouldn't? If you're going to be somewhere for the rest of your life, why would you make your life a living hell?
And you're young, right? You're 20?
Yes, ma'am.
Whose son?
Can we have a moment?
Yes.
It's gone.
Okay, stay.
And wake up.
You would agree with me that Charles Jones was young too, wasn't he?
Relatively young, yes, sir.
26, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what the evidence showed us, correct? You were sitting here watching that, correct? The evidence that came in over the last several weeks?
I was right there.
Yeah. And you want to take accountability now, correct? You want to take accountability now that this jury has found you guilty, correct?
Yes, sir.
Weeks after we went through a trial. Is that your testimony?
Objection, Your Honor.
You indicated this was a traumatic experience. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
That's what you just testified to, correct?
That's what I said.
Spicy. Run the lights up, please, guys. Run the lights up. This nigga is spicy. Six more likes to get us to 120. Let's go, guys. Subscribe if you haven't. Thank y'all. Run it up.
We just have one moment, Your Honor. I'm trying to get the all-know.
Yes.
After weeks of trial, now you feel remorse. Let's go. Do you guys think anybody else would take the stand?
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Stage 25C, you remember Gino Norris?
Yes, sir.
You remember him? He was also really young when this happened, wasn't he?
I didn't know how old he was.
Early 20s, 22. Would that surprise you?
No, it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. Gino Norris, who's not a gang member, who's Charles Jones' friend from the time they're children.
That's the legal basis. Okay, come on up, counsel.
State cooking. State taking all that sad family shit away. State, yeah, you ain't care when Foolio was young. You killed him talking about you young. You ain't care when you shot Gino. You ain't care when you hit Murder in the head. You ain't care when you was shooting and all them college people and families was in that hotel and them bullets was flying through. You didn't care then. The state is cooking. This is not me wishing death on somebody. This is just looking at the situation and judging it off of what I see right now. And the state is cooking. I'm not gonna lie. Any half-inch smidget feeling I had of emotion, like, damn, that's messed up, that's messed up. Soon as this man walked up and said, the victim was young, you didn't care that night, everything just went away. Fuck all that emotion. Boy, you might get fried. Anybody want chicken? And we gonna make some noise in a minute because we done broke the glass, y'all. I appreciate y'all. Hold on. How the fuck we hit a whole 100 likes? 132 likes. Let's go. Keep running them up. I appreciate y'all. Let's go. We done broke the glass. Broke the glass. Broke the glass. I gotta shut up.
Xavier Edwards. 25C, Gino Norris. And you saw the autopsy photos of Charles Jones. My question to you is, after you and your friends inflicted that carnage on June 23rd, and as you were running States 2059C, this is actually you running to shoot them, but when you were running back past that Tesla, were you feeling a lot of trauma at that point?
It was so long ago, I try to not remember anything from that night.
Were you remorseful as you were running back with that AR-15 in your hands?
Like I said, I try to remember nothing from that night.
Was it traumatic to you as you went back to the car with that AR-15? Was it still smoking? Was it still warm in your hands from firing it?
Sustain the objection.
Were you feeling remorse as you were getting back into the Impala?
Like I said, I just try to focus on today and moving forward.
So the next day, that Impala, that was your car. You drove that around, right? It was your mom's, but you drove that car, correct?
Yes, sir. It was my mother's car.
Right. And that was the car you drove from Jacksonville to Tampa in, correct?
I'm going to object beyond stuff.
I'm working to a point, Your Honor.
Okay, why don't we just get there?
All right. So this car, this Impala that you drove from Jacksonville to Tampa in with Mr. Chance and Miss Andrews, the one that you drove in tandem with the Silver Cruise, the same car that you utilized to drive the assault team, the shooting team, which you were a part of that night. That same car that you drove around Tampa in the early morning hours for several hours, tracking, stalking, and hunting Charles Jones and his entourage.
Sustain.
That same Impala, you drove that to Polk County the next day, and you dropped it at your grandmother's house, right? The same grandmother who came in here last night and testified for you, correct?
Overall, go ahead. You can answer that question.
Isn't that correct?
What is the question?
You dropped the Impala, the one that had all of these shooters in it, the one that was utilized in this murder, that was such a vital cog in this plan. You dropped it at your grandmother's house in Auburndale, didn't you?
I'm here to testify about today.
Are you going to answer that question, or are you going to avoid it? Because that's not what I asked what you were doing here today. I think we all understand what you're here to do today, what you're testifying about. I'm asking you specifically about your remorse. Were you remorseful when you dropped that car off and left it at your grandmother's house in Auburndale?
I did go to my grandmother's house.
Were you feeling remorse when you hugged her and got into the 4Runner and left her with the Impala after you wiped it down?
Sir, I'm just telling you that today I would like to express my remorse to the family and to the court.
I understand what you're trying to do today. I'm asking you, since you're trying to convince this jury that you're remorseful, were you feeling remorse that next day or later that day?
I don't remember these days in detail, how I was feeling, what I was thinking.
What about later that night when you went to Orlando? Were you feeling remorse when you were out partying at Club Parlay, celebrating what you had done that day?
That was my sister's birthday party.
What did you feel any remorse while you were drinking Don Julio tequila and putting that in your video and throwing gang signs?
I'm here
Did you
to
feel remorse
testify
then?
about today, sir. We've all seen the evidence. We've all reviewed everything.
Mr. Chance, it's not time for you now to make speeches. You've politely answered your counsel's questions. Can you not answer the state's questions? Is there something about my question you don't understand?
I was getting to.
I'm sorry,
Mr.
Gathright. I called you Mr. Chance. Excuse me.
I was getting to my answer. Like I said, I've seen all the evidence.
Well, we've all seen all the evidence.
Yes,
right?
sir. That's true.
And after all that evidence came in, and this jury based their true verdict on that, convicting you, now you're taking accountability? Is that correct?
Sustain the objection. I think the question on the table was remorse about in Orlando. Okay?
It is, Your Honor.
You just need to answer that question.
So I'm going to ask you very specifically, okay? So try to focus with a laser beam here, Mr. Gathright. Were you feeling remorse when you were in Club Parlay in Orlando drinking Don Julio? Were you feeling remorse for what you did earlier that day?
I don't remember how I was feeling or what I was thinking.
Were you feeling remorse when you got pulled over in the Forerunner a couple of days later by the police?
I don't remember. I was nervous. I mean, I had never been involved in any police
Were you feeling
matters.
remorse when you were unloading the Impala and putting all of that evidence into the Forerunner? Did you feel remorse?
Sir, I told you I don't remember how I was feeling or what I was thinking in those days.
Mr. Gathright, you have led, you would agree with me, an extremely privileged life, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with that, correct?
I would.
You've had a loving mother, correct?
Yes, sir.
A loving sister, correct?
Yes, sir.
You've had 2 wonderful grandmothers, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me, right?
I couldn't deny that.
One of which probably, I'm assuming, sacrificed and paid for you to go to that private school, that preparatory school, correct?
It wasn't paid. It was a magnet program, so I had to apply, and it was a lottery system.
It was a lottery system. Okay, so it was a magnet.
Yes, sir.
All right. She supported you going there, did she not?
Everybody did.
Gave
Yes, sir.
you open use of her house, welcomed you, treated you, and parented you, basically, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
Took care of you when your parents were deployed, correct?
Yes, sir. At the time, I was living with my grandmother. Both of my parents had been either retired or out of the military. I was just living there more so. I needed a change of scenery, and my relationship with my father wasn't sustainable.
Okay. This is when you're in Oxford with your grandmother.
Yes, sir.
The nice lady we saw earlier came in here.
Yes, sir.
The one that has supported you and spoke so lovingly about you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you went to this preparatory school, and whether you got in there through a lottery or not, you would agree with me, not everybody gets to go to a school like that, correct?
The lottery school, the magnet school I went to was in middle school when I was living in Jacksonville. The school I went to in Oxford, it was just a public high school.
A public high school.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
my mistake. So you went to that preparatory school in Jacksonville.
Yes, sir.
But again, that school was not something that every kid gets to go to, right?
No, sir.
Not every kid gets to have a counselor and a role model like Mr. Edwards, correct?
No, sir. I was very blessed.
And not many children get to fly in planes with their stepfather, correct?
No, sir.
And fly around in Asia and get to see islands off the coast of Okinawa, correct?
No, sir. I was
And go on
very
camp-
blessed.
You are very blessed, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
And not every kid gets to go to Scotland, right?
No, sir.
Or Ireland,
No, sir.
or Paris,
No, sir.
or London,
No, sir.
or Spain.
No, sir.
Cape Town or Johannesburg, or both in South Africa?
Cape Town.
Cape Town, beautiful city, right? You got to go experience that when you were growing up, correct?
I did.
Because you had such loving people around you supporting you, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, your grandmother went with you on that trip, did she not? Or not on that one, but on the ones to
Several
Europe,
trips,
correct?
yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And we heard you got to meet up with your sister in one of those trips, correct?
I did. I had the privilege.
So you always had someone there taking care of you, and you always had good, strong male role models, including people at your grandmother's church and your stepfather, Mr. Harrington, correct?
I had male role models in my life growing up, but in my more formative years, more so 16 to 18, I didn't. I did not have a relationship with my father, and the male role models that came and testified, they were present but not intimately as whenever I was younger, maybe middle school years. But when I turned around 16 to 18, it was the females that actually had that caregiving and, you know, nurturing relationship with me. But
Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
yes,
So,
sir. Towards the more recent years, I didn't have that one-on-one and very close relationship with, you know, those male role models in my life. You know, you heard my stepfather say, you know, after the divorce.
I did hear that, Mr. Chance. Let me stop you,
Mr.
okay,
Gathright.
and go back to my question. I'm sorry?
Mr. Gathright.
I'm sorry. I keep calling you that, Mr. Gathright. Let me go back to what you said earlier. Between 16 and 18, you didn't have a male role model? Is that what you're telling the jury?
I'm not saying I didn't have any male role models, but day to day, you know, young men need strong.
That's not what I asked. I asked if you had a male role model between 16 and 18.
I had a figure that I could go to, but not intimately.
Mr. Edwards, right?
Yes, sir.
He had stayed in contact with you even when you graduated into high school, correct?
Yes, sir. We definitely maintained a relationship, but
And he
it
seemed
wasn't.
to be pretty enthusiastic about that, right?
Yes, sir.
In
Yes.
fact, you went on a cruise with him at some point, did you not?
Yeah, when I was younger, yes. We had
Okay.
a very close relationship.
And then from what you're saying, if I understand it right, the females, I'm assuming you're talking about your grandmothers and your mom stepped into the gap?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It was grandmother's, mother's, sister.
So let me see if I got this right. When you were being brought up, and you were being brought up by a mother who was enlisted or an officer in the military, an officer, wasn't she?
I don't know exactly what her rank is. I know she was a sergeant.
But in the Marine Corps?
Yes, sir. She was in the Marine Corps.
All right. And then you had a stepfather who was in the Air Force, right?
Yeah, he was.
From the time you were 3 all the way up to when they divorced in 2020?
Yes, sir.
All right. They taught you right from wrong, correct?
Jumper cables on that light button.
Yes, sir.
And we heard that from your grandmother,
yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir. Yes. Of course. Yes, sir.
Miss Lyle, she told us the same thing.
Right.
They brought you up in the church. They taught you about the 10 Commandments. They taught you about right from wrong. Did they not?
They did.
All right. And they were excellent role models about living your life in a disciplined, honest, and right way, correct? And being law-abiding, correct?
They really didn't have to worry about me. You know,
Well, let me just answer my question. Would you agree with what I'm telling you? That they were excellent role models of how to live a moral life?
Yes, sir. They definitely instilled the foundation.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes. They are cooking his ass. The state is taking all that shit. Run the likes up, y'all. Run the likes up, please. Subscribe if you
Mr.
haven't.
Gathright, despite living,
Return it. Welcome back. Let's go. I'm quiet.
despite having what you called a blessed upbringing, you still find yourself here today, right?
Unfortunately.
Where you had lived, we heard about Mississippi, and was Jacksonville different than where you had lived previously?
Jacksonville was unlike any other city that I've lived in or visited or any other country. The cultures, the neighborhoods, the people, it's completely different.
And how old were you when you kind of started experiencing that culture shock?
So when I moved to Jacksonville, I was about 9 or 10 years old. You know, I didn't really know much about what the streets were, quote unquote, the streets were. It was more whenever I got to high school and I wanted to leave the magnet school that I was at. I wanted to be at more of a neighborhood school to be around the people I grew up with, because at the magnet school it's 30, 45 minutes away. I, you know, didn't really know anybody. I wasn't as close as the people who I grew up with. So around high school, that's when I started hearing about, you know, and seeing, you know, the different things like, you know, the drugs and people dying and, you know, stuff like that. And then I was caught completely off guard, but I was curious, like, what is this, you know, and listening to the music, like, I was just, like, caught off guard. Like, I'd never experienced something like that, especially living in Japan and, you know, living in different states around the world. I mean, or in the country, it didn't have what Jacksonville had.
And we've heard from a lot of people that knew you, and I think it's been a pretty consistent theme that you were mature and, you know, smart and interested in things. But you were still, what, how old around that time?
I was 14, 15, you know. I definitely would consider myself to be smart and, you know, mature for my age, but
Still curious?
I was still a young boy, you know. I still am a young man.
You think you were kind of impressionable?
I would characterize myself as, you know, at times being naive, gullible, impressionable, and yeah.
And so despite that upbringing, are you finding yourself, you know, you're in a different culture now, but you still want to be as successful as you can?
Yeah, so being in the jail, you know, I'm by myself, especially in a city so far away. I don't know anybody, so I took this time to focus back in on myself and just get back to the basics, you know, what I know, you know, and without anybody being in my ear or influencing me, you know, I've cut out the noise, you know, there's not many distractions in jail, you know, it's the same thing every day. So I started to work out and, you know, programs, try to educate myself more, plan, you know, stuff like that. Everybody asks themselves, or everybody asks God for things, you know, what we want God to do for us. But a lot of the times we don't ask what God wants from us. And so I've asked God that question, you know, what do you want from me? You know, I'm asking all these things from you. What do you want from me? And he told me that he's calling me, like, I feel like my calling, or what he told me, was to be there for the youth, serve the youth, keep them from going down similar paths, because there's a better way. And the streets is not the way. The streets are not the way.
Even having everything, trips and privilege and church and grandmas, and you still can find yourself going down a wrong path, right?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
And you feel that that's your calling?
Yes, I want.
Objection, non-responsive.
Well, I think it's more asked and answered, but you go ahead and answer. Just yes or no. Just answer yes or no. So do you
What
feel
was-
that you're calling?
Just what you were describing.
Yes, I do. I would like to.
Well,
Objection,
no.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
no. You just gotta wait for a question, okay, Mr. Gathright?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Okay, very good. All right, members of the jury, I'm gonna have you step in just 2 minutes quick, and then we will return.
All right.
We will return with the fried chicken session. Where the flour at? Somebody get the flour. I got the grease. I got the pot. Somebody bring. I got the flour too. It's sitting on the counter. I'm just really talking. It's over. How they doing this shit?
Very
They-
good.
this
Mr.
ain't
Gathright,
like
I'm gonna have you
medieval
step
time.
back to sit next to counsel. And do you have any witnesses, any further witnesses, or are you resting?
No, Your Honor, I'll rest.
Okay. All right, and then you're up next, right? Okay. Let me see if,
Boy, nigga finna be sitting there like this in the second.
yeah, the witness is still there, so.
You might well get one of these tattooed in jail. Who is that? Why he leaving? Why is he leaving? What I missed? Then they got a boo-boo or something? Why is he leaving? His shit over? They rule one at a time?
Is someone taking a restroom break? Okay.
Kids, don't do that. Don't do this. Living like that is doing this. You're hooking yourself up to the electric chair. Don't do that. And if you're a grown man, crash out. Don't do that. You hooking yourself up to an electric chair. What the fuck is going on? Why did that nigga leave? What's happening? Does anybody know? Hold on, let me rewind and see what happened. Let me rewind it and see what happened, man. Hold on. What did judge just say? What did judge just say? Okay, judge said 2 minutes. All right. Listen, if you're new, welcome. If you're returning, welcome back. This is day 2 of the penalty phase of the Foolio trial for the Foolish Four. Some know them as the Foolio Four over here. We call them the Foolish Four. Of course, there were 5. We are 3 likes away from 190. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. We do this just about daily, not just with court cases, with everything every day. Subscribe. Join the Discord if you want to come up during the lunch break. We will allow people to come up and speak their piece. You know, you may have limited time, and make sure your background is muted before you come on. But other than that, freedom of speech. Just make sure you don't be disrespectful to anybody's religion, sexual orientation, or race. Other than that, feel free to be vocal. Hit the Discord link. It's on the main page of this YouTube channel. The main page of this YouTube channel will take you to the Discord link. We are 8 likes away from 200. I need you guys to run the likes up. Are these guys fried? Did all the emotional testimony during mitigation from Sean Gathwright's family sway you to spare his life, or would you judge him to death at this point right now? And where the hell did he go? Let me shout out the top 10 while I got a chance. I might not get this chance in a second. Hold on. Let me shout out the top 10. Right now, number 1.
Would be helpful. At some point later today, I'm going to go over to confirm the statutory mitigators that each defendant is asking for. With regards to the non-statutory and preparing the jury instructions, it would be helpful if you just emailed me a Word document that listed your requested non-statutory mitigators, and that way I can easily plug it into jury instructions.
I have one ready to go. I'll just make sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let me take off my Sean Gathrights. My cables. Somebody about to fry. Number 1, we got Jenny from the block. Number 2, we got Mike from the Ville. Number 3, we got XO Mills. Number 4, we got XZ57. Number 5, we got Time 18188. Number 6, we got Big Homie Slim. Number 7, we got Shader Sage. Number 8, we got Dwight Brinson. Number 9, we got Stage Driving Cheese. And number 10, we got my boy Mr. G Fetty. And honorable mention number 11, we got Leonard Hornsby. And Since I See It, honorable mention number 12, and that's the homie Big Face 901. Shout out to y'all. Super duper salute. Run them likes up. We are 2 likes away. And just in case y'all didn't know, we been broke the glass. We been broke the motherfucking glass. We been broke the glass. Y'all so aggravated.
Hell, man. With civilian witnesses.
Sure.
Okay.
We appreciate y'all. We 100 likes up. We 2 more away from breaking the glass 2 times today. We're gonna break the glass next. We're gonna break the ceiling. I ain't got a soundboard for that, but we're gonna celebrate it like we do, goddammit. Let's go. $, the Rumonati Network on Cash App. Everybody send $1 to $the Rumonati Network on Cash App. Send $1. Help this channel grow. Help me buy a new mask. Help me keep the lights on, guys. This is a demonetized channel. We are not monetized. Please send $1 to the Rumonati Network on Cash App. And if you don't have Cash App, all I got is PayPal. Okay. We'll go to the main page of this channel, right above the subscribe button, hit 2 more links and scroll up, and PayPal is right there, so it ain't no damn excuse. Send $1 to the Rumonati Network via Cash App or PayPal. Other than that, run the content up. Keep the chat rolling. Y'all the most aggravating chat in the game, but the most appreciated chat in the world. We're going to stay live. We're going to stay lit. I thank y'all for rocking out. Damn. Blue came through there working with, look at Blue. She came through that blueberry. Blue came through, didn't she? Damn, who coughing in court like that? Who coughing in court? Sound like you almost need a coughing in court. Bars, nigga. Let me get off in this chat real quick. Hot Wing say spell your Cash App. It's right there on the screen, brother. The Rumonati Network, right there on the screen. Super duper super you. I know all y'all can read. I know everybody in here is highly intelligent. And it's spelled just like the channel. E92 Monty says her shit turkey. D Hood says that's just Roseanne, bro. Digital Warrior says LOL. Mike from the Field says the views and opinions and comments expressed in the chat do not reflect the Rumonati Network. Jeremiah TV says Rashad on them prills. Supreme Tunes. Somebody put the Cash App in the somebody put the Cash App.
Ms. Wade
in the
is
chat.
still on. She's coming up first.
No, we have a witness here that needs to get back to Jacksonville.
Okay. And then is your only Zoom witness Ms. Wade?
Isaiah Chance Sr. was on there earlier.
Yes, I see someone that says Isaiah's iPhone. Is that him?
Should be, because he indicated to me he was watching.
I hope so.
Okay.
Before I did.
I sent him the Zoom link yesterday, and
Jose No Way says deep fried. Blow Dough says Sabak.
I'm not worried about that.
Bobby Hoyt said he look high as hell.
I have other concerns.
Mary's kicking in. Mr. G Fitty says guys, Facebook expression has changed since the start. Supreme Tunes, what's up with it? Damian Smith says bro on that spice hangover. D Hood says over the cook. Mike from the Ville says $ the Rumonati Network. Shay says he looks so dumb. John says dumb shit. State Trapper Chief said yeah, Foolio went in on them guys at Mike from the Ville. Just listen to it. They was really telling everything they do in songs. It's crazy. Leonard Hornsby says he's bored and tired, ready to go to bed. Jose No Way says he has been shown every prime example and still chose the streets. He's done. Done up. Brother, you done up. Bun me a done up. Box me a bomb by your Rise Clyde stupid. They're fried cabbage, not French fries. They soggy. Stay striving says, man, that's crazy. Shout out where y'all from in the chat real quick. If y'all want to get y'all area code called out, shout it out real quick in the chat. I'll go ahead and show some love. We got a few minutes. As soon as they start talking, that's when we get quiet. Until then, we're going to run it up. I see the numbers fluctuate. I guess they want us to be quiet during the break. Go to Court TV, go to Law and Crime, where you can get the direct feed over there, uninterrupted. I won't speak during the trial, but during the quiet moments, of course, I'm going to shout out the chat because no content creator is nothing without the support of the people, man. And we got the livest chat on this motherfucker. We got the most aggravating chat in the game, most appreciated chat in the world. And we had 213 likes. Let me shut up.
All right. So let's go ahead and bring in our jury.
510-225-601, South Carolina, 323, Los Angeles on Crib Cut. My bad, Big Omaha, Nebraska. Hold on. What else I see? Let me call it out real quick. I see the 818. I see the 904. I see the 970. 205 Birmingham, Alabama in the building. Chicago 60644. It's the Brat and JD Tadal, big baby. Coming straight from the 60644. See, I know that from rap music. 323 Law. Okay. Hold on. Big Omaha, Nebraska, 402. The 510-601. 317 Naptown, 818. 843. Newark, New Jersey. Memphis. 219-518-215-214-510-945, Baton Rouge in the building, 215. He said Philadelphia, Botswana in the house, 945 in the building, Florida. I'm from Wyoming. I'm in the tent next door. Hey, what's up with it?
Okay, very good. Welcome back.
I gotta shut up, guys.
members of
Miami,
the jury.
Florida.
Everyone have a seat.
I hope I ain't missed nobody.
And Mr.
Tulsa,
Nicholson, do you have an
314.
announcement?
Get to y'all later, guys. They're about to talk. I gotta shut up. Chicago, Tennessee, VA, Ohio.
Okay, very
Everybody
good.
in the
All
fucking.
right, so Mr. Petridis, as to defendant Isaiah Chance, do you wish to call a witness at this time? Oh, that's right, you did. So go ahead and give your opening. Thank you for reminding me.
301-305-918. Jamaica 530-242. Toledo. I gotta shut up, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your time. As always, been getting a lot, but we really do. We've already made one of the hardest decisions human beings can make, and we're going to
He's low.
make a decision that in many ways is even harder. That decision is to look at Isaiah Chance, his whole life, not just the worst moments of his life, from the beginning when he was a child, and the man he was and is still becoming. The Florida law and U.S. Constitution permit but never require the imposition of the death penalty. The law strongly favors life. It strongly favors life because our society has always placed a high value on life. It strongly favors life because despite the fact that if you find the aggravators outweigh the mitigators, if your conscience tells you you do not want to seek the death penalty, you do not have to vote for it. The law strongly favors life because it permits the jury to show mercy. The state has stated they're going to want 2 aggravators for Mr. Chance, that he was in a criminal gang and that the murder was committed in a cold, calculated, premeditated fashion. You have already found that Mr. Chance was in a criminal gang. And the state has indicated correctly there is a difference between premeditated and cold, calculated, and premeditated. We're not going to, in our presentation of the evidence, argue about the difference. We trust you'll make the proper decision on that. We're here because we believe that when you see the complete view of Isaiah Chance as a person, that those mitigators will outweigh the aggravators. Here are some of the mitigating circumstances we're going to present. The lack of any significant history, criminal history of Mr. Chance, is the fact that he was not an actual shooter in this offense. His age at the time of the crime, he was 21. And you'll hear from our expert, Dr. Tracy Hardig, on this, the fact that he was borderline intellectually disabled, or is borderline intellectually disabled, as well as other developmental issues. The fact that he loves his children, of which he has 3. He's a good father, he's a good son. All the witnesses from his upbringing, his mother, his father, stepfather, grandmother, godmother, the loving relationship with his friends and family before and during his incarceration. Isaiah Chance grew up in Jacksonville. He was not raised in chaos. His parents were divorced, but they both stayed in his life. You're going to hear about a godmother who was with him from before he took his first steps. She was there when his mother was pregnant with him. He was surrounded by people who loved him, and he loved them back. You're going to hear from Nashawn Nix. He served as a father figure from Isaiah from when he was around 7. I'll tell you he loved Isaiah like a son, and he still does. He'll tell you that when he had structure, when he had discipline, he moved in the right direction every time. Miss Wade, a family friend, will tell you he was curious, quiet, and deeply interested in building a future. Isaiah was born premature. All of his mother Victoria's children came early, and he was no exception. And as he grew, it became clear some things were harder for him. He struggled in school, not because he didn't try, but because his brain processed the world differently. The school had concerns, and he needed more help than other students did. You'll hear this from Dr. Tracy Hardig. His IQ was recently tested. It was 71. This places Mr. Chance in the range that clinicians call borderline intellectual functioning. This is not an excuse, but this is a fact, and it's a fact you are entitled to weigh. Everyone who knows Isaiah will describe him the same way: curious, quiet, gentle. A kid who wanted to be liked, a kid who wanted to fit in, a kid when had structure and guidance, he could thrive. When he didn't, he struggled. He was not a person barreling towards this moment his whole life. He was not a burden to the people around him. He was a presence. He went to his little sister's track meets, helped her train because he wanted to be around her. He attended church. He sat with Mr. Nix, talked about purpose and faith. He made people laugh. He had what some people consider a dry, quiet sense of humor. He was funny. He was warm. He helped around the house. He helped other people. He reached out to other people for advice. These are not the acts of a person without value. The state will stand before you and argue that Mr. Chance should die for what happened in this case. They will focus on the offense, and that is their right to do so. We're asking you to focus on Isaiah's life. You're going to hear from family members and friends who will tell you about his life. You're going to hear, we ask you to consider that a person can do something unforgivable and still not be beyond the reach of mercy. The law in its wisdom created this face precisely for that reason. Isaiah Chance is not the worst thing he has ever done. And by the end of those witnesses, we hope you will know Isaiah Chance, and then I will talk to you again at the end of this case, and I will ask you to choose life. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Mr. Petridis, who's going to be your first witness?
We call Nick Shaw Nix.
Okay, Nick Shaw Nix. Ready to go, Madam Clerk?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell me that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. And counsels, if you could just please introduce yourself to the jury real quick before we get going.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. My name is Etany Moten, and I am part of Mr. Chance's defense team.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Dr. Nishan Nix, Nahshon, Nix, Nicks.
And Dr. Nix, where do you live?
Jacksonville, Florida.
What do you do for a living?
I work with at-risk youth through my after-school and summer program. That's a nonprofit geared towards building leadership and character through mentoring and martial arts.
And were you ever involved in politics?
Yes. I ran for public office with a grassroots campaign.
And how long ago was that?
3 years. 3 years ago.
How do you know Mr. Isaiah Chance?
I met him roughly when he was 6 years old. Him and his mother and I have a child together. We were involved for roughly around 7 years. And during that time, I was able to hopefully leave some positive impact and impressions upon him and his siblings.
How would you describe the role you played in his life?
I do not claim to be his father, but I hope to be a father figure.
And how long were you actively in his life in that role?
I would say roughly around 7 years.
Do you love him?
I do love him. I loved him then, and I love him now.
Does he know that?
He better know it.
Can you describe Isaiah Chance to the jury just as a person, as a kid? What was he like?
Isaiah, growing up amongst a predominantly female household, him and I would have times to kind of like talk and chat. I even worked with him pertaining to academics. I introduced him to some martial arts. At that time, I was still competing and fighting in the cage. But I mean, as a kid, I mean, he was a typical young boy. I will say that Isaiah had some learning challenges, speech impediments. He stuttered. So if you listen to him talk, you had to lean in, you know, give him some patience. If he didn't pronounce it right, say it again. I mean, typical kid. He loved noodles. Could eat. We'll go on family trips. I'm originally from New York, and I mean, he spent time with my grandmothers, my mother, my family, my siblings. He was loved. I believe he had a lot of positive influences.
So would you say he enjoyed family activities?
Yes, I would say he enjoyed family activities.
Did he have a sense of humor?
Yes, he did have a sense of humor. And like I said, I mean, he could eat. I mean, that was, like I said, if we were breaking bread, he was at the table, and I will say that he was also raised in the church. When I was in his life, I know just about every Sunday he was in a worship service or with me in church.
Did you see any indications of drug or alcohol use during the years that you knew him?
No, I did not.
Did he ever show any interest in gangs?
No, he did not. And I would like to add one thing that did stand out to me when Isaiah was roughly 10 or 11. We were riding in the car together, and he did mention that one day he would like to be a pastor. Like a prophet, to be able to speak truth and life to people.
So would you say he was active in the church?
Yes.
So you mentioned previously that you were very involved in Isaiah's life. What about his schooling during those formative years? How did that go?
Like I said, during his youth, as with any child, if there was a disciplinary action per se, I did not have a problem with chastisement. I believe the Bible says, "Spirit of wrath spoil the child," and not saying that it's always about physical harm as far as a consequence with the rod, but even the lectures that come with it to let you know that you're reinforcing positive reinforcement. You know.
When you knew him, did the school that he was in ever raise concerns about his learning abilities?
I believe one time they mentioned something about he could qualify for extra help and extra tutoring if he would get on medicine, and his mother and I agreed that if he needed some extra help, then I'll be willing to give him some extra help per se, but we didn't think that medicine would help him in that regard.
Did you see progress with Isaiah Chance when structure and consistency was in place with his learning?
Yes. A ton of improvements, positive gains. I mean, he did graduate with a high school diploma, and I'm very proud of that.
Do you know what schools Mr. Chance attended?
Yes.
Can you tell us about the schools?
While I was most present in his life, he attended Changing Lives Christian Academy. I would pick him and his siblings up every day,
and I would debrief with them every day in the car. I want to know how your day went, what subject stood out to you, what did you learn, what was interesting to you. Like I said, so I actually enjoyed that time of debriefing with his siblings and himself to just hear how the days went, to get a good picture of what do you enjoy, what subjects you enjoy, things of that nature.
After your relationship with his mom terminated, did Isaiah stay in touch with you?
Running the likes up, guys, please. 4 more likes to get us to 225.
I can rephrase the question.
I understood the question. There was a time that I was very active in Isaiah's life. His father had told me he respected and appreciated my involvement in his son's life. But pertaining to discipline, he asked me to step back. With stepping back, it circumvented my position as a father figure to where my involvement was very limited. However, Isaiah did reach out to me a few years back about becoming a merchant seaman. I was elated to hear of the aspiration, and I told him anything I can do to help. So I did write him a favorable letter of recommendation.
Was he appreciative of that?
Yes.
Mr. Nix, you work every day with at-risk youth through your nonprofit. You've dedicated your life to that work, is that correct?
My entire adult life has been working in some of our most socially, economically disadvantaged communities within the city of Jacksonville to give every child a fighting chance at success, and as well as dignity and determination.
That's really nice. What brought you to that point that you decided to act in this role?
Growing up, my biological father was incarcerated in Attica, one of the largest state prisons in New York. My mom, the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life, struggled with substance abuse. And I know what it's like to feel as if you are hopeless. And by the grace of God, phenomenal teachers, phenomenal individuals that can see a little black boy and see a potential leader, in our society, and teaching them how to read, teaching them how to speak for themselves, teaching them about respect, and understanding that that God is real, and it's very important to me to be able to, what I would say, prefix instead of suffix, which is if we could get it right in the beginning, we wouldn't have to clean it up in the end. And training our youth
Let's say train.
through a curriculum that we wrote out called SEAL Team in honor of the Navy SEALs, which stands for social, emotional, and academic leadership through mentoring and martial arts, to where we close the door on influences that can lead to counterproductive behaviors.
I see. And Dr. Nix, I didn't ask you before, do you have a PhD?
Yes.
Can you tell me what it's in, please?
I graduated from the New York Theological Seminary, and I did all of my case studies in zip codes 32206, 32218, 32209, 32218, and I surveyed children to be able to build out.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Dr. Nix, I believe you have a statement that you would like to read.
Yes. First and foremost, I want to extend my deepest condolences.
Can we approach? Yeah. Yep.
Damn, did they object to that? This nigga said two, first and foremost. Objection. 4 likes to get us to 230, guys. We need 4 likes. Come on, guys. Keep running the likes up, please. I see y'all staying active in the chat. Super duper salute to y'all. Guys, $1. Send $1 to $, the RUMORNATI Network on Cash App. Who was that asked for the Cash App and still ain't send $1? What you asked how to spell it for? Yeah, we calling you out. Don't pump fake.
Okay, I'm going to sustain the
Run the lights
objection.
up, guys. We are. Hey, 3 more get us to 235. Let's go.
I tender the witness.
Robert, may we have one moment?
Yes.
Before cross.
Hey, don't pump fake with your support. Don't act like you want to send something. We're going to call you out on it. You didn't have to volunteer a lie. We don't need no fake support, no fake love. Know what I'm talking about? Keep that. Don't volunteer me a lie, brother. What you ain't doing is getting hopes up. You ain't holding on to it.
Mr. Nix, you
Why'd you
were
volunteer?
involved,
Run the lights
heavily
up.
involved in Isaiah Chance's life growing up for about 7 years. Is that true, sir?
Yes.
And even though you said you were not his father, he had a father. Is that correct?
So I'm sorry. I'm very ignorant to this process. I thought I was allowed to read a statement.
Yeah, no. So, yeah. Okay. I'm going to have the jury step out momentarily, okay? All right.
Mark Frisbee, you don't have to. That was for the person that asked for the Cash App, that asked how to spell the Cash App as if they were going to send something when it was previously posted right below my picture. That wasn't to everybody. That was to the people who volunteered and pretended they were doing something. That's all that was. Ain't no pressure over here, brother. Ain't nobody forced to do nothing.
Okay,
you know how
very
many
good. Everybody
streams we
see.
done went with
So
nothing
just so you
going
know,
on?
Dr. Nix, the
You're not
state's
forced.
objecting to the
Trust
letter.
me.
I haven't seen the letter, and I don't know what the contents are, but it appears that you were going to make a statement about society and other things. That's not what this is about.
This nigga got 3
Your testimony
haircuts,
here
a
today
mohawk.
is just to tell this
He
jury
got braids in the
what you know
back
about
and
Mr.
waves.
Chance, about his redeeming characteristics, and that you care for him and you will continue to care for him and things along those lines. It's not here to make political or philosophical statements. So the state has objected, and the defense actually agreed that a large part of it was improper for this phase of the proceedings, and I've sustained it. So we don't need to revisit it, okay?
Three
that
more
rule.
lights to get us to
So
245.
now you
guys.
just
Let's
need
go.
to answer the questions that are asked of you, okay?
Copy. Yes, ma'am. Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, sure. I'm going to ask you a question, though, just out of the presence of the jury, because I'm curious. You've been involved with the youth in Jacksonville for, it sounds like, a long time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I had no idea the gang violence was so bad. And so I'm just curious, succinctly, if you have any idea, why is it so particularly bad in Jacksonville versus other areas of the state of Florida? Just curious.
I surveyed over 100 youth who had no idea what the other person was answering.
As far as what?
Your question, the number one concern for our youth in our urban communities is homicide and suicide.
Right. Well, because I heard one of the witnesses described that, I think it was Robert Howard, testified that the people that are in the gangs in Jacksonville consider themselves the little Chicago, which I think would be distressing for any member of the community when it comes to gang violence. You certainly don't want your community to be the little Chicago. So I'm just curious if there is something going on in Jacksonville in particular that has made this scourge really blossom.
There's also a big self-fulfilling prophecy component that they look at it as entertainment
I see.
until it becomes reality.
Right.
And unfortunately, the glamorization and attention hijacks the pleasure sensors to where endorphins, dopamine, cytosine is almost like a high that you're constantly chasing, but it's leading to counterproductive behaviors.
Yeah. And those drill rap videos, I think to your self-fulfilling prophecy, the more clicks you get, the more violent, the more outrageous the conduct, the more clips and clicks, and it becomes lucrative, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Very good. Let's go and bring our jury back in.
Five more likes to get us to 250, guys. Keep running the likes up, please. Stay active in the comments. Share the stream if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Welcome to the Rumournati Network. We're streaming live from a tent in the woods of Wyoming. This is day 2, penalty phase, Foolio murder trial, Florida versus the Foolish Four.
All right.
Originally 5. Y'all the most aggravating chat in the game, most appreciated chat in the world. Let's go. Continue to run the likes up, y'all. Let's go. Y'all so aggravating.
So, aggravating as hell, man.
That was air horns to the nigga that said I took another nigga clip. Now here go the air horns. Fuck is you talking
Rising
about?
above your
Keep running the lights up, man. We don't bite nothing over here, man. They bite us and don't mention us, nigga, because they think we got a black cloud over us. Only thing we got is a black mask and 2 black balls to fight a black ball, nigga. Fuck y'all talking about. Run them lights up. Let's go. Shout out Lil Mama.
You guys can
Lil
have a seat.
Mama.
We're just
Fried
waiting to
TV
get
Media, Tony
ready to
Johnson,
get
No
the
Name, Jennifer Hodge,
jurors
Joey
lined up.
Cush,
He'll
Hot
let us
Wings,
know when they're walking
Anonymous
in.
One, XO Mills, Another Gamer, Blow Dough, Jimmy Jam, X Ed, Mike from the Ville, D Hood, Leonard Hornsby, Stay Striving Cheese, Tanya Johnson, Matthew Smith, Daniel Mickles, or is that Danielle? Sorry guys if I said your name
All
wrong.
right.
Oh, I gotta be quiet. Did I say Joey Cush? Did I say Blow Dough? Did I say a little bit of this, a little bit of that? 85? Did I say Destiny Child 7607? Did I say Jose No Way 123? Did I say Mark Frisbee? Did I say Shady Sag? Did I say Anonymous One? Did I say Claw and Spirit? Anthony Riviera?
All jurors are in, Judge.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat, and you may continue, Ms.
Lions
Joe.
roar.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Nix, I know that you
Bobby
consider
Hoyt.
yourself
I gotta
a
show it.
father figure to
Smith.
Isaiah Chance. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
And during that 7 years that you were with his mother, you were a parental figure to him. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
You took a strong interest in him and his development. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you have already mentioned and testified that he did have some learning challenges, I think was your words.
Yes.
And sir, you believe that he may have had some hyperactivity when you were with him while he was growing up?
I would like to repeat what I said then now, which is I had no documentation that could prove the hyperactivity, but based on my interactions, yes.
Right. You told me that he didn't have a diagnosis, but based on your own observations of what you observed of him, you expressed your own concern. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you've already testified at some point that you and his mother were left with the choice of medicating him to get him or paid tutoring through the school, or not giving him medication, and you yourself taught him. Is that correct? You became his tutor.
Working with him, yes, ma'am.
And you said when he did that in a very structured environment, you saw great progress.
Yes.
So he was very intelligent. You just had to work with him in a structured environment. Is that true, sir?
Yeah, with accountability. Yes, yes.
Yes. And you were there for him. You provided him with that support when you were in his life.
Yes.
And you had a positive, loving, supportive relationship with him as a father figure during that time period.
Yes.
He had a loving relationship with his mother as well.
I agree.
And back when, even though you somewhat took a step back based on what his father requested you to do, you still would take phone calls from him. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've told us about this one time where he contacted you and he wanted to let you know about his aspirations to be a merchant marine. Is that correct?
Correct.
And he seemed very excited about that.
Yes.
And you were, again, supportive with him during that time period?
Or supportive with him or for him?
For him, sir.
Oh, I was very supportive for him, yes.
You would provide him with advice if asked about?
I provided him with the letter of recommendation, which is documented.
Okay. And so you continue to support him even though you were no longer as active in his life. Is that correct, sir?
In the areas that I could be supportive.
And when you were in his life, you took him on trips?
Yes.
Went to church with him?
He went to church with me, yes.
Introduced him to your family?
Yes.
He had good relationships with the people in your family?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Yes.
Complete that examination.
And sir, just going back again with the amount of time that you spent with him when you were in that role as his father figure, you said that you would pick him up from school, is that correct?
Correct.
You spent a lot of time talking to him during those rides with him?
Yes.
He would tell you about his day?
I would probe all the children to see how their day went, instead of getting one-word answers. Yes.
Like a good father would, isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
Trying to get involved in the details of his daily life. That is something that you did on a daily basis with him. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
And he would share those details with you. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, redirect?
No, Your Honor, I'm not.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Dr. Nix. Best of luck to you, okay? All right, and do you have the witnesses on Zoom you want to get to before we break for lunch? Sure. All right, and the next witnesses? Okay, Elizabeth Jordan.
Good morning.
Hello, Cease.
Kim Cease for the record, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Chance.
Okay.
Your Honor, Ms. Jordan's requesting that she not appear on video if that is
Yes,
appropriate.
I asked the media not to broadcast the identity of this next witness.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Let's go, guys. Run the lights up. 2 more lights to get us to 250. 2 more lights to get us to 250. Run it up. I
All
know
right,
y'all strong
you
enough
may
to put 2
proceed,
points on the
Ms.
board.
Cease.
Let's go.
Good morning, Ms. Jordan.
Yes,
Could you
ma'am.
state your full name to the jury and spell your first and last name, please?
My name is Elizabeth Jordan, Elizabeth. My last name is Jordan, Jordan.
Ms. Jordan, how are you related to Isaiah Chance?
I am Isaiah's Nana, his grandmother.
And Victoria Gray,
Is
his
my daughter.
mother, is your daughter?
Yes.
Okay. Have you known Isaiah Chance since he was born, since he was a baby?
Oh, yes, when he was in his mother's womb.
And where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Jacksonville, Florida.
Okay. So you have been around him and known him his entire life?
Yes.
What was your relationship like with your grandson? Can you describe it to the jury?
I am Nana. My husband is no longer with us. He's Papa. So we've been in his life since he was a baby. Sweet child,
Describe what he was like as a little boy.
quiet, calm, sweet, never gave us an ounce of trouble. He was with us quite a while, quite much, to our house as younger and as older. We've never had a problem. Discipline part, we never had to raise a belt. We just can say something stern.
Was
And
he compliant for you
always.
and for your husband,
Always.
his grandfather?
Yes.
Okay. Were you a hands-on grandmother where you would cuddle and put him on your lap?
If he had a chance, he'd come sit in my lap now.
Okay.
All his life, I've done that with all our children. They have the opportunity to sit in our lap, lay their head on our shoulder, and just be them.
When he was a little boy, did he have any problems in school, learning disabilities that you observed?
Yes, it was. Isaiah didn't talk for a couple of years, maybe to about 4 or 5. So we knew that there were some speech impediment problems.
So he wasn't verbal for the
No.
first few years of his life, all the
No.
way up to age 4?
About 4, about
Okay.
between 3 to 5, that area. Yes.
Okay, much later than your other grandchildren developed verbal
Absolutely.
skills. All right. And did he have a speech impediment?
Yes.
Describe what it was to the jury. What did he suffer from?
He would want to express himself, and he would stutter a lot. And you just had to be patient and sit with him and then let him say what he needed to say at that time.
Do you think as a young child that affected his ability to express himself and communicate with others?
Yes, sometimes it had.
Okay.
Yes.
Did it affect his abilities in school to learn and to excel like the other children?
He had some problems of learning, and we got him speech therapy and tutors as.
Do you recall what age he received speech therapy?
From the age, if I'm not mistaken, between 3 to 4 and up to a certain age, yes.
And was that helpful to him?
Yeah, because he turned around one day and said, Nana.
Okay. What sort of student was he in school?
Disciplined, quiet, calm.
Did you and your husband ever get involved in school activities like PTA meetings and things such as that?
We didn't do all PTA meetings, but we attend certain curriculum that they had.
Did you ever observe him as a child having a temper or being mean to the other grandchildren in your home?
No, he's going to hang that head and just brush it off.
Did you take your grandchildren, including Isaiah, to church?
Oh, yeah. He was raised in church.
Okay. And are you a minister of sorts?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And so it would be the norm in your household if the grandchildren were there, the grandchildren went to church on Sunday?
They didn't miss when they were with me.
Okay. And did he go willingly and participate in church?
Yes, he was a part of the children ministry. He did well.
Did he do that all the way up through adulthood?
As long as he was with me, he went. You can't live in my house and not go to church.
Would you also take Isaiah and other grandchildren on vacations, family vacations?
Yes, we did a lot of family vacation. As I stated, when we did Walt Disney World, Busch Gardens, Six Flags, Texas, every summer we would take them, all the grandkids, all, for about 3 weeks and spend that time with them.
And would he participate with the other kids and with yourself and with his grandfather?
Yes, he did.
Now, tell me about your husband. Did there come a time that your husband became ill?
Yeah.
When was that?
In 2020.
2020?
Yes.
And what was originally his diagnosis?
He was diagnosed with kidney failure.
Okay. Is that something that when you first got the diagnosis, did you share that with your family?
No, we didn't.
You kept it a secret?
Yes, we did.
Between yourself and your husband?
Yes.
And what sort of treatment did he receive initially?
Initially, he did the dialysis at Mayo Clinic, and he wanted me to do it at home. He said, I trust you. I want you to do it because I know you're going to make sure I'm good. So I went to school for it, learned it within 6 months, and started doing it, administrating the dialysis from the house.
Did there come a time during his illness that you felt the need to share it with your family, including Isaiah?
Yes.
When was that?
It was in 21.
Okay.
When my husband felt like he needed to have a heart-to-heart talk with me, and he wanted the kids to know that he was dealing with this, and he actually died in 2022. And I was in St. Vincent by myself, and the Lord told me not to pull the cord. And I called my girls and they said, Dad is gone. And they said, Mom, I said, no, the Lord said, don't pull the cord, give him 7 days. And we believe in miracles. And within 7 days, my husband woke up with his right mind, his right spirit. And I began to tell Isel and them and the kids, and they just bubbled at that time. But my husband told me the Lord sent him back to make sure that his children were okay.
He was worried about his grandsons.
He was worried about his children.
In particular.
So he lived 1 year from the date that he woke up.
And once Isaiah learned of his grandfather's illness, was he helpful to you and to his grandfather?
Yeah, my husband called him and said, I want to go to Atlanta for treatment. I need you to come. I need you to come with me and Grandma, with Nana, drive the truck, help us move there. I was reluctant from going, but he had already set up temporary housing. My husband did it all, and Isaiah didn't give a negative. He said, "I'm going, Papa. Tell me when you're ready."
How many grandchildren do you have?
Oh, my God. A total of 24.
And your husband wanted Isaiah there?
Oh, yeah. He helped name Isaiah. Yeah.
Okay. And when he called upon him and said, drop everything and come to Atlanta with Grandma, Nana.
Nana.
And what did he call his grandfather?
Papa.
Papa. Did he drop everything and go with you?
The next day, he got in the truck and he said, "Poppy, I drive." And my husband's friend drove the U-Haul, and Isaiah drove the truck, and I drove the other car, and we proceeded to go to Georgia.
And how old would he have been then when Isaiah did that? He was still a teenager.
Absolutely.
Okay. So he dropped everything.
Mm-hmm.
He went with Nana and Papa to Atlanta. What sort of care did he assist in with your husband? Did he have to aid you?
Oh, yeah, he helped me.
What did he do?
When Papa couldn't get up, he helped. He would help me pick him up, put him in the chair, help me get everything ready, because everything has to be sterilized. You can't have anything in that area that has been tampered or tinkered with. So Isaiah was a proper call to helping me get everything administrative so that I can give him the dialysis.
Was his pop-up a big man?
Ooh, 270 pounds.
Okay. And what size were you back then?
About 110.
Okay. And was that something you would have been able to do by yourself to lift him, to move him from chair to chair?
I did at first, but you know, as you get older, your strength get a little bit. So Sean, I believe he looked at saying that I needed help. And we could have got it from the other kids, but he didn't want to burden them. He wanted this.
He wanted Isaiah.
Yes.
Okay. And did Isaiah ever turn him down? Did he ever complain about providing the care for his grandfather, providing care for you, for stopping his life to go to Atlanta with you?
No, he wanted to tell me his dreams, and he said he wanted to talk over Papa to see what we think. So that was an opportunity for him to spend the time going back and forth with us to say what he wanted to do.
This is Mother. 4 more lights, guys. Get us to 265.
Going through that experience in Atlanta, did it draw you closer to Isaiah?
I've always been close to my grandchildren. They know that. So it wasn't a specific time. It was just obedience on that part.
And sadly, there came a time that the illness progressed with your husband and he passed. When was that?
It didn't progress. Certain things happened.
Okay.
And he transitioned in 2023.
Okay. Tell me about the funeral and how your grandson stepped up at the funeral.
With that in mind, we are a close-knit family, and there are 4 original sons, and then there are multiple grandsons.
3 more
So
lights,
the
guys.
older sons and grandsons decided to represent their papa by wearing these black uniforms with red writing in the back.
So they had shirts made
The
as
whole
a tribute
outfit.
to their grandfather?
Yeah, black pants with black shirts and then the red writing, and they indicated the service as unity and oneness in 2023.
And Isaiah participated in that?
Oh yeah, he's the oldest grandson, yeah.
And they acted as pallbearers for their grandfather?
Yes, they took him
Including
out of the
Isaiah.
carriage. They took him out of the carriage. They put him in the church. They took him from the church, put him back in the carriage.
In all the years that you have known Isaiah, have you ever known him to be violent with anyone?
Not at all.
Have you continued your relationship with him since he's been in jail?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to give him that word. Psalms 91. He that dwell in the secret place of the Most High shall abide in the shadows of Almighty. He will be your refuge and your fortress in the time of trouble.
Does he accept your scripture when you give that to him on
I
the
give
jail
it to
phone?
him when he talks to him, and
Okay.
whatever he needs, if he needs money on his books, I'm there. I'll put it on his books.
What's the one thing you want this jury to remember about Isaiah and your relationship?
Isaiah came from Isaiah 43, 13 to 18. It's not by chance his name is Isaiah, because the scripture says, in that God told Isaiah, I'm going to give you another chance to get things right. So I don't think things just happen. I think that things are allowed because God is trying to wake up his people. So with that, Isaiah has always been a humble, sweet, kind child raising up. I can't say anything horrible because he's never been nothing but that.
Is he a good grandson to you and to your husband?
Oh yes, he's respectful. Even now, when I say something and he's been where he's at, he'll say, Nana, I love you, but I want to just say something to Mama right now. I said, okay. He's never been disrespectful or anything.
If I could have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay, cross.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Jordan, it sounds like you had a wonderful relationship with your grandson. Is that correct?
With all my grandchildren, that is correct.
And specifically with Isaiah Chance, your grandson, you and your husband, while he was alive, had a strong, loving relationship. Is that true, ma'am?
Yes, with all of them.
With all of them.
Yes.
And you had wonderful family trips during the summer.
We all did, yes.
And you would do that every summer with all your grandchildren, including Isaiah Chance.
That is correct.
And I know that you have told us about some of his issues growing up, like he required speech therapy.
That is correct.
And you said after he got speech therapy, he did develop. Is that correct? He was able to speak and he didn't have any issues after that.
He still studies some. He still stutters and he still spoke calm, and he will hesitate before he finishes sentences.
And throughout school, if he needed any sort of support or issues, you would see to it that he got that. Is that correct, that he would get tutors?
Well, all of us did. This was not just one-man team with Nana and Papa. This was a collective force.
He had a village.
He had a village, as Nation said. That is correct.
And I didn't mean to interrupt you, ma'am. He had a lot of people in his corner trying to support him and give him whatever he needed growing up. Is that true, ma'am?
To some certain extent, as much as we can do. We're not living in the same household, but when he was with us, he did.
Right. And in fact, I thought you said you had described him when he was going through some of that learning, that you said he could be very disciplined, quiet, and calm. Is that what you said?
That is correct.
Yes. And so when he put in the effort, certainly he was able to progress.
Around me, I've never had a problem. He was always quiet, always calm, and always disciplined.
And always respectful. Isn't that
Always
true, ma'am?
respectful around me. And that's all of them. It's because of the way we raised him.
And you said that he was raised in the church. Is that correct?
He was in the church by me, by his parents, his mother, and Pastor Nashon, Dr. Nashon spoke also because he was a part of his life by that time.
And certainly at the very heart of church, he knew and was taught right from wrong. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Well, the scripture says we all do. Yes. He without sin cast the first stone. So we all know what's right and wrong. But do we make those decisions all the time? No.
But he was raised to know right from wrong. Isn't that true, ma'am?
He was raised to know what the Ten Commandments says and what to do. That's correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, redirect. Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, you want to go ahead and do the Zoom witnesses? Okay, I know they've been waiting a while, so. All right, who's going to be up first?
I did verify that it is Isaiah.
Okay, thank you for doing that for me. And so who you're going to call first?
I'll call Isaiah. And Judge, who would like his identity?
Okay, the next witness also does not want their identity broadcast, okay? All right.
Oh, sorry.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Podium's not connected yet.
Oh, sorry. Right. Hi, Mr. Wade, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
Okay, very good. All right, raise your right hand. The clerk is going to swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, you may proceed, Mr. Petrides.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you state your name for the jury?
Isaiah Chance.
Okay. And you are Isaiah Chance Jr.'s father, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about yourself? What do you do for work?
I'm a building engineer. I work on different buildings, you know, dealing with generators, fire pumps, just the whole outlet of the building.
How did you get into that line of work?
I started off with remodeling houses when I got the military, and you know, just went from learning, you know, different aspects in remodeling houses and construction period. Went from there to doing hotel maintenance.
And what branch of the military?
The Marine Corps.
How long did you serve?
I served about 3.5 years.
And let's talk about your son. Were you present in Isaiah's life when he was growing up?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe your relationship with your son?
Me and my son had a good relationship, you know. We was always, you know, checking in on each other, close with each other. Everybody described me and my son, you know, personality as being alike, so we had like, you know, a good relationship with each other.
Did Isaiah call you frequently?
Yes, sir. He always called me, you know, check in on his pops.
And how did you end every phone call with Isaiah, or how do you end every phone call with you?
Well, every time Isaiah hang up the phone with me, this the only thing that make me happy is like he always say I love you, no matter what.
When he was growing up, did you spend hands-on time with him, not just watching him from a distance, but working with him, helping him with things?
Yes, sir. Like I said, I was in remodeling houses and fixing up houses, doing rehab, full rehab. So some of the houses that I used to get, I bring them on with me, and you know, we'll work beside each other. I teach them how to do certain things, you know, as I have learned myself.
So did you feel like you were teaching him a trade?
Yeah, most definitely.
And how would you describe Isaiah as a person, his character?
My son, he was very quiet. You know, he's a protective, you know, he had protective behavior toward his family, you know. He was very kind and generous. He always tried to comfort people, you know what I'm saying, when people get upset. So, you know, I liked his attitude. Like I said, he's very quiet and you know, just full with, you know, love from the inside.
Two more likes.
Did you raise him in church or in faith?
When he first started off going to church, he was going to church with his mom. You know, they were doing their thing there. And then, you know, when they was when they grew up and he was actually, you know, coming around me a little bit more, I would introduce him into like Islam or whatnot, you know, take him to the mosque, let him, you know, see a different, you know, a different aspect of religions. So.
I want to talk about his time in school. Did you notice anything regarding his time in school, the way he learned, the way he had issues possibly in school?
I think that was one of his childhood hardships with, you know, grasping, you know, school education at that time. You know, that work was a little bit frustrated for him. So, you know, he used to be, you know, a little bit, you know, slow to catching on with work, and, you know, I'd be there to help him out. Sometimes I, you know, let him know that, hey man, even your daddy's slow with some of this stuff that I used to try to learn back then and help him study, you know.
So you told him a little bit like father, like son?
Right, definitely.
And what did you do with him to help him during this time?
I always stayed close, you know, range with his, you know, his education, you know, with him, how he think, you know what I'm saying? Like, just making sure that, you know, he's on point with, you know, learning things, you know, whatever, you know, type of, it can be in whatever subject, you know, just making sure that I was there to help him.
Okay. Before this incident, did you know Isaiah to ever be in trouble with the law?
No, sir.
We need 3 lights, guys. 3 lights.
Is there anything else you'd like this jury to know about Isaiah before we're done here?
You know, just the regular, that's my baby, I love him, that's my son, that's my first son. I believe that he still has value, and I believe we can save this one.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chance. Attend to the witness.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
No questions, Judge.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Chance. Your testimony is now concluded, so you can log off from the Zoom.
All right, thank you, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
We need 3 more lights,
All right,
y'all.
and
They're going to lunch.
you've got one more witness.
Yes, Miss Wade. Should
Okay,
be brief,
I'm
Your
going
Honor.
to let her in.
Oh, I thought they was going to lunch. We need 3 more lights, guys, to get to 270. Run it up. I know y'all strong enough. 2 more lights to get us to 270, guys. I know
Wade,
y'all
are you
strong enough,
present?
smart enough, powerful enough to run it up.
She's been
So
waiting
2
a
more
while,
lights.
so-
Let's go.
Hello, Miss Wade.
Oh, there she goes.
Hi, okay, very good. Yeah, sorry, it's been a long wait. I apologize for that this morning, but we're ready to get going. So if you would please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Big ass
Good
nose.
afternoon, Miss Wade. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Can you please state your name for the jury?
Nyanda Wade.
Can you just tell us what city do you live in and what do you do for a living?
I live in Jacksonville, Florida, and I am a hotel manager for a living.
How do you know Isaiah Chance?
My nose. I smell
I know Isaiah. I came to know Isaiah through a brief relationship with his father. And after the relationship had ended, I remained in close contact with Isaiah, his siblings, his mother, the family. He's a family friend.
Do you know approximately when that relationship began with his father?
2018.
And have you remained at least somewhat close to Isaiah Chance ever since? The son?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What would you describe your relationship as with Mr. Chance?
Sexual.
I would say I look at him as another son, but my role in his life is more so like a mentorship.
How did that work? What did that look like?
So Isaiah and his siblings would come over with me to my house for weekends. I visit with the family quite often at their home. If there were any birthday parties, age-related, or with folks close to age with Isaiah or his siblings, and I would take them along with me. We did lots of things together. We taught his older sister how to drive together. Lots of family outings, extracurricular activities with his siblings. So we were pretty close.
Did you ever watch your dog?
Yes. Yes. So on a number of occasions, I asked Isaiah to babysit or dog sit for me or house sit due to travel for work. he was really responsible, so I felt comfortable with leaving him with those responsibilities.
So he would stay in your home alone at that time?
Yes, for maybe like a weekend.
And you trusted him to do that?
Yes.
Did you ever have any issues during those times?
No, I never had an issue with Isaiah, and no behavioral issues. Never even seen him get upset. But yes, I felt very comfortable with him taking care of my home while I was away.
And how would you describe Isaiah as a person?
He's very reserved, sort of on the quiet side, but also insightful, I would say.
Quiet can mean different things to different people. What do you mean by that regarding Isaiah?
Quiet in terms of, not really attention seeking, very observant. So once he warmed up to a situation though, like once we, in a new environment, he'd be all about it. I was kind of surprised for a young teenager to be so willing to kind of jump out into new experiences the way that he was.
Two more
he
lights,
wasn't very shy.
285. 2 more lights, guys. Let's go.
Did he ever tell you about plans for his future?
Yes, we talked a lot about what he would want to do, after he became an adult. I came into his life when he was about 16 at the time, so those conversations became a little more serious over time as, he was getting close to being an adult. He mentioned, we actually talked a lot about the different types of careers available because he wasn't really sure, what he was good at just yet. But he landed, he had a big interest on becoming a merchant seaman.
Did he tell you why? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say that was one of the careers that he took the additional steps to pursue. He started to obtain some documentations that were necessary. Myself, him, his mother, we were discussing with him where he should go to school, those sorts of things.
Do you know why he wanted that field in particular?
Well, from what I understood, he wanted to do something that was a little purpose, that had some purpose to it. He also wanted to travel. He hadn't been outside of Jacksonville too frequently. I know he's took a few trips, but not frequently. So he really wanted to see the world, and definitely something that would be able to provide for his children.
Okay. So you're aware, obviously, that he has children, correct?
Yes. Isaiah became a father when he was pretty young, 18, almost 19 years old. I was very impressed with how hands-on he was. Always calling and asking questions. Am I doing this right? Can I do this? Should I give the baby this? Asking me, how to cut his fingernails so he wouldn't scratch his little face, that sort of thing. He was very, very hands-on. He actually, he was pretty much his child's main caretaker while the child's mother was working. So I was very impressed with how he kind of stepped into that role. We were all really excited that he had picked a career that would help support his family.
Nigga was a stay-at-home
Do you plan to stay in contact with Isaiah while he's in prison?
Absolutely, 100%. I totally understand that the support, once incarcerated is just as important as the support, outside. I do plan to keep in contact with him, continue to mentor him, continue to guide him in any way that I can.
And lastly, is there anything else you want this jury to know before I let you go?
I would just like the jury to know that Isaiah is a father. Again, that is something that is new to him, but it is very important to him. We've had plenty of conversations, very intimate conversations about how important it is for him to be in his children's lives in any capacity that he can be. So I understand what's at stake here, I guess you could say, and I really would like the jury to know that removing Isaiah from his children's lives would be devastating to not only the children, but his family, all of us. He's a dedicated father, and he needs to be there for his children.
Thank you.
Cry now, buddy.
No further questions. 10 to the witness.
Very good. Cross?
4 more lights. Get us to 295.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Wade. Your testimony is now concluded, and I again apologize for the wait, and you can log off the Zoom.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are we anticipating any other Zoom witnesses today?
No other Zoom witnesses.
Okay. And then Ms.
One more
Toomey, you're
light,
be up
y'all.
next. Do you
Run
have
it
any
up,
Zoom
please.
witnesses today? Okay. All right, then I'm going to close out the Zoom, and we will take our lunch recess. So it's 12:30. If you all could be back here at 1:45, then we will continue on.
Come on
Thank
with
you.
that hour-long
All right.
shit, man. Y'all with that bullshit, hour and 15-minute ass. That's some bullshit. We need 3 more lights to get to 295.
His
And that's
life
some
would be
bullshit.
devastating to not only the children, but his family, all of us.
Okay,
He's a dedicated
so far we
father,
done seen,
and he
didn't
needs to be there
so
for his
2 of them
children.
cried.
Thank you.
2 of them cried. Are we going to see the other 2 cry? Is it going to be 4 sets of tears in that bucket?
No further questions. Tender the witness.
Very good. Cross?
No questions, Judge.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Wade. Your testimony is now
That nigga wiping his fingers with a, that nigga wiping his eyes with a dry peanut.
concluded, and I again apologize for the wait, and you can log off the Zoom.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are we anticipating any other Zoom witnesses?
Quinn was able to provide the UF records for us, the medical records that have been mentioned. There are over 700 pages of them. And I
We
think
not
they
cutting
are
off at
critical
recess.
to
We ain't
this,
like
to
everybody
their
else.
opinions,
We
to
stay
Dr.
here the whole
Eisenstein's
time.
opinions, because he mentions briefly their whole basis of their mitigation
We
is
ain't
going to be
going
brain
nowhere.
damage. And there's prior motor vehicle accidents that are documented in these medical records, which I have not, the state has not had a chance to go through at all. Eisenstein mentions them, Dr. Eisenstein, excuse me, mentions
I ain't gonna lie. Y'all gotta put some respect on that Cash App. Cause I know for sure them other channels leave. Y'all not entertained. It ain't nothing going on during lunch. Listen, bro, put some respect. $, the RUMORNATI Network on Cash App, man. Come on, show some love.
Your Honor.
Okay.
Judge, when we first started this trial, I recall, Judge,
And run them likes up. We 4 likes away from 300. Run the likes up. Let's go. Everybody send $1 to $, the RUMORNATI Network on Cash App.
is or was, but certainly didn't intend not providing those documents.
Well, I guess at a minimum, she could do her direct of the doctor, and then we could break and bring him back tomorrow for cross.
Okay.
So you need to let your doctor know. We're going to have to do that. So, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. See you guys back here at 1:45.
Or you can go to the main page of this channel. Go right here where the Discord link is. Scroll down. You'll see the PayPal right there. Hit the PayPal. Show some love. Show some love. Keep running them likes up. We 1 like away. I see 299. We are 1 like away from 300. Wow. Cash App and PayPal is open for donations. We are 1 like away. Run the likes up. Somebody buy me a hamburger, please. Somebody send me hamburger money. Y'all help me make sure I eat today, guys. Help make sure I eat today, guys. Save a life. Buy me a hamburger. Uh-oh. Hold on. It's too many likes not to have no Cash Apps. It's too many likes not to have not one $1 Cash App, bro. It's too many likes, but we did break the motherfucking glass, the ceiling, and the foundation, nigga. What the fuck? We done got, I ain't never, 300 likes on one stream at one time in one day. We still at the top half of the day. I don't know if it's going to keep going like this, but I ain't never seen it. I appreciate y'all. No content creator is nothing. Nothing. No, sir. Nothing without the support of the people, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all going crazy. Y'all are going crazy. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, man. I appreciate y'all. That's crazy. That's crazy. 300 likes. How the fuck we get 300 likes? My bad for screaming. Yo. That's wild. Hold on. Make some noise for that one more time. Make some noise for 300 likes, man. 300 likes. What the fuck? What the hell is going? What the helly? What the helly? What? Huh? I don't even know what to do. One more time. That's crazy. Thank y'all. Thank y'all, man. Y'all so motherfucking aggravating.
So, aggravate. Hey, aggravating as hell, man. Shit, you aggravated. Aggravated, bro. Hey, hell, man.
Yo. Hey. I don't know who name this is. I'ma just say XAN because I don't know if I don't know your name on YouTube, but shout out to Zan T. Say, get that burger, cuz. I don't want to call out nobody's government. So if the name look like, if your name is like George, I'm going to say like G. Smith. If your name, you know, if it's something like Zontate, like, hey, yeah, nigga. So right now, I can say Zan T. Because that way, I done already said the first name. You won't know the last name, nigga. But shout out to Zan T. Says, get that burger, cuz. $5 Cash App, Super Step. Let's go. Shout out to Zan making sure that a brother get a burger, man. I mean, we locked in all day. Y'all know we locked in from the start of the trial. We have been here every day for the duration of a trial. Listen, I miss days during the week. It's regular days I miss. 2-hour streams, all that regular shit. But when I say I'm locking in for a trial, we don't miss a day. The only thing that's going to stop it is a power outage and God, nigga. That is it. We ain't going nowhere. Keep running them cash apps up. Keep running them likes up. Keep the chat active, man. Y'all the most aggravating chat in the game, most appreciated chat in the world. We're going to get to the Discord. I want to know, what do y'all think about today so far, man? What do y'all think about today so far? Jeez. Is anybody moved emotionally? Does anybody care? And I got another question. Where the fuck did Sean go? Listen, guys, I'm not afraid to. Y'all know. I'll say what I don't know. Nigga, I will look it up right here in front of y'all if I don't know. But I don't even know how to ask. I'm going to ask my chat right now. Not my chat. Excuse me. The chat. We are here together. Excuse me. No content creators, nothing without support of the people. You understand? I can't watch this shit myself. I can't like this shit 300 times myself. I can't share this stream over and over and over again and get more people to come into it myself. So you guys are just as much a part of this shit as the content creators. Always remember that. Make them put some respect on your name. You know, this shit should be mutual. Mutual appreciation. But why the fuck, I don't know the answer, why the fuck did Sean leave? Is it after your mitigation, then you're escorted back? What the hell happened? Where was he going? And why didn't he go through that side door that everybody else go to? Was they giving him one last chance to like talk to his family or something? Was he getting escorted out because once your section of the mitigation is over, your testimonies, then you leave and then you come back for sentencing or something? When everybody, what happened? Does anybody know what happened? I'm not sure. Does anybody know what happened? Let me shout out the top commenters real quick. I see the numbers fluctuating. I know why they fluctuate. But guess what you're going to get on another channel during lunch break? Silence. Nothing, because some of them leave. And you know how I know they leave? Because somebody just said in this chat, are you coming back for recess, after recess? Why would I leave? We don't do that. We don't leave during recess. If we locked in, ain't no switching up. What is you talking about? We here, man. We are here. Let me shout out the top commenters, man. Super duper salute to y'all. Right now. Oh, we got a new number one, nigga. Hold on. My boy X said done made it to number one, boy. What? Let's go. We got XZ 57 number one. We got Shader Sage coming in at number two. We got I'm Just Jenny from the block Used to have a little, now I got a lot. At number 3, we got XOXOXO. Males at number 4, we got that boy Mike from the Ville. At number 5, we got Big Homie Slim coming through at number 6. And at number 7, we got Jose No Way 1 2 Trey. And at number 8, we got Leonard Hornsby 5293. And number 9, we got that boy Dwight Brinson. The white around your lips. Dwight Brinson. No, pause. Number 10, we got that boy Stay Striving Cheese. And then coming up at number 11 for the honorable mention, we got that boy Mr. G Fetty. Let's go. What is you niggas talking about? We here, man. Let's go. Let me shout out the chat. Hold on. What's up with it? Slim Jones McJeezy, that boy say he just came in. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. You know what I'm talking about? Hope your day going well. Anonymous shouting out everybody. Jennifer High. I'm just Jenny from the block. Let's go. Slim Jones, Anonymous, Wavy World. How to get to number 1? Keep commenting, bro. Keep commenting. Lil Mama says, Rumor, you are an amazing brother. Listen, Lil Mama, I appreciate you. I thank you. I thank y'all. I'm going to just say I got a lot of wherewithal, man, to continue to do this under these conditions. Boy, y'all know this channel done been through all kind of scrutiny. Just pray for me. Just continue with the support. I don't want to have to not do this. You know what I'm talking about? I don't want to have to stop. You know what I mean? Y'all just keep supporting, keep showing love, man, any way y'all can. And shit, let's keep turning up. Where we at? Jennifer Hart says, Slim, you need to replay. You missed a lot. Slim Jones shouting out. Jenny Anonymous says, Slim, you late, bro. Hit the nose to the corner. Get your ass in the corner, nigga. But I know that boy was out there getting that money on D Hood. Say, boy, you missed some good cooking. Listen, boy, they had I'm talking about the state. The state showed up the court on Sean and did their thing. The state did their thing. Listen, after all the tears, after all the emotion, after all the whining and crying and the whatnots, the crocodiles falling, all that shit, nigga, the state came out and said, nigga, bitch boy, did you feel remorse when you was running back to the car past that Tesla after you just smoked Charles Jones? Did you feel trauma? I'm about to replay that shit. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. That shit was hold on, I'm gonna shout out the chat. My bad. X said, what's up with it, boy? That nigga done made number 1. That's crazy. That boy be busy as hell. I ain't never think bro make it to number 1. Not that the bro don't be active, because he always active. He always supporting, but damn, I was surprised. Shay had that motherfucker yesterday. Nigga, Shay at work and made number 2 today. Y'all niggas is slipping. Y'all tripping. How y'all let a woman at work? Know what I'm saying? Y'all niggas tripping. Shout out to y'all, bro. Listen, Slim, it's been good today. Today has been good, man. Shay says, we love you, Rumor. I love y'all too. Jennifer Hart says, period. D says, Tent got good Wi-Fi. Boy, that big got great Wi-Fi. I'm around here. Really, I got that, look up Starlink. No, I'm just bullshit. Anonymous says, hey, they got that he got that Jay-Z haircut. Yeah, bro, did have that pre-though. Nappy Gatsby said, you lit though. Shout out to Nappy Gatsby. XO Mill says, shout out to y'all. Leonard Hornsby says, bro, bro got that tippy-toe energy. Touch your nose. Jose No Way say, I'm going to speak on your channel when I get interviewed at No Jumper next month. Wow. You about to get interviewed at No Jumper? If you do, hey, man, that would be big, man. I would greatly appreciate that. If everything is up front, you being real about it, shit. I ain't gonna lie. I would greatly appreciate that, man. We need a look. And how about after that No Jumper interview, you can come over here and do an interview. What's up with it? Let's go. Hey, man, tap in on the Discord or we'll tap in with you. Shay say, let's go. D said that's what she said, Jen. Miss Duval, how the fuck we get a whole 300 shots? That shit go crazy. Y'all go crazy. We about to replay something. That's crazy, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I never seen 300 likes on a stream live ever. This the first time we ever did that. Y'all been here when we hit 100. Y'all been here when we hit 200. Y'all been here when we hit 300, bro. We're gonna keep running it up. Just keep trying to make milestones. I can't wait till we break $300 on the Cash App on one of these motherfuckers. But that's all right. We gonna keep working regardless. Ain't nothing stopping this train. You stick your arm in front of a train and try to stop it, you might get half your body ripped off. You know what I'm talking about? So just let us be. Leave us alone. Let us live. Let us work. You know what I'm talking about? Let us work, family. Love y'all. This shit don't grow without the support of the people. One thing about it, no content creator is nothing without support of the people. I don't care how big they get, how many millions of views, millions of dollars, millions of shares, likes, subscribers. They are nothing without the support of the people. And no matter how much success they attain, they should always make sure that they give y'all some credit, bro. Over here, you guys are a great part of the show, a large part of the show, a huge contribution to the show. Hold on, wait a minute. We got a big $2 super step. Let's go from Y. Lundy. Says for the hot sauce chicken, the 904 way. Let's go. So 904 is in the building and showing some love for that hot sauce chicken that these boys is finna get cooked. Lord have mercy. I appreciate y'all showing love on that Cash App. Super stepping. Let's go. And then we got, hold on. Somebody sent $3. Males with the $3 super step on Cash App and say, and get some fries. Oh, hold on. I might get some lunch today, y'all. I might be able to eat today. I thank y'all. I appreciate y'all, man. Thank y'all for showing love at all times. Always. Y'all are the livest chat in the game, man. Even though y'all are the most aggravating chat in the game.
So aggravating as hell, man.
Y'all are the most appreciated chat in the world. I promise you that. Sometimes I feel like I say it too much. I know y'all be like, all right, nigga, we love you too. Now get on with it. Shut the fuck up and get on with it. I promise. I know. Long-winded than a motherfucker. Hold on. First, before we go any further, please, before I forget, this is the highlight of the day, and we gotta go here at lunch. We gotta go here real quick. Do we got some? I ain't even checked Discord yet. Not the crying. Fuck the crying. That boy hit the stand, and the shit hit the fan. That boy hit the stand. Hold on, let me check the Discord real quick before I do this, because this shit, I gotta let this play for a minute. Hold on. Hey, y'all, hold on. Anybody on Discord, I ain't gonna lie. We need it short and sweet, straight to the point. That go for every single person, me included. I'm ready to play this. Okay, we do got one. Oops, hold on. I'm on the wrong device. Let me get the Discord. Hold on. We got to check in from the Discord. Say something smart about it if you want, nigga. I bet she get on your ass. I bet you she get on your ass, and I bet you some people gonna ride for her. Say something smart if you want, nigga. What's up with it, Mills? Mills, we coming to the Discord. We got a live check-in on Discord right now, guys. Hold on, we going over there. Let's go. Mills.
Okay.
Yo, you ready?
Okay.
What's up with
Hey,
it?
y'all.
What's up
I ain't
with
gonna
it?
be up here long because
What you
y'all
got to
know.
say?
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, you loud and clear. Do your thing.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Oh, I think I got Discord muted.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Hold on. I know what the problem is. I got Discord muted. All right.
Something wrong with the phone.
No. You good. You can hear me now?
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
I had my Discord muted. I was trying not to get feedback, but go ahead. We can hear you loud and clear. What's up with it? Take off.
All right. So I ain't gonna be up here long because y'all know I am very emotional.
Okay, let's go. I think we got disconnected.
I don't know what's going on. It's like doubled.
Just speak your piece.
But anyways, all I want to say is, Harmon, you did not do your thing.
Who is Harmon?
The state prosecution. I am speaking my piece. You keep stopping me. What in the world?
You're responding to what you're hearing through the audio. I'm talking to you live, and you're talking to the audio playing from your other devices. What it sounds like.
No, it's not. It's coming from this.
Oh, well, make your point. All right, we're gonna do this later, bro.
All right.
Yo, if you can't get your audio right, if y'all come up here and your audio ain't right, I ain't gonna sit there and go back and forth with y'all. If it's something on my end, which it seems to be right every single day, so I don't know. But anyway, like Star in the Morning say, man, don't come up here on your Canal Street headphones with your Cricket phone connection. Get your shit figured out before you come up here. It ain't been doubling. Now I'm talking shit about them.
Very good. Everyone have a seat. All right, Ms. Finkelstein, your next witness is?
Sean Gathright.
All right, Mr. Gathright, please stand up and raise your right hand.
This was the highlight of the damn day.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, have a seat and you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record, sir, and spell your name for our court reporter.
My name.
Time with the laughing emojis. Bob Marley says Canal Street headphones. Ah ha ha. Another gamer says, what the what's that? Anonymous says Mel's got that Walmart audio dial up. Bro, I don't know what was going on. Bob Marley says Mel was crying too hard, just like Sean the Gutter's alien. Mel's ain't cried today, did she? I don't know. That motherfucker probably did cry. Scotty Pimpin says that drinking. Time says, did my sister say what the world? Pat says, take your phone off speakerphone. Slim Jones says, put the whiskey down, sis. X-Ed says, damn, Mels, don't be crying. I don't think she was crying, bro. Mike from the field says, hey, Bob, what's up? Bob Molly says, 6 block Mels, let's get it. Yeah, she was up there, bro. She had her phone. We get it figured out, man. She come back up. Anybody, that go for anybody, man. Just make sure your phone good. If not, you know what you're saying, we got to get it figured out, then you come back. The Discord link is open. Hold on, wait. Just in case anybody wants to come up and doesn't know how to get there. Make sure you have Discord downloaded. Go to the main page of this channel. Right above the subscribe button, right next to the big icon right here. See, Discord, all you do is click that. It'll take you right to it. If you don't have it downloaded, go ahead and only get a few megabytes in your phone. Not no gigabytes. Don't take up too much space or nothing, y'all. Come up here, speak your piece, and do your thing. XA says, Mel, salute. Anonymous 1 says, Mel's about to cut up. Stephen Edwards says, Mel's drunk. Time says, my brother's going to get life in prison. Damn. XA said it's 306. Now keep running them up. Let's get to 310 likes. Let's get to 310 with 4 likes away, y'all. Let's go. Jose No Way says, I'm going to email you my info, bro. For sure, bro. I appreciate you. Little mama say, let's go. Mike for the says, donate to $ the RUMORNATI Network on Cash App, as this is a demonetized channel. And we just trying to live, brothers. You know what I'm talking about? XA said, I'm off today, nigga. Bring it. Salute, salute, salute. Hold on, let me check the Discord, see if anybody came up real quick. I want to make sure I give everybody a chance. Mills, if you get your audio situated, whatever you do normally is what you need to do this time. If you're there, hold on, let me see. Oh, she's back. Let's go, Mills. Let's try this one more time. Run it. I'm going to the Discord, y'all. Hold on, give me 1 second. Let's make sure we got this shit together. Let's go. I'm in there. Mills, what's up with it? You got everything situated? Let's go. All right, we're going to give her a second.
Okay, so Harmon, I wanted you to go ahead and play the Sean Gathright testimony because my comment is about Harmon. Baby, you did not do nothing. You wanted to get in that nigga neck, and he held his composure, which I am so glad. Yeah, he had from listening. You know, I'm not visual. From listening to him, he held his composure, and I think they.
I'm telling you, I'm agreeing. If anybody didn't hear, not to go too far, Mel says, I'm not visual from what it sounds like. He held his composure. I'm here to tell you from what they were presenting to him, I think he did do well. I think he was. I thought he was gonna break. I was expecting him to cry. Whatever. He did. He did do well. Speaking for himself on that part. My bad for cutting you off though. Go ahead. Let's go.
And what I want to say too is he still didn't admit to it.
How you hold on?
didn't
How you say that? And the nigga was saying, "Well, hold on." He did say he said
said
he's
I'm
remorseful.
remorseful. He did not say I shot him. He did not say nothing like that.
Yeah, I will say that because that's true. You can feel sorry. You can feel empathetic for somebody. Hold on, no, you feel remorse. Wait a minute. You know what we gonna do? Let's just see.
Play it.
Hold on. No, wait. We're gonna play that, but let's look up the actual definition of remorse.
Of remorseful. Okay.
Remorse is a profound, painful emotion characterized by deep regret and self-reproach for past actions deemed shameful, hurtful, or wrong. So is remorse
Okay.
Is remorse
An admission of guilt?
Let's just ask. Can
I mean,
be considered an admission of guilt? I think
from the definition, that is an admission of guilt.
I know.
How can you be shameful of your past actions?
Hold on. In both psychological and legal sense, sincere remorse inherently applies an admission of guilt. So he did confess. He did say he did it. He said he did something. He said he did something. He said he was involved. He admitted it.
So how does that affect him on an appeal?
Shit, they're gonna appeal his cap back when they put him in front of that firing squad. It's over for that brother.
It's not no daggone firing squad. They don't do that no more. Crazy.
I know, I'm just talking shit, but hey, I'm just saying, y'all run them likes up. We are 4 likes away from 310. Run the likes up, please. Hold on, let me play this. Let's play this shit, and then you come back and tell us what you were saying about Harmon, whatever his god doggone name is.
All right,
for sure. We appreciate y'all. We about to run the cross from this. Hold on. We got another $2 super step. Let's go. Xed says put extra cheese on that bitch. Boy, I'm finna eat good today. I appreciate y'all, man. I can go get some lunch. I think Burger King got a little special or something, or the local burger joint got a special. Now I can get a burger, a chicken wing, some fries, and some cheese, and I got hot sauce on the chicken. Let's go. We cooking. Now we cooking with grease, like these guys.
My name's Sean Gathright, SeanGath. My name's Sean Gathright, SeanGathright. I was born on October 20th, 2005.
Mr. Gathright, you've heard people speak here today on your behalf and yesterday, and I know that you wanted to address the court and the jury. So I would like to ask you what you want the jury to know.
I just want to address the court today, and, I'm not here to dispute anything. I'm just here to be a man and take responsibility and express my feelings about what, this whole situation. That's what I plan on doing.
Okay. And how do you feel? What?
I feel very remorseful. This is a terrible situation. It's been a traumatic experience.
Let me ask you this. So, how old were you when you were arrested?
I was 18 years old.
We heard that you had started some college, obviously probably didn't get very far, right?
Right.
What have you done since you've been in jail? Is there programs? Are there things that you can do there?
So, I've gotten into programs. I've also, I grew up, in church and, in a Christian household. So I refocused my, life to Christ. And, I've taken a lot of religious programs. I've read the Bible from cover to cover. I've tried to, share some word, and, we have prayer circles in the jail and stuff like that. I've led a couple, prayer circles, and I've tried to, kids around my age or, younger, since I'm 20 years old now, when you turn 18, you go to the adult pods and stuff like that. So if I see somebody who I see, has a lot of potential and has a chance to keep them from, basically being able to be corrected at this opportunity and not come back, I try to take them under my wing. As you see, I have a lot of resources and a lot of family that love me, and they've even, asked me, like, hey, is there anybody in there who doesn't have somebody like that, who, could we send them some money, like, anything like that. So I've tried to, be a vessel for God to pour over my blessings into those around me.
We heard from Mr. Bonosco, who said,
Hold on, y'all. Be a vessel and pour over them likes. We are 1 like away from 310. Run them likes up, please, guys. Let's go.
that,
Be a vessel for God to pour over my blessings into those around me.
We heard from Mr. Bonosco, who said that in prison that there is opportunities at times to be a mentor, or do orientations and peer-to-peer things like that. Is that something that you'd be interested in doing?
Of course, I definitely want to, try my absolute best to course correct anybody from falling down a path that they don't have to take, especially the youth. I feel like that's my calling that God has put on my heart to, be a mentor to the youth and be a positive influence in this world.
Why did you have to take this man's life to find your calling, brother? Why did your calling come from you all of a sudden? Oh, I done found this what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm going to tell you one thing real quick, then I'm going to let the video play. I feel like Sean was a very ambitious kid with no direction. He was probably always told he's good at everything and never made to stick with anything or see anything through. And that's kind of how, I'm not saying that alone is how we got here, but the kid pretty much every phase of his life was something different, it seemed like whatever he had so many different careers, like he was trying to find himself. Anyway, little nigga had all the opportunity but no set plan. Like they didn't have a plan for him.
And be a positive influence in this world.
Let me speed this shit up a little bit.
What about those relationships? Like you said, you have a lot of people. Are you able to maintain those relationships now?
Yes, so, everybody who I, maintain a relationship wasn't able to all be here today or, even testify. But, I talk to them daily, weekly, bi-weekly. I cherish my supporters very deeply. And I want to maintain a relationship with them for the rest of my life.
And I know, we're not going to talk about the case itself, right? But you said that you were taking accountability, you felt remorseful. Tell us what you mean by that and what statement you want to make.
To the victim's family, I want to send my deepest condolences, and I understand that it's hard losing a child, a best friend, a brother, a cousin, and for that I just cannot say sorry enough. I feel terrible about the situation, but I'm a firm believer that God can use anything for good that the devil wanted for bad. And so I am grateful for the people I've met, for the lessons that I've learned, for just this experience in general, because it's one that I'll never forget, and it's going to shape the rest of my life.
Sounds like there's that saying, it's kind of cheesy, but you make lemons out of lemonade or whatever.
Lemonade out of lemons.
Somehow. I obviously don't make lemonade, but it sounds to me like you are going to try and make the best of a bad situation. Does that sound about right?
Of course.
And are you going to continue to do that?
Of course, I'm going to try to, continue a humble life, a righteous life, try to do the right things at all times. And,
Will you apprise yourself? We've heard about some courses and programs and things that you can get involved with to stay busy in prison. Is that something that you plan to do?
Yeah, so hearing Raul's testimony was, the first glimpse that I have of, what prison it could be like. I want to stay as busy as possible, stay away from bad apples. I want to, keep a job, get into programs, try to get into any vocational things I can do, try to, keep my record clean to, go to the best incentivized things and have visits with my family. And, I just want to just stay out the way, I just want to make everything, peaceful as can be.
Even knowing that you're not getting out of prison, you want to make the best of your stay there?
Of course. I mean, who wouldn't? If you're going to be somewhere for the rest of your life, why would you make your life a living hell?
So Shandrika, so Shandrika, life ain't a living hell when she gotta wake up and her son ain't there. When she having a dream about her son and she can't roll over and pick up the phone and just text him and wait for a response when he wake up. You know what I mean? Like you talking about why would you want to make your life a living hell? Look at him. It look like he closing his eyes like, damn, why I said that shit. Damn, why did I say that? Yeah, that was some dumb boy. Yeah, well, I'm just trying to make the best of it. Nigga, what? Your ass supposed to be frying.
If you're going to be somewhere for the rest of your life, why would you make your life a living hell?
Because you caused living hell for somebody else. You caused living hell in somebody else's life. You caused a hellish moment that they have to feel over and over, a hellish feeling that they have to relive over and over, and they have to learn to or pray for the strength to let the anger go, or let the want for revenge, or they'll never get over the hurt. They'll never get over the pain, but it might be anger attached to that. It might be resentment attached to that. All kind of stressors that could take a toll on the people that still living, take a toll on their life too. And we just talking about the side of the victim. We ain't even talking about your mama and grandmama and all that other pain and shit you caused to your own family. We talking about the living hell you made for everybody else, nigga. I'm gonna take accountability. Wait till Harmon get on the stand. I don't know what Mel's talking about. I mean, wait till Harmon get in front of this stage. Well, I'm about to fast forward some of this weak ass shit and get to Harmon, nigga. Hold on. I'm gonna let it play though.
Right?
Hold
20?
on.
Yes, ma'am.
You're on a
What?
moment?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay. Stay.
Baby, pass me the witness. Oh, he right here.
You would agree.
Oh, damn. They only talked to that nigga for like 4 minutes. And then he about to get cooked. Hey, here come the show, y'all. This when it started right here. Harmon was on this nigga turtleneck. Harmon had his foot on this nigga turtleneck. Let's go. One more like to get us to 325. Run them motherfuckers up through the ceiling.
You're on a moment?
Yes.
No, you don't need a moment.
Stay.
Why they always say, can they have a moment and then say, I'm passing the witness? What's up with that? To the people who are well informed, to the trial watchers, to the people who have been through it, to the legal beagles, the one who actually know, can somebody tell me what is that? Why do they say, Your Honor, can I have a moment? I'll pass the witness. Like immediately after that. They've done it multiple times, especially today. Also, where the hell did Gathright go? I seen y'all, I think Jenny said he got IBS. Somebody else said he had the boo-boo and vomit. Like, what's up with bro? Where did Gathright go? Do you leave after your mitigation? Are you taken back to holding until the jury deliberates on your life or death? Or like, what's going on? Where did Gathright go? Here come Harmon. The pressure's on, the pressure cooker. Y'all missed it earlier. We had the jumper cables out because that nigga was about to get electrocuted. We had the frying pan, the grease. Yeah, boy, that nigga about to... Hold on. Let me let Harmon cook. I'm talking too much.
You would agree with me that...
Proceed, my bro. You hear how he's... You would agree. He went right to it. I'm going to shut up.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay. Stay.
You would agree with me that Charles Jones was young too, wasn't he?
Relatively young, yes, sir.
26, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what the evidence showed us, correct? You were sitting here watching that, correct? The evidence that came in over the last several weeks?
I was right there.
Yeah. And you want to take accountability now, correct? You want to take accountability now that this jury has found you guilty, correct?
Yes, sir.
Weeks after we went through a trial. Is that your testimony?
I'm going to sustain the objection.
You indicated this was a traumatic.
Sir.
Weeks after we went through a trial. Is that your testimony?
I'm going to sustain the objection.
You indicated this was a traumatic experience. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
That's what you just testified to, correct?
That's what I said.
We just have one moment, Your Honor. I'm trying to get the all know.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Stage 25C, you remember Gino Norris?
Yes, sir.
You remember him? He was also really young when this happened, wasn't he?
I didn't know how old he was.
Early 20s, 22. Would that surprise you?
No, it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. Gino. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Stage 25C, you remember Gino Norris?
Yes, sir.
You remember him? He was also really young when this happened, wasn't he?
I didn't know how old he was.
Early 20s, 22. Would that surprise you?
No, it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. Gino Norris, who's not a gang member, who's Charles Jones' friend from the time they're children.
That's the legal basis. Okay. Come on up, counsel.
He walked in on that bullshit. Harmon, hold on, they on the stand. Here you go, it's back. Harmon walked in on that bull. He wasn't playing with him. Although he did compose himself fairly well. You want to cry? Look at him. Literally fighting for your life. Yeah, hold it together, brother.
26C, Xavier Edwards. 25C, Gino Norris. And you saw the autopsy photos of Charles Jones. My question to you is, after you and your friends inflicted that carnage on June 23rd, and as you were running stage 59C, this is actually you running to shoot them, but when you were running back past that Tesla, were you feeling a lot of trauma at that point?
So long ago, I try to not remember anything from that night.
Were you remorseful as you were running back with that AR-15 in your hands?
Like I said, I try to remember nothing from that night.
Was it traumatic to you as you went back to the car with that AR-15? Was it still smoking? Was it still warm in your hands from firing it?
Sustain the objection.
Were you feeling remorse as you were getting back into the Impala?
Like I said, I just try to focus on today and moving forward.
So the next day, that Impala, that was your car. You drove that around, right? It was your mom's, but you drove that car, correct?
Yes, sir. It was my mother's car.
Right. And that was the car you drove from Jacksonville to Tampa in, correct?
I'm gonna object beyond the scope.
I'm working to a point, Your Honor.
Okay, why don't we just get there?
All right. So this car, this Impala that you drove from Jacksonville to Tampa in with Mr. Chance and Miss Andrews, the one that you drove in tandem with the Silver Cruise, the same car that you utilized to drive the assault team, the shooting team, which you were a part of that night. That same car that you drove around Tampa in the early morning hours for several hours, tracking, stalking, and hunting Charles Jones and his entourage.
Sustain.
That same Impala, you drove that to Polk County the next day, and you dropped it at your grandmother's house, right? The same grandmother who came in here last night and testified for you, correct?
Nigga gonna say he ain't cooked. Hold on, I gotta run that back. Hold on, rewind.
And hunting Charles Jones and his entourage.
Sustain.
Same car that you utilized.
Look at his face. Look at your
the
face.
next day,
I'm gonna shut up though. Here you go.
were you feeling remorse as you were getting back into the Impala?
Like I said, I just try to focus on today and moving forward.
So the next day, that Impala, that was your car. You drove that around, right? It was your mom's, but you drove that car, correct?
Hold on. You trying to focus on today and moving forward. Nigga, ain't no moving forward for Shadrika. Ain't no moving forward for the Jones family and the Mays family, nigga. Ain't no motherfucking just moving forward and forget about that day and only focus on today. It ain't none of that for me and mine. If we hurting and we got somebody that's gone, somebody deceased, somebody that we love that we can't ever see again, it ain't no just, I'm just trying to move forward with, I just want to go on from this point on. Bitch ass nigga, I can't. Hold on, bro. Who the fuck you think you is, nigga? What kind of entitlement do you think you have to have a good fucking day and a peaceful rest of your life after you cause turmoil in mine? What gives you the right, the audacity to think that you deserve a fucking good, peaceful day and an easy ride and another nigga? What? Why would you make your life a living hell if it bitch ass nigga? You made that lady life a living hell. That man family life a living hell. Whoever loved him, they life a living hell. They got to think of, they can't just go on with it. They can't, I just want to forget. I just want to move on from here and just, I don't even, shut your nerd ass up, nigga. You was a fucking nerd, boy. You should have stayed a nerd. It's cool to be a nerd, nigga. That's the coolest shit to be. Free. Getting money, experiencing life, traveling, learning. All the shit that the street niggas say is lame. Enunciating, speaking proper English, learning different languages, learning about different cultures. All the shit that street niggas say is lame is lit, nigga. You had a lit life. You was 17, 18, 19, 20 driving around in different cars. You could switch cars anytime you wanted. This lady said that you worked up and saved the money for camera equipment. Nigga, yesterday they said the granddaddy gave you your granddaddy camera equipment. Nigga, they gave you everything. You had a good life given to you, boy. And you threw that, man, shut your bitch ass up. I just wanted to go on. No, nigga, you need to know the consequences of throwing that shit away. You threw that shit out, bruh. You threw it out. You had it made. Opportunity, experience, education, love, a stable household, a GI Bill. I just wanted to be on. No, nigga. Your entitled ass. Your enabled ass. The nerve of you to think that it's supposed to be peaceful and nice and smooth for you from here on out, nigga. Life or death, that shit need to be torture for you. Until either the Lord, if you believe, see fit, or that lady in her heart forgive you, man, my bad. I'm talking too much. We gotta get to the end of this. and let Mels make her point. My bad, y'all.
With that AR-15, was it still smoking? Was it still warm in your hands?
Oh my God! Do you hear that question? This nigga was cooking.
States 2059C. This is actually you running to shoot them, but when you were running back past that Tesla, were you feeling a lot of trauma at that point?
It was so long ago, I try to not remember anything from that night.
Were you remorseful as you were running back with that AR-15 in your hands?
Like I said, I try to remember nothing from that night.
Was it traumatic to you as you went back to the car with that AR-15? Was it still smoking? Was it still warm in your hands from firing it?
Sustain the objection.
Were you feeling remorse as you were getting back into the Impala?
Like I said, I just try to focus on today and moving forward.
So the next day, that Impala, that was your car. You drove that around, right? It was your mom's, but you drove that car, correct?
Yes, sir. It was my mother's car.
Right. And that was the car you drove from Jacksonville to Tampa in, correct?
I'm going to object to be on stuff.
I'm working to a point, Your Honor.
Okay,
Four more likes. Get us to 340.
So
Let's
this car,
go.
this Impala that you drove from Jacksonville to Tampa in, with Mr. Chance and Miss Andrews, the one that you drove in tandem with the Silver Cruise, the same car that you utilized to drive the assault team, the shooting team, which you were a part of that night. That same car that you drove around Tampa in the early morning hours for several hours, tracking, stalking, and hunting Charles Jones and his entourage.
Sustain.
That same Impala, you drove that to Polk County the next day, and you dropped it at your grandmother's house, right? The same grandmother who came in here last night and testified for you, correct?
Overruled. Go ahead. You can answer that question.
Isn't that correct?
What is the question?
You dropped the Impala, the one that had all of these shooters in it, the one that was utilized in this murder, that was such a vital cog in this plan. You dropped it at your grandmother's house in Auburndale, didn't you?
I'm here to testify about today.
Are you going to answer that question, or are you going to avoid it? Because that's not what I asked what you were doing here today. I think we all understand what you're here to do today, what you're testifying about. I'm asking you specifically about your remorse. Were you remorseful when you dropped that car off and left it at your grandmother's house in Auburndale?
I did go to my grandmother's house.
Were you feeling remorse when you hugged her and got into the 4Runner and left her with the Impala after you wiped it down?
Sir, I'm just telling you that today I would like to express my remorse to the family and to the court.
I understand what you're trying to do today. I'm asking you, since you're trying to convince this
on his neck, turtleneck,
jury that you're remorseful.
2 more likes to get us to 340. Let's go.
Were you feeling remorse that next day or later that day?
I don't remember these days in detail, how I was feeling, what I was thinking.
What about later that night when you went to Orlando? Were you feeling remorse when you were out partying at Club Parlay, celebrating what you had done that day?
That was my sister's birthday party.
What did you feel any remorse while you were drinking Don Julio tequila and putting that in your video and throwing gang signs?
Was he about to laugh or smile? Hold on. Was that a moment of frustration? What was that, guys?
Birthday party.
What did you feel any remorse while you were drinking Don Julio tequila and putting that in your video and throwing gang signs?
I'm here to testify about today, sir. We've all seen the evidence. We've all reviewed everything.
Mr. Chance, it's not time for you now to make speeches. You've politely answered your counsel's questions. Can you not answer the state's questions? Is there something about my question you don't understand?
I was getting to.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gathry. I called you Mr. Chance. Excuse me.
I was getting to my answer. Like I said.
That let you know he ready to cook Isaiah Chance too. He called the other Mr. Chance. Oh, I'm sorry. Isaiah over there shitting on it. Said, "Oh, he go, huh? It ain't my turn yet."
I've seen all the evidence.
Well, we've all seen all the evidence.
Yes,
right?
sir. That's true.
And after all that evidence came in, and this jury based their true verdict on that, convicting you, now you're taking accountability? Is that correct?
Sustain the objection. I think the question on the table was remorse about Okay?
It is, Your Honor.
You just need to answer that question.
So I'm going to ask you very specifically, okay? So try to focus with a laser beam here, Mr. Gathright.
Oh, my God, bro. He dirty for that. Try to focus with a laser beam here, Mr. Gathright. He's a piece of shit for that one. Hey, y'all. 6 likes to get us to 350. 6 likes. Let's go. We can get 6 likes on the board. I know y'all strong enough, smart enough, good enough, great enough to put 6 likes on the board. Let's go.
It is, Your Honor.
You just need to answer that question.
So I'm going to ask you very specifically, okay? So try to focus with the laser beam here, Mr. Dathright. Were you feeling remorse when you were in Club Parlay in Orlando drinking Don Julio? Were you feeling remorse for what you did earlier that day?
I don't remember how I was feeling or what I was thinking.
Were you feeling remorse when you got pulled over in the Forerunner a couple of days later by the police?
I don't remember. I was nervous. I mean, I had never been involved in any police.
Kermit D. Frog sounding that nigga. I don't remember. Man, listen, nigga, speak up.
Feeling remorse when you
You bold enough to kill.
were unloading the Impala and putting all of that evidence into the Forerunner. Did you feel remorse?
Sir, I told you I don't remember how I was feeling or what I was thinking in those days.
You lying on the stand, bro? You really don't remember? It don't matter anyway. He already got life/death, so never mind.
Mr. Dathright, you have led, you would agree with me, an extremely privileged life.
Why look like that lady behind that smile? Why she back? It look like she's smiling, don't it? Like, yeah, get his ass. Get his ass.
Haven't you?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with that, correct?
I would.
Extreme,
Is she smiling?
You have led, you would agree with me, in
Come on, bro. Auntie back there smiling, bro. Who is that, bro?
extremely privileged life, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with that, correct?
I would.
You've had a loving mother, correct?
Yes, sir.
A loving sister, correct?
Yes, sir.
You've had 2 wonderful grandmothers, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me, right?
I couldn't deny that.
One of which, probably, I'm assuming, sacrificed and paid for you to go to that private school, that preparatory school, correct?
It wasn't paid. It was a magnet program, so I had to apply, and it was a lottery system.
It was a lottery system. Okay, so it was a magnet.
Yes, sir.
All right. She supported you going there, did she not?
Everybody did.
Gave
Yes, sir.
you open use of her house, welcomed you, treated you, and parented you, basically, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
Took care of you when your parents were deployed, correct?
Yes, sir. At the time, I was living with my grandmother. Both of my parents had been either retired or out of the military. I was just living there more so. I needed a change of scenery, and my relationship with my father wasn't sustainable.
Okay. This is when you're in Oxford with your grandmother.
Yes, sir.
The nice lady we saw earlier came in here.
Yes, sir.
The one that has supported you and spoke so lovingly about you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you went to this preparatory school, and whether you got in there through a lottery or not, you would agree with me, not everybody gets to go to a school like that, correct?
The lottery school, the magnet school I went to was in middle school when I was living in Jacksonville. The school I went to in Oxford was just a public high school.
A public high school.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
my mistake. So you went to that preparatory school in Jacksonville.
Yes, sir.
But again, that school was not something that every kid gets to go to, right?
No, sir.
Not every kid gets to have a counselor and a role model like Mr. Edwards, correct?
No, sir. I was very blessed.
And not many children get to fly in planes with their stepfather, correct?
No, sir.
And fly around in Asia and get to see islands off the coast of Okinawa, correct?
No, sir. I was
And go on
very
camp-
blessed.
You are very blessed, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
And not every kid gets to go to Scotland, right?
No, sir.
Or Ireland,
No, sir.
or Paris,
No, sir.
or London,
No, sir.
or Spain.
No, sir.
Cape Town or Johannesburg, or both in South Africa?
Cape Town.
Cape Town, beautiful city, right? You got to go experience that when you were growing up, correct?
I did.
Because you had such loving people around you supporting you, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, your grandmother went with you on that trip, did she not? Or not on that one, but on the ones to
Several
Europe,
trips.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And we heard you got to meet up with your sister in one of those trips, correct?
I did. I had the privilege.
So you always had someone there taking care of you, and you always had good, strong male role models, including people at your grandmother's church and your stepfather, Mr. Harrington, correct?
I had male role models in my life growing up, but in my more formative years, more so 16 to 18, I didn't. I did not have a relationship with my father, and the male role models that came and testified, they were present but not intimately as whenever I was younger, maybe middle school years. But when I turned around 16, 18, it was the females that actually had that caregiving and nurturing relationship with me. But
Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
yes,
So,
sir. Towards the more recent years,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have that one-on-one and
4 more likes, guys. 4 more likes will get us to 360.
very
Full circle. Let's go.
close relationship with, you know, those male role models in my life. You know, you heard my stepfather say, you know, after the divorce.
I did hear that, Mr. Chance. Let me stop you,
Mr.
okay, and
Gathright.
we'll go back to my question. I'm sorry?
Mr. Gathright.
I'm sorry. I keep calling you that, Mr. Gathright.
Now, you ready to get it.
Let me go back to what you said earlier. Between 16 and 18, you didn't have a male role model? Is that what you're telling the jury?
I'm not saying I didn't have any male role models, but day to day, you know, young men need strong.
That's not what I
influence.
asked. I asked if you had a male role model between 16 and 18.
I had a figure that I could go to, but not intimately.
Mr. Edwards, right?
Yes, sir.
He had stayed in contact with you even when you graduated into high school, correct?
Yes, sir. We definitely maintained a relationship, but
And he seemed to be pretty enthusiastic about that, right?
Yes, sir.
In
Yes.
fact, you went on a cruise with him at some point, did you not?
Yeah, when I was younger, yes. We had
Okay.
a very close relationship.
And then from what you're saying, if I understand it right, the females, I'm assuming you're talking about your grandmothers and your mom, stepped into the gap?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It was grandmother's, mother, sister.
So let me see if I got this right. When you were being brought up, and you were being brought up by a mother who was enlisted or an officer in the military, an officer, wasn't she?
I don't know exactly what her rank is. I know she was a sergeant.
But in the Marine Corps?
Yes, sir. She was in the Marine Corps.
All right. And then you had a stepfather who was in the Air Force, right?
Yeah, he was.
From the time you were 3 all the way up to when they divorced in 2020.
Yes, sir.
All right. They taught you right from wrong, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we
Of
heard
course,
that from your
yes, sir.
grandmother,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yeah, of course. Yes, sir.
Miss Lyle, she told us the same thing.
Right.
They brought you up in the church. They taught you about the 10 Commandments. They taught you about right from wrong. Did they not?
They did.
All right. And they were excellent role models about living your life in a disciplined, honest, and right way, correct? And being law-abiding, correct?
They really didn't have to worry about me. You know,
Well, let me just answer my question. Would you agree with what I'm telling you? That they were excellent role models of how to live a moral life?
Yes, sir. They definitely instilled the foundation.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? Yes. I have nothing else, Your Honor.
Okay, be right.
Okay, just so you guys know, we're updated. The court is not back in session for 15 minutes. I'm going to get to the Discord. Then I'm going to come and shout out the top commenters. Right now, I'm going to give a shout out to the top 3 real quick. Number 1, Jenny from the block. Number 2, XO Mills. Number 3, Mike from the Ville. Shout out to y'all. Okay, we're going to go to the Discord. I hope the Discord don't throw nobody off. We got Mills at number 1, but we about to go to the Discord, and I see we got a couple people in the Discord. Uh-oh. Is somebody going to lose their spot? Trying to chop it up? Can you chop it up in chat at the same time? Somebody about to lose their spot. Let's see how this goes. Shout out to the Discord. We got Mike from the Ville. We got Mills in the Discord. Whenever y'all ready.
Yo.
Good. That boy came on that motherfucker like Max B. He be cheating the trip. That nigga said, yo. What's up with it, bro?
Hey. Shit, man. Checking in, man. We all know it's over with, man. I think they gonna have to make an example out of somebody, if not all of them.
Man.
They got to.
Let me ask you this real quick. Has anything that you've seen thus far, if you were on the jury, has anything that you've seen thus far spared anybody's life?
No. What it has enforced, especially with Sean, it's enforced that you had multiple options to do many different things in life, and you chose to be a piece of shit.
Damn.
So
Ask
this what
me
come
that
with it.
question.
Okay. Shout out to Mills. I pose to you the same question. Have you seen anything thus far, seen or heard anything thus far that would encourage you to spare any one of these young men's life?
Everything that has been said thus far shows me that, especially for Sean, because we haven't gotten into much of Isaiah's witnesses, but especially for Sean, his life should be spared because he got on the wrong track. And everyone has gotten on the wrong track at some point.
Everyone ain't
But
take a life when getting on the
everyone ain't
wrong
taking no
track.
life.
Some people
You
get on the
right.
wrong track. A kid might get on the wrong track and smoke a cigarette, skip
Yeah.
school, have sex, steal a video game, steal a candy bar, get in a fight, fail a class. That's getting off track. This is taking a life. This is way beyond getting off track.
Okay. So with his off track, he got off track and he stepped far. He took a leap. Mother, may I take 10 small? No, nigga. This nigga took a leap off the sidewalk. He asked mother, could he take a leap? And he went 2 giant steps off the sidewalk.
But now what? Why
Shit.
does he get spared after? Why does he get spared after coming to a realization once your life is in the balance? Nigga, you had your entire life ahead of you.
Regardless.
No beef.
Regardless.
He had no beef in the
Regardless.
situation at all. Why is he even killing anybody?
Right. Who was your dead homie?
No one. But regardless, if he gets spared or not, I believe that this situation has taught him life lesson. A life lesson.
Yeah,
The
because your
life
life on the
lesson.
line. You better learn a life lesson from this shit.
Yeah, life in prison lesson. There's nothing else. Nigga, the fuck? This is why does it take this to come to the realization? That's why I be like, when niggas be like, I did, hold on. When a nigga say, I did 10 years in prison, I got my GED, I got my so-and-so. Listen, I'm proud of you for not going in there and stabbing and doing all the stupid shit. But why did you have to go to prison to do something you're allowed to do in the free world? Why did you have to go and sit down and do all this shit? Now I know how to, I'm an electrician. Nigga, you didn't have to lose 10 years of your life and sleep amongst heathens and be out of your kid's life for 10 years to do that. You could have did that in the free world. So why does now all of a sudden, I feel remorse. I'm so sorry. It was a horrible day. I just don't want to feel like I want to move on with my day. Fuck your day, nigga. You supposed to have bad days from here on out if I'm the family.
Facts.
Fuck your day. How you think I feel every motherfucking day? Fuck you.
Roma.
Bitch ass nigga.
Roma.
That's why I say give him that needle, man.
Roma. Hold on, wait, Mike. Roma, because your favorite song, I guess I won't go back. I hope I won't
That ain't
go back.
That ain't no favorite song. That's a song I like. That ain't no favorite song. You nigga heard me saying that song 2 times. What the fuck that guy? I ain't killing nobody. I shouted out E40. I shouted out E40. That ain't got nothing to do with killing. This nigga took a life.
At the same time,
this is not the same.
It's not the same. It's not the same. But what I'm saying is this: he messed up. He understand that.
Man, look. Had he if he get the needle, this is an example to everybody else who want to do the same shit, and this ain't the way to go. This was gonna happen to you. Had he had that example, he wouldn't have did the same shit. He on trial for.
Somebody got to be the beacon. Somebody got to be the set the bar.
Somebody else came in too, Rumor. I'm sorry.
Hold on, I can't even see Discord real quick. Hold on, let me check, y'all. Who we got with us?
It's me.
Miss Duval, how you doing, Miss Duval? You got something you want to say about the case and everything, or something that or the debate we having?
Yeah. So there were teenagers involved in shooting and killing, and then also you had teenagers that were in the car that could have lost their lives. So I understand how teenagers can be pieces of shit sometimes. And I'm just saying that in general matter. I'm just saying that as in we know how teenagers can be because we've been teenagers before. I just had roughly, I told women this, I told all of you guys that in the Discord, had about $2,000 stolen out of my checking account, spent a month and a half ago, and a teenager did it. Not just any teenager, somebody that I care for, that I love, that I feed and bathe. I understand that kids can make mistakes and do things, but some mistakes that you do make, you can't come from it. Just like if I would have called the police or made a report that happened, but I didn't do that.
Hold on, Miss Duval. Hold on, Miss Duval, real quick. Hold on. What we gotta do is another thing. We gotta stop blurring the lines between a mistake and a decision. That's a mistake is accidentally grabbing the cinnamon when you're reaching for the paprika, or accidentally grabbing the salt when you're reaching pouring salt for sugar. That's a mistake. Oops. Oh, I used skim milk instead of whole milk. That's a mistake. No, when you go and do something actively and you know what the fuck you doing, that's a decision.
Exactly.
This nigga made bad decisions. I digress. Go ahead and continue with your point. Sorry.
And you're right about that, Rumor. So I don't want somebody to think that, oh, she's not feeling sorry as a teenager. I do feel bad for them Rumor, because their whole life ahead of them. You know what I'm saying? But it's like some things you do, you can't come back from that shit. You know what I'm saying? This bad, bro. Like they actually conspired and complied together to kill somebody. And they could have went about another way. I would have rather for them to see the nigga and just beat him up. I would rather for them to see them and just beat him up real bad or something like that. But y'all plotted, conspired, it was money. It was y'all dipping in money, shifting money this way and that way, and just a lot of thought, like y'all thinking like real criminals, real demons. And these people ain't gonna spare them. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna say, okay, they're 18, let them spend 15, 20 years in prison. These people, that jury, and I don't even know what color that jury is. I don't know what's on their mind. They probably like, what, you know what? We sick of these demons. Because I am too.
Hold on, Miss Duval. Hold on. Y'all run the likes up. We 2 likes away from 385 likes. Run the likes up, please. Miss Duval, let me ask you a question. Have you seen anything yet thus far that would cause you to spare these young men's life?
So they and the light skinned guy Sean, they look pretty young. I would just say life without parole, but it's like the dude's still dead that y'all plotted to kill. So it's like, is it fair enough? But I would aspire to life without parole. That would be my punishment. I wouldn't say this, but I would say without parole, because y'all did kill nobody. You meant to do it. Didn't care. You already knew the consequences. And y'all gangsters. Like y'all portrayed real gangsters, so just be gangster.
Mills,
right? I want to say this.
Mills, who you think? Okay, go ahead.
I want to say this. Either way, it's death. It's unto death. Either way, whether they get killed or deleted within the first week being there, or whether it's by needle injection, it's to death. They don't have any other option but to die. So giving them an end date,
they gave somebody an end date.
No, they did not.
They gave Foolio an end date.
They did not give him an end date. They did not say, hey, on your birthday, how the fuck they ain't give him an end date? Man, you are tripping.
What you talking about?
Oh my God, you tripping.
He is dead. His life is over. That's his end date.
He's deceased. He's correct. He's deceased. But it was not, hey, I'm coming to you this day at this time.
Males, they start these.
It was exactly that.
They followed them down there for Jacksonville.
It was
They
exactly
It's a
planned to do
that.
difference.
this.
It
These
was.
people were not friends. I could see
I
if
didn't know Ruda had kids. But they had kids and stuff like that. Now you can be looking like me, just sitting home waiting, hoping and wishing to get home. My mama spent 27 years in prison. There ain't shit fun about that. That's a long ass time. Though not have your mom or not have your dad. Now that little boy, whoever his baby is, he ain't gonna never get to be with him ever.
never. So it's to death. You don't think that's gonna hurt to know that you gotta spend the rest of your life? You're not gonna be able to see your
You shouldn't
baby
have killed.
girl go to prom. You're not gonna be
You
able to
shouldn't have
see
killed.
your
You
son
shouldn't have
do
killed.
this. I can't
You shouldn't
have
have took a
a
life.
input.
You shouldn't have killed. You shouldn't have
Am I
tried to. You
muted?
shouldn't have took a life. You shouldn't have tried to play God. You shouldn't have killed. You shouldn't have gave somebody an end date. You wouldn't be facing one. That's on you. Your fault. Your bad. Your decision. Your bed. You bought the frame. You put the mattress on the motherfucker. You made it. Now you lay in it. Fuck is y'all, man? Come on, bro. This nigga, man.
I just have compassion and I look at life a totally different way.
Y'all some murdering motherfuckers.
Where your compassion for Foolio at?
I have compassion for Foolio. I have compassion for him.
Do you? Because
I'm not
you
saying
sound like
I
don't know.
do.
Ruma, I'm
I
not
The way you
do.
talk about
I
the niggas
honestly
that
do.
killed him, can't
You,
Ruma, I
y'all
don't
might.
think they should get no death. I don't think they should get death for killing another demon. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's not like they killed an upstanding citizen. That boy was
Who did
ruthless
Foolio?
and all kind of stuff too.
Miss Duval. Miss Duval. Miss
I
Duval.
don't think
Who
they
is
should.
Foolio accused of killing?
He may not have been accused of killing anyone. And let's stop saying the killing. Can we say that on YouTube?
I don't even know whose life is Foolio accused of. Right now, my bad, it's passionate. Y'all already know it. It's never personal, it's passionate. Run the likes up.
Yeah.
We are 10 likes away from 400, y'all. Let's fucking go. The court is supposed to start in a
I
minute.
am so proud of you all in the chat.
Yeah, I am too, but right now, let's get to,
Kelly.
I'm gonna get to that. We gonna get to that, get to the conversation. We ain't finished because we got limited time.
Yes, sir.
I honestly
What you say,
He
Miss?
may not be accused of killing someone.
the music and how it affected it bubbled up aroused his gang war. It just caused so much this stuff go all the way back
Wrap
to
your points
how the
up.
baby
Go.
was killed.
Wrap your points up. Court's in session, guys.
That gang stuff is poison, Rumor. It poisoned the community. It's poison.
All right, for sure. We
It needs
appreciate
to
you.
be done with, and it needs to be put away. It needs to be done with. However they got to get rid of it.
Indeed. Lady T, you want to make a point real quick? 30 seconds. Let's go.
No, because it's going to take more than 30 seconds.
Come back as soon as we get a break. Oh, go ahead. Hurry, because they not talking
Because
yet.
at the end of the day, to be from Duval and to see the things that these kids got going on, I'm not on either side. But right is right and wrong is wrong. Foolio did get accused of many things, but yeah, he was demon. Yeah, he had things going on. His mama scammed me out of money on the healthcare side. So he don't come from a beautiful family. Yes. But did his life deserve to be taken?
No.
No. That's not our case. You don't get to shoot somebody and take somebody's son and say, "Oh, I think we might have made a mistake. We sorry." No, you don't get to do that. Ride it out. You big and bad. Ride it out.
Hey, and also the same thing you saying, Miss Duval, about how Foolio ain't a saint and all that, and he might have, you know what I'm saying, he had this coming. Ace the same way.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's saying the same thing for Ace. I just want to say this. This is my last word before we go back into court.
Everybody
My
make their last
word,
point. Let's go. Everybody make their
my
last point.
word is this. Nobody should decide when someone should be done with. Like, nobody, ain't none of us God.
Okay, who next? That's it. Everybody done? We appreciate y'all. Let's get back to it. I don't want to miss nothing. I don't know if we talking over the content. Thank Mels. Thank Lady T. Thank Mike from the Ville. And thank Miss Duval for coming up. speaking y'all piece. I wasn't trying to be rude to nobody. When I'm rushing y'all, I just can't step on the content. So I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all. Y'all welcome to stay. Y'all welcome to chime in throughout. Every time we have some silence, just stay on mute while the proceedings are proceeding. I think I hear the court. This is where I shut up, guys. Let's go. Mute up, guys, if you're going to stay. And 6 more likes to get us to 400. We need 6 likes, please. Let's go.
All rise.
Thank y'all, bro. Y'all aggravating, bro. Thank y'all so much.
So aggravating as hell, man. Shit,
All jurors are judged.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone have a seat, and please call your next witness. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
400 likes, nigga. Fuck. What the fuck? That's crazy, dog.
Very good. You may proceed.
Tracy Lynn Hartig. First name Tracy, middle name Lyn, last name Hartig.
USHERRA. Your current job, your education, and your training?
Certainly. I'm a licensed psychologist in the state of Florida. I graduated from Clemson University with a Bachelor of Science in Psychology. I then went to graduate school at Nova Southeastern University, where I obtained a master's in psychology and then a doctorate in psychology. As part of the licensing process for Florida, first to graduate, I did an internship at a site that was approved by the American Psychological Association. That was in Wichita, Kansas. Then I returned to Florida, graduated, and then completed a year of supervised clinical experience to sit for licensing in the state of Florida. To get the license, in addition to doing that year of supervised experience, you also have to take and pass a licensing exam. I've been licensed in the state of Florida as a psychologist since 1999. I have focused my practice on forensic issues, which is working with the court system to answer various psychological legal questions.
Smack! Who is this nigga?
So I've been doing that since 1999. I started working down in the Fort Lauderdale area. In June of 2000, I relocated to Polk County, where my practice has been primarily based since that time. I do sometimes do work in other counties, Hillsborough, Pasco, Pinellas, and other counties around the state, but my primary practice has been in the 10th Judicial Circuit. So I'm a private psychologist. I get hired independently to do evaluations, but I've also worked in addition to with the courts with the Office of Disability Determinations, Department of Children and Families, Child Protection Team, and some personal injury work. To maintain my license, I have to complete 40 hours of continuing education credits every 2 years. So I've been doing that since I was licensed.
The courts previously qualified you as an expert in forensic psychology?
Yes.
You know how many times?
I've testified over around 250 times, so at least that number.
And that's all in Florida?
Yes.
In this case, what were you asked to do?
I was asked to evaluate Mr. Isaiah Chance for mitigation. I was asked to assess for psychological factors, cognitive factors, and ultimately to develop any psychological mitigation for this death penalty case.
And what did that evaluation involve?
I reviewed records, the offense documents. I evaluated him. I met with him for 2 hours over 2 dates. The evaluation was conducted in person at the Hillsborough County Jail. In addition to interviewing him and getting a comprehensive background information, mental status examination, I administered standardized psychological testing to assess for academic and intellectual factors. I also spoke with his mother for about an hour by telephone, and I had the opportunity to review his Duval County school records, which were extensive as he was evaluated multiple times over his career or educational career.
And what was your initial impression of Mr. Chance when you first met him?
He was friendly, pleasant, engaged. He presented good hygiene, good grooming. There was no indication or overt signs of depression, anxiety. He, again, was pleasant. He was not hostile, irritable, aggressive. Again, ultimately friendly, cooperative, engaged, willing to participate.
Did anything stand out to you during your sessions about how he presented himself?
Yes. So throughout both sessions, he presented as invested in presenting to me and having me see him as capable and smart. And this was a theme that stood out to me. It's a little different than I see typically, in that he wanted me to see that he was smart. He would say that he may not have done well in school, but he was really smart. He'd worked on things. He at times would ask me if I knew what something meant, or a word, or what something meant, and not because it was almost as if he was trying to show me that he too knows things, and he understands what's going on, and he knows how things work. So overall, just trying to present as a smart and capable individual.
How did he present emotionally?
He presented, again, with this a bright affect. He presented with, as someone who was, again, a bit naive, but yet upbeat and happy, again, pleasant. He presented as someone who was not suffering from any serious depression, as someone who was connected with others. He talked about his family, described his mother as his heart, his everything, his love. He became tearful at one point when talking about his mother and wanting contact with her. He talked about his bond with closeness with his siblings. So he presented as someone who did not present with any major mental health as far as like depression or anxiety, psychosis types of concerns, and as an individual who was connected with others.
Let's talk about the testing. I think you did the academic achievement testing?
Yes.
And what did that testing show?
So the academic achievement testing is testing to see how someone is performing at typical academic skills, such as math, spelling, reading. So the assessment that I gave him assessed over 4 categories. And those categories are his reading, which is his sight reading, his math skills, his spelling, and his reading comprehension. So the reading comprehension is, so reading is his ability to just pronounce or say words. Sentence comprehension is his ability to read a sentence and comprehend what he's reading. So those results indicated that his reading, his ability to sight read, was at a 5th grade level. His math skills were at a 3rd grade level. His spelling skills were at a 8th grade level, and his sentence comprehension skills were at a 7th grade level. The 7th grade level being an ending 7th grade level. Overall, all of his scores from his worst subject area, which would be math, which is at a 3rd grade level, to his best subject level, which would have been the sentence comprehension, or I'm sorry, the spelling, was around an 8th grade level. What's interesting about that academic testing is that it's all below it's not high school level academic functioning.
5 more likes, guys. 5 more likes to get us to 14. We need 5 likes. Let's go.
Can you say how that translates into the real world for some of those specific skills?
Yes. So when we're talking about math skills and we're talking about a 3rd grade level, think of it as an 8-year-old doing math. When we're talking about spelling at an 8th grade level, you're thinking around, ending middle school. I think that's like 12, 13 years of age. So we're talking about somebody who's functioning at a lower level than you might expect for someone who's 18, 19, or 20, certainly lower than high school. And this has implications for ability to understand contracts, legal documents, directions and instructions, sometimes if they're complex or multi-step. So it has implications with regards to daily functioning, especially things that require more organization, more attention, more knowledge, and more ability.
Thank you. And you administered an IQ test, is it the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale?
Yes. So the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale is actually now in its 5th version. It's been around for a very long time. I administered the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale 4th edition to him, as that was the one out at the time that I saw him. That's an assessment that is designed to assess what someone's IQ is, and it goes over several areas. So we're looking at someone's ability to do multiple different things. The test is broken down into 4 different parts. So there's a verbal comprehension part, a working memory index part, perceptual reasoning, and processing speed. And all 4 of those, and then there's individual subtests, several within each of those parts. And all of that gets added up together to come to what we call a full scale IQ, or someone's overall intellectual ability. And you can see strengths and weaknesses in some of that. Some people are strong all across all of those areas, some poor across all of those areas, and some are mixed. So for Mr. Chance, he got a full scale IQ score of 71. And what that tells us is that his intellectual functioning is in what we call the borderline range. There's the average range, which is 90 to 109. And of course, high, average, superior are above that 109. But for purposes here, average is 90 to 109. Low average is 80 to 89. Borderline is 70 to 79. And anything 69 and below is what we associate with someone who has an intellectual disability. So his score of 71 is in the borderline range, but is at the low end of that range and close to an individual who would have an intellectual disability.
Can you explain how that broke down along the areas of cognitive functioning?
Yes. So again, as I talked about, there are 4 different areas. So there's the verbal comprehension category, which is assessing language skills, word knowledge, and is verbally based. The subtests are based on, for example, vocabulary information, the similarities between items where you're talking through what the similarities are. And on that particular area, he got a scaled score of 81, which places him actually in the low average range. It is the end of the low average range, but it is in the low average range. And this was one of his areas of strength. The other area of strength was his processing speed, which was also a score of 81, which again is low average. Processing speed is his ability to intake information and quickly come up with the answer or the response. Those subtests for that are timed tests. They're tests where the person is performing an activity that's hands-on task under a timed situation. Again, he got an 81. So on those 2 of the 4 parts, he was in the score of 81, which is in the low average range, which were strengths for him. Next, we look at working memory index. He got a 71, which places him at the low end of the borderline range. And that 71 with the working memory index is his ability to attend to information, organize it in memory, and then produce a response. So, for example, math skills are part of one of the subtests for this. Last, we have the perceptual reasoning, which he got a 69. 69 is in that intellectually deficient range. And the perceptual reasoning is his ability to reason out things, make inferences, come up with, it's kind of organizing parts into a whole. So it's in a sense like a problem solving, it's fluid, abstract thinking. So it's got those 4 components, and as I said, he had the 81 on 2 of the parts, a 71 on the working memory index, a 69 on the processing speed, and then, on the perceptual reasoning, and that all comes together for the full scale IQ score, which is the 71.
And there's a spread in between some of those. Obviously, what do you make of that?
Yes, so there is a 12-point spread between the 69 score and the 81 scores. That spread is what we see that's more associated with an individual who maybe has like a learning disability. So as I said before, people can have strengths and weaknesses on these different subtests, and some do well in certain areas and not well in other areas. So this 12-point spread suggested to me that he is an individual who has some relative strengths and relative weaknesses, and that again, there's a pattern to how he can function, and that he'll have areas of functioning in day-to-day life where he is better at others.
How did these IQ results match up with his academic records?
The IQ test results and the academic test results were consistent, which is what we look for when we're looking at, for example, validity and reliability of assessments. He performed well on the verbal subtest on the academic testing. He performed well on the verbal subtest on the IQ test. On the assessments, for example, on the working memory index with a math component, he did poorly, which is also what he did poorly on with the academic testing, with math being his lowest skill area.
How did he do during this testing, when you get to the end of a time section and he ran out of time?
So Mr. Chance was, as I said earlier, invested in presenting as smart and capable. And that is his same approach to the testing. So for the time tests, where you have a time that you tell them to stop working, he wanted to keep going. Or if it was simply a question where he wasn't timed and had produced an answer, but it was time to move on, he wanted more time. He was invested in trying to come up with an answer.
Let's talk about the Duval County Public School records. What is in the big picture, what do those show?
The big picture shows that he is an individual who has struggled academically since he started school. He had multiple evaluations. He was first evaluated at the age of 4. There was some concern with speech difficulties at that time. He was tested with a preschool measure that showed an IQ score of 81. Caution has to be given when you're testing children that young, because there's a lot of factors that can affect performance, and or sometimes the scores can appear higher than they actually are, because as the child gets older and more learning of school and academic takes place, then they sometimes start to fall behind. He was tested again just before he turned age 10, and he was tested again at age 12. Those times he was tested due to academic concerns and concerns with maintaining his attention and focus in the classroom. He was administered academic and IQ testing in both of those later evaluations. His testing when he was just about age 10 showed that he resulted in a full scale IQ score of 70, which is just at that borderline range. He was tested again when he was about 12, and those results were a 63, which is well in the intellectually deficient range. Academic testing was consistent with his IQ test results at the time. So overall, what we're seeing is a historical documentation of his functioning, and his functioning being pretty consistent over all of that time.
And at the age 12, was there an issue with him in different classes, or potentially moving him to different classes?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Was there, at age 12, did the evaluation talk about moving him to specific classes and he was pulled out of the school?
I believe there was some issues with, when he was tested age 12. He was at that point repeating the 4th grade. I don't remember specifically if he was pulled out of school at that point, but there were some changes in his school. At times he was going to school in public school. Sometimes he was attending more private Christian schools. I believe it was a few years later, because there was an indication that school wanted him to be evaluated again several years later after that evaluation when he was 12 in 2015. And it appeared at that time his mother had pulled him out of the school to go to a different, do homeschool at that point in time.
What is the significance of the pattern that you believe you saw with the 3 evaluations and tests in school, along with your evaluation here?
So the significance of the pattern is a couple things. First, the significance is that it shows that he's consistent with the testing, that he is who he is, he functions how he functions. Those test results are also important to, for example, me when I'm conducting evaluations like this, because it gives me a historical picture of the individual. It gives me a documentation of how the individual was performing at another point in time. His test results, so it helps me to determine the validity and the reliability of the test results that I have. So not only does it establish a historical pattern for an individual, but it also gives me a basis for which to compare my test results to determine if those results are indeed an accurate reflection of how someone is functioning.
Did you also see notes about classroom observations or behavioral assessments?
Yes, and that's another important piece to the school records, is that when they are conducting their evaluations, they, in the evaluations, comment if they think the results are valid or not. They talk about how the child approached the testing with descriptions of the child, in which case he was described as somebody who was pleasant and working to the best of his abilities. But also the observations, because in one of them, attention difficulties were a significant concern. So that evaluator was also observing him in the classroom to address those issues. And they were noting that they do 10-second timed intervals, and every 10 seconds he was engaging in an off-task behavior. It was also noted that like 63% of the time he would be on task, but when compared to his peers, male peers in his classroom, they were on task like 95% of the time. So the examiner, the school psychologist's observation of him was that he was off task compared, not only just off task, but compared off task to other students in the classroom in the same environment that he was in. It also described behaviors such as him kind of playing around at times, hitting himself in the face with a shoestring at one point. So what we were also getting is a good picture of problems with that attention and that focus that he was exhibiting back at that point in time as well.
Speaking of that, based on your evaluation, did you reach a diagnosis of ADHD for Mr. Chance?
I did.
What was that based on?
That was based on multiple sources. First, the school records, which indicate a history of attention problems. And again, they go through and they describe some of the behaviors that he was engaging in that were observed. And these are classic textbook symptoms of ADHD. And not only was the observer seeing those symptoms, but there were teacher reports of those symptoms. Also, his mother and at least one of the teachers completed behavior rating forms, which help the examiner get a better picture of where behavior problems lie. And particularly with the teacher report, there were significant problems with attention and concentration noted. So the ADHD diagnosis comes from documentation of the symptoms that are required for the diagnosis when he's in school at a young age. He continues to have those problems, as we see on my testing, for example, with like the working memory and some of those things that have trouble focusing, maybe in pulling all the attention together. and the processing speed. I see also some of those symptoms when I'm talking to him, in the sense of at times he's somewhat verbally impulsive. He's fidgety during the interview. So we have multiple sources, again, of this ADHD symptomatology showing itself over his lifespan.
Was that ADHD ever formally treated?
It was not.
How does that interact with borderline intellectual functioning?
So you have someone who has a borderline capability, who is already, doesn't have the ability, they're already functioning at a lower level, a lower way of comprehending things, a lower way of understanding things. Then you add in ADHD symptoms, particularly of inattention and impulsivity, and you have difficulty then really even thinking through what is going on. So one of the things in the testing was that even though he was lower functioning, if he was given more time, he could at times do better. But when you have someone who has ADHD, it's hard for them to then put in that time because the ADHD symptoms are taking over. So it's almost as if there's like this internal, break to say slow down. He doesn't have that. So you have two factors or two issues going on that affect his reasoning, comprehension, decision making.
Based on your evaluation, testing, school records, how would you describe his social functioning in relationship to other people?
Judge, I'd object to relevance unless we have a time. I don't think counsel asked about diagnosis as time. Like what part of his life, when?
I would ask, okay, let me rephrase. Based on everything you evaluated, school testing, how would you describe his social functioning in relationship to other people around the time that you talked to him, evaluated him?
Overall, I would say that he is naive in a social sense. I think it is his intellectual ability, or lower intellectual ability, his ADHD, that created issues since he was young. He wants to fit in, and going again back to him wanting to be seen as smart and capable throughout my interviews with him. I think that's been present amongst peers and others for a long time. School records note there was a meeting in March of 2025 where his mother indicates that he wants to fit in, doesn't like being seen as different and being pulled out of class, doesn't want to take help, doesn't want to admit that he needs help. So I see him as an individual who has been struggling throughout his life to cover for areas where he is not the same as everybody else, where he is not doing as well as everybody else, by working harder and trying harder to fit in.
Is he someone that is seeking approval and is eager to please?
I think he is absolutely seeking approval and trying to fit in, and certainly trying to please in the sense that he wants others to see him as smart and capable, and so maybe more willing. Again, when I say that naive, he doesn't necessarily, he sees what's right in front of him. So he maybe sees step one, but doesn't see step 2 or 3. He's taking things at face value and not really questioning, well, is there an ulterior motive here? Is there something else here? Is this really, this position seems this way, but is it really going to lead somewhere else?
And is that what you mean by naive? Because you mentioned that earlier as well.
Right, naive in the sense that he does not necessarily have that insight or that ability to see steps ahead.
Having conducted the full evaluation, the number of hours with Isaiah, his mother, and the testings, what are your diagnoses?
I diagnosed him with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder as well as a borderline intellectual functioning.
The school system found him functioning in that similar range, around 12. Does that history inform your opinion?
Yes.
Is there anything in your testing to indicate he exaggerated his difficulties or performed poorly on purpose?
No, the opposite. I mean, my testing was actually somewhat better in some well, it was significantly better than his testing when he was 12. So if he was trying to present as low functioning, I would not expect him to actually perform better now than when he was in school.
Bringing everything together, the borderline intellectual functioning, the untreated ADHD, and the academic functioning at elementary school levels, how would you characterize his overall functioning as a person in the world based on everything?
I think he is a person who, again, is trying hard to get by, is trying to achieve, has goals and is trying to achieve those goals, but because of his intellectual limitations, his ADHD, he has to work very hard to achieve those things. I think he's working very hard to be liked by others, to fit in, and it's this bit of being naive that I think also makes him vulnerable, in the sense that he is invested in trying again to gain respect from people, and so he is, I think that puts him at a disadvantage in the sense that he is more likely to be taken advantage of than to be the person that takes advantage of others. He presents to me as someone who's much more of a follower than a leader.
Thank you, Doctor. Tend to the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Ross?
How long was your interview with him, Doctor?
I interviewed him about an hour and a half of just talking with him, and then the testing with him was another, I believe, hour, maybe 2 hours of interview with him, because I was with him a total of 4 hours. And of course, part of that time was the administration of the psychological assessments.
So out of the 4 hours, you actually spoke with him for an hour and a half?
Well, I actually spoke with him the whole time because the tests are verbally administered. So
okay.
I'm collecting background information for at least an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours of that time. And then the other part, even though it's testing, so it's specific questions that I'm asking, I'm still observing his behavior and still interacting with him.
Okay, but the testing requires a lot of attention, does it not, on his part?
Well, yes, he has to focus and pay attention to
Right.
the testing.
And a lot of it's timed, correct?
About half of them are timed.
Right. So he doesn't really have a lot of time for chit-chat. You're giving him instructions and then he has to perform, correct?
Correct.
All right. So really, your chance to have a conversation with him to get a feel about him was for an hour and a half, correct?
Yes.
And in that hour and a half, you are giving an opinion of this man as being naive, correct?
Yes.
And vulnerable to being manipulated? Is that what you're saying? Being a follower instead of a leader?
Yes, it is.
And you're coming up with all of that after an hour and a half of interviewing him?
Well, it's more than just an hour and a half of interviewing. All of that isn't determined just on my interview with him. It's determined on his test results, his school
Which
event,
test results? Your test results?
my test results,
Which
and
is intelligence testing and academic achievement, correct?
correct.
Did you test him for naivete?
No,
Okay. Did you test him for vulnerability?
no.
Or did you give him a specific test that designates whether he's a leader or a follower?
No.
Okay. And so you have your test results when you had him perform the test, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then you're looking at testing he did when he was 4 years old, when he took the WISC, correct?
Yeah, well, it wasn't exactly the WISC, but yes, it was a Wechsler test that he took when he was 4.
Okay. It was a Wechsler test, though, right?
Yes.
Just like the WACE that you gave him, similar, not just like, but similar, one designed for toddlers or children.
Correct.
Okay. And what is the name of that test? Because you didn't tell us that earlier.
I would have to look at the name of that test. I don't administer a test to kids that young. It was the Wechsler Preschool and Primary Scale of Intelligence, 3rd edition.
And then when he was, I believe, 9, almost 10 years old, 9 years and 11 months, that sound about right?
Yes.
He's tested again, and this time it's the WISC, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And that's, again, a Wechsler intelligence scale for children.
Yes.
Okay. And then you're giving him the Wechsler adult intelligence scale, the WACE.
Correct.
And I'm saying WISC and WACE, these are acronyms for that test, correct?
That is correct.
All right. So you had his 4-year-old, 10-year-old, and 12-year-old intelligence tests, correct?
Yes.
And I think they may have done the Woodcock-Johnson, which is an academic test. Of some type. Now, the Woodcock-Johnson, that's not a test that you would utilize in the forensic setting, correct?
I mean, some people do utilize it in the forensic setting. I use another academic achievement test system, so I don't use the Woodcock-Johnson.
Okay. So you had that testing, and then you had the notes of his teachers in the school setting, correct?
Yes.
That you've indicated. Both observation notes, notes where they've documented what the parents are telling them, correct?
Yes.
All right. But that's between the age of 4 and 12, correct?
Correct.
All right. And I think you may have referenced something. You said at a parent meeting in 2025. I'm assuming you misspoke.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did. It was 2020.
2020. Okay. So again, that's 6 years ago, correct?
Yes.
4 years before the offense date in this case, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so when you're talking about his naivete and whether he's a follower or a leader, you're looking primarily at notes about this man when he was a little boy, right?
Yes.
In a school setting, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Now, you did an interview with him for an hour and a half, right?
Yes.
And you said he was very invested.
Yes.
And you felt like he was trying to prove to you that he was smart too, correct?
Correct.
Did you take into account that he may have actually be intelligent enough to give input?
It's not that I didn't think he wasn't intelligent enough to give input, but he wanted to present as someone who I think is much higher functioning than he is.
And that's your assumption from his behavior, correct? When you say he wanted to.
Well, I'd say it's my opinion based on my years of psychological evaluations and working with individuals and seeing his school test results and his current test results.
Right. So you've given an opinion, borderline intellectual functioning. I want to ask you about that. And you gave an opinion about attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
Yes.
I believe that you refer to that as ADHD. That's a common acronym for that, right?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say your intelligence testing and the academic testing you gave, coupled with the testing that he had in elementary school into middle school, is the primary basis for your opinion that he is borderline intellectual functioning?
Yes.
Okay. The diagnosis you gave for ADHD, are you following a diagnostic criteria of some type for that?
Yes.
And is that contained within some type of statistical manual that you and other forensic psychologists, psychiatrists rely upon?
Yes.
And is that the diagnostic and statistical manual of mental disorders?
It is.
And you were using the 5th edition TR, correct?
Actually, I was using, yes, that's the most recent, yes.
Okay, that's the most recent.
Yes.
All right. I'm holding the 5th edition, right? You can
Yes,
see it
and
from
then,
there?
right, I'm sorry, I saw the purple and I was like, wait a minute, because the new one is
Is the new one a
blue.
different color?
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
I haven't seen it, so I didn't know. So there are diagnostic criteria that you follow for ADHD, correct?
Yes.
All right. Is there a substantial difference between the 5th and the TR? I want to be fair in this area of ADHD.
There is not.
Okay. So there is a section in the DSM-5, I'm just going to refer to it as the DSM-5, and that is commonly the way it's referred to, or the DSM-5-TR, correct?
Correct.
All right, so I'm going to refer to the DSM-5 at page 63. There is a functional consequences of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder section. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And this is where it's being related that ADHD is associated with certain things at school level, like school performance, academic achievement. But in adults, it's associated with poor occupational performance is one thing, correct?
Yes.
Attainment, that's one too. You would agree with that?
Yes.
Attendance, poor attendance, and higher probability of unemployment, correct?
Yes,
Did you obtain an employment history from Mr. Chance?
I did.
Okay. And were you aware that he worked as a longshoreman?
Yes,
Okay. And he held other employment too, correct?
yes,
And in order to work as a longshoreman, he had to obtain a transportation worker identification credential. Did he talk to you about that at all?
no,
All right. And that requires a process of application with the Department of Homeland Security through the TSA website and then following up paperwork and interviews. Were you aware that he went through that to obtain that credential, to be able to access the areas of ports in Jacksonville to work as a longshoreman?
no.
Counsel didn't ask you about this, but you are being reimbursed or paid for your services in this case?
Yes.
What are you charging, or what is your fee schedule, Doctor?
I charge $200 an hour.
Okay. And is that across the board, $200 for an hour for review, for writing, for any kind of work you do?
Yes, it is.
And is the $200 an hour, excuse me, does that include testifying?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Do you know how much you've accumulated and the amount of work you've done in this case?
To date, I have billed close to $4,000 based on the work that I've done for the case and then the depositions that I did for the state attorney's office.
Okay. So when we took your deposition, you were being paid for that too, correct?
Yes.
We need 4 likes away to get to 420. Let's go. Put 4 likes on the board.
Ready?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have no other questions, thank you.
Okay, redirect? Okay, may this witness be excused? Okay, thank you. You're free to go. All right, who's going to be your next witness?
Michelle Smith.
Okay.
Your Honor, our next witness would like the video turned off for her testimony.
2 more,
Okay,
let's
very
go.
good. I'd ask the media not broadcast
2 more
the,
likes, let's go.
next witness, the face of the next witness. And counsel, can you introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name is Walter Otto, Assistant Regional Counsel. I'm with Mr. Chance's defense team.
Okay, very good.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Very good. You may proceed.
Please state your name and spell it for the court reporter.
My name is Michelle Smith, MESHALL,
And where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Jacksonville, Florida.
How long have you been there?
58 years.
And what do you do for a living?
Me and my husband has a trucking business, and I have a tax office.
You prepare tax returns?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know Isaiah Chance?
I know Isaiah. I knew Isaiah in the womb before he even became out of the womb. I knew his mom when she was pregnant with him.
What's your relation to him?
My relationship with his mom?
What's your relationship to him?
To him, I'm his godmother.
Okay. How do you know his mother?
Her and my daughter was best friends, and she became part of the family.
So you've known Mr. Chance his entire life.
Yes, I have.
Did you babysit him when he was young?
Yes, I watched him. I went over to his house also, and he came to my house.
Did you attend family events, celebrations, birthdays, that sort of thing?
Yes, I did.
How would you describe Isaiah as a young child?
He was quiet. He pretty much stayed to himself. He was loving.
Did you ever notice any behavioral problems with him while he was growing up?
No.
How was he with his brothers and sisters?
He was the only boy for a while, and he was protected of his sisters and his mother, but they all had a good relationship.
As he was growing up, I think at some point we discussed him getting involved in sports.
Yes, he played football for a brief moment.
Did you go to his games?
Yes.
What happened with that? Did he keep up with that?
I don't think that was something that he was interested in, so no, he didn't continue to play football.
What was your relationship with Isaiah like?
Well, my relationship with him was, I was more or less like a confidant. Like, he would call me, and we would talk about anything, in and everything.
He would come to you with his problems?
Yes.
Would he tell you the truth?
Yes.
In all those years of confiding in you, have you ever known him to lie to you?
No. He never lied to me. That's one thing that I can, admit about him, that he would tell me the truth.
If he was wrong about something, would he tell you that?
Yes, he would.
Now, you were close to him when he was younger. Did you stay close to him through high school?
Yes, I stayed close to him throughout his life, throughout his whole life.
Did you ever discuss his interests and goals as he got older?
Yes, we talked about a lot of things. One of the things I know that he wanted to go to school to be a merchant seaman.
And did he achieve that?
No, he didn't, but he did work. He wanted to work, so he did work.
What kind of jobs did he do?
I know that he was doing some door dashing, he was doing Ubering, and I want to say that he worked at a warehouse.
Did he also have an interest in music?
Yes.
And what was your experience with that?
Well, he was an inspiring rapper, and he would send he sent me a request over on Instagram and wanted me to look at one of his videos. So he kept me involved, with his music.
Did you actually help him make one of his videos?
Yes, he needed some money. He needed some money for, I guess, to finish up his video shoot. And he asked me would I send it to him, and I did.
You supported him in that?
You said what, sir?
You supported him in that?
Yes, I was. I was very supportive of him.
We also talked about his love of animals earlier. Tell us about that.
Me and my husband, Pitt had some puppies, and Isaiah and his mom came over one day, and it's this one puppy. I think he was the runt. I want to say he was the runt of the puppies, but he kept following Isaiah around, and every time Isaiah came over, that puppy would follow him around. But me and my husband, we had decided on that we was going to give him that puppy because he took to that puppy, and that puppy took to him.
Did Isaiah have any issues when he was born?
He was a preemie. He came early. Yes.
And you were around during that time?
Yes.
As he grew up, watching him as you did you ever see any signs of abuse or trauma?
None.
What about his relationship with his mom? How was that?
The relationship that they have, every child should want to have that with their mother. They are very close.
In all the years that you were his confidant, somebody he talked to, did he ever mention anything about gang activity?
No, he never mentioned anything to me about nothing dealing with the gang.
Did he ever talk to you about friends who had been shot or killed?
No, he didn't.
Did you ever see him with a gun?
No, I never saw him with a gun.
When you would talk to him, check in on him, where would he be?
Most of the time, he would be at home at his mom's house.
Have you been following this case as it's progressed?
On and off.
When you hear what's being said about him in this case, is that the Isaiah you know?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to sustain the objection.
You still love your godson?
Yes, I do.
You intend to keep in touch with him no matter what happens?
Yes, I am.
Is there anything else you want the jury to know?
Yes. The Isaiah that I know, I don't know the Isaiah that is being portrayed. The one, like I said, that I know, I love him, and I'm going to always love him. And he's a good boy. I don't know this side.
Thank you, ma'am. Can I have a moment, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
They about to pass the wheel.
Okay, Cross? Yes.
Run the likes up. We are 5 likes away from 430. Let's go. Run the likes up, guys, please.
A wonderful relationship with Isaiah Chance, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
You've known him since he was a baby.
Yes.
You have witnessed what a wonderful, loving, supportive mother he had.
Yes.
He grew up in a wonderful home.
Yes.
No abuse.
None.
And you have also provided him with support.
Yes, I have.
You've even financially supported his music videos.
Yes.
The drill rap music videos that he produces.
Yes.
And you have stated here that he was a confidant of yours, or he confided in you. Is that correct?
Yes, he did.
Talked to you about his dreams and aspirations.
Yes.
He wanted to be a sea merchant. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've known him to have plenty of jobs. Is that also correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, redirect? Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. All right, who's your next witness?
Our last witness is Victoria Gray.
Okay.
She would ask,
Keep running the lights
Okay,
up, guys.
again, I would
Keep
ask the
running the
media
lights
not
up.
to broadcast the identity of this witness.
3 more likes to get us to 435. Let's go, guys. Run it up. Please, please. I know y'all strong enough to get 5 more likes on the board. Is he fried? Has anybody heard anything that would make them spare the lives of any of these young men thus far? Has anybody heard anything thus far that will make them spare the lives of these young men? Top commenters real quick. Number 1, we got Xed. Number 2, we got Jenny from the Block. Number 3, we got XO Males. Number 4, we got Mike from the Ville. Number 5, we got Jose No Way. Number 6, we got Shade of Sash. Number 7, we got Anonymous. Number 8, we got Another Gamer. Number 9, we got Big Homie Slim. Number 10, we got D Hood. Honorable mention number 11, we got Stay Striving Cheese. Let's go.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state your name?
Victoria Gray.
And how are you related to Isaiah Chance?
I'm Isaiah's mother.
How old is Isaiah?
He's 23.
Right. I know this may be difficult for you, but can you tell the jury about Isaiah as a person, how you know him?
I know him because I gave birth to him. He's my second oldest. He is he's very I can't even say the word. His social intelligence usually attracts people. He is one that is very well reserved. Kind of always to himself. He does engages himself into philosophy, politics. He did start strategizing on making sure that he managed and operates a business plans, which is where we left off with he was trying to create his businesses. And pretty much, and he is a father who he loves his children as well and his family.
Did he live in Jacksonville his entire life?
Yes.
You don't love
Did
him
he
more
live
than
with
his
you when
gang
he was
gang.
in his formative years being raised?
Obviously.
Yes.
How many brothers and sisters does he have?
From me, it's 4 girls and 2 boys.
And did they live with him, or at least for a portion
Yes.
of the time? How would you describe him as he was growing up in elementary and middle school?
He had a normal upbringing. Never really had any issues with him.
Was he gentle child?
We need
He was
five.
reserved, very quiet, didn't really ask for much.
Was he violent as a child?
No.
Did he play any sports when he was younger?
He did play sports when he was younger, but I did find out that what I placed him in was not his interest, and I later discovered that. So what I was putting him in, those were sports what he was not into. It was me.
Was one of those sports football?
Yes.
What happened when he didn't want to play football?
At once upon a time, we were in the middle of the game. Isaiah did not want, I guess he just decided he didn't want to do it. So in the middle of the play, he walked off the field. So of course the coaches and everybody's like, get in the game, get in the game.
Was he helpful around the home?
He was very helpful. I do consider Isaiah to be my do-it-yourself type guy. Single mom. Generally when it comes to being the man, if my garage is broken, I look to him to help me. I am not a DIY person.
What about how was he with his brothers and sisters?
Overall, again, Isaiah has always been to himself. He does come out and engages with family activity. But he come out and talk, and then he goes back into his room, and he enjoys reading. So he spent a lot of time reading.
Did he ever help his siblings, help them train or help them with their sports or their schoolwork or anything like that?
Well, coming up, my kids, we were exposed to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, so we would all, as a family, when you say train,
Just help them get ready for anything, or
I wouldn't say he would help them train, but we as a family, collectively, we all kind of work together.
and then did you notice anything talking about school early on with Isaiah? Any issues he was having?
Early on, maybe in elementary stages, again, because Isaiah was always quiet, he wouldn't really speak or say much. So I thought that something was going on, so I did seek reach out and try to get help. But by the time we got to speech therapy, come to find out, he just chose not to talk.
What about throughout his school? Did you have other meetings with the school about Isaiah's progress?
When you say school, because he was in private school for majority part of his life, and then he went to public school. So which?
Well, either one, but let's start with public school. Did he have any issues with Duval County Public Schools?
Issues at Duval County Public School was just more of Isaiah, I guess, trying to understand something that it wasn't, he didn't catch on right then. The way his mind.
And he did graduate from high school, though.
Yes.
And did he start working after that?
Yes.
Where was he working?
He's had many jobs. He worked at Jacksport. He did Uber Eats sometimes. I do believe it was Instacart. A lot of staffing agencies, because where I'm from, this quick to get on with a temp agency because he doesn't really have much experience coming from high school.
Did he have goals about what he wanted for a career?
Yes, he was actually in the process of becoming a merchant marine. He already had his TWIC badge. So the process where we left off was he had to test, which required some additional testing, what they needed to do. And we had to get scheduled. It was something with the schedules. We couldn't get aligned. So that's why we had left off with that.
Prior to this case, did you ever know Isaiah to have been arrested?
No.
And you mentioned earlier that he has children. How many children does he have?
3.
What are their names?
Cabri, Kylan, and Iceland.
How is he as a father?
From what I've seen, very hands-on. Love. I got a chance to see him different because he's my son, so his love for me was kind of different for his children. So I did get a chance to see him interact. He was there.
We've heard witnesses describe his relationship with you as you being his heart. Do you have a special relationship with Isaiah?
I love all my children.
Of course. Okay. Is there anything else that we haven't talked about that you would like this jury to hear about Isaiah, his character, his upbringing?
I mean, as far as his upbringing, he was a normal child. I do believe that as we start gauging into the adulthood, Isaiah did express during some time, he had quite a few different areas where he wanted to engage in. He was trying to decipher if he wanted to be an entrepreneur, if he wanted to just open up a business and do this. So he did come up with a business that he decided to stick with, which Isaiah believes that he wanted to, part of one of his businesses, he wanted to open up this community to give back to people who has lost hope. And I do recall that in Jonah, the word was sent a second time. So how Isaiah developed this plan as a businessman, he wanted to just make sure that people know that there is hope.
And I assume I know the answer to this, but you plan to keep a lot of contact with Isaiah when he's in prison, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. That's all I have now.
Okay, Cross?
Yes, Your Honor.
Run the likes up. One more like will get us to 440. Run the likes up, please.
Ms. Gray, when Isaiah was in school, he was never diagnosed with any sort of mental health disability, is that correct?
That's correct.
And during the time he was in school, he actually graduated with a high school diploma, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you just described him that he attracts people, he has this social intelligence, is that correct?
That's correct.
Charming, perceptive personality.
That's correct.
And that he is also very smart, is that correct?
I don't know what your definition of very smart, because we all weigh things different.
Okay. Did you say that he was very industrious and was strategizing and had the ability to come up with a business plan?
I said we were strategizing, yes.
And that was for his business, correct?
Correct.
And he wanted to open up different businesses.
Well, we talked about mainly one.
Okay. And which one was that? The one where he is giving back, is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. He also aspired and was going to be a merchant marine.
Correct.
And he had done a lot to progress and to be able to do that. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
And you also have said that he is your do-it-yourself person. Anytime you needed something fixed, he was there to help you. Is that correct?
And that's correct.
Young
and
and
he's
Ace
the one,
do
if
it
you
too.
needed something installed like a smart TV, he was the one that would be able to do that.
That's correct.
So he does have skills that he was able to utilize and complete tasks for you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
These were things that you would have difficulty doing yourself, right? Installing the smart TV is not something that you found easy. Is that true, ma'am?
Yes.
And you relied upon him to be able to set all of that up for you.
I wouldn't say rely, because if he's not available, then I will, of course, pay someone to come do it.
Okay. But my point is he could do it.
He
Isn't
could
that
do
true,
it.
ma'am?
That's correct.
Okay. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, we're good. Redirect? Okay, may this witness be excused? Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. Do you have any more witnesses at this time? Pardon me?
Not unless.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. Let's just go ahead. We'll take a quick afternoon recess, so if you all could just step outside for a few moments.
He was ready for that break. See how quick he stood up? He need that. Out of there. He need to go in that bathroom in that left room again and cry. He need to go in that left door.
All jurors are up, Judge.
Okay, very good. Okay, so Mr. Chance, we're going to have a seat. This is the part of the trial, or this phase of the trial, where you have to make the decision whether or not you wish to testify or remain silent. Again, do you realize that this decision is solely yours to make? Do you understand that? Okay. And have you made a decision whether or not you wish to testify or remain silent? What is your decision? Do you wish to testify or not? Okay. And has anyone, including your attorneys, in any way pressured you, threatened you, or coerced you in any way to make this decision? And has anyone made you any assurances regarding what the outcome of this penalty phase will be? And you realize no one can, because no one can predict the future, correct? Okay. All right, very good. Okay, so when we come back in, you'll rest, and then Ms. Toomey, you're ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, and then how many witnesses do you have this afternoon?
I have Dr. Eisenstein that's going to testify today, so that's all I have. I mean, that should take up quite a
Okay. Well, and it's just direct, right? Because you're not ready to go across yet.
Correct.
Okay. All right, that's fine. So let's take a quick 10-minute comfort break. We'll come back. You'll rest, Mr. Petridis, in front of the jury, and then Ms. Toomey, you'll get going with your doctor. Okay.
I'm going to say this. After the way Harmon went at Sean Gathright on that stand, I don't think none of them getting on there now. If they had it in their mind, it's over. Once Harmon started grilling Sean, I think that was it right there. Ain't nobody getting on that stand, bro. Ain't nobody getting on the stand, bro. 5 more likes will get us to 450 likes, guys. 5 more likes to get us to 450. Let's go. Run the likes up. Please keep running the likes up. Thank y'all. Y'all so aggravating, dog. I appreciate y'all. Listen, if you're enjoying the content thus far, if you're enjoying the chat, if you're enjoying the host, if you want the host to shut up and just let the content. If you've been having fun, whatever, subscribe to the channel. If you want to see the channel grow, please, everybody send $1, just $1 to $the Network on Cash App. We are not a monetized channel. Just help this channel grow, guys. Also, we have PayPal. Also, if you can't get to the Cash App, go to the links right above the subscribe button on the main page. The PayPal link is right there. Other than that, I appreciate you guys thus far. Keep the chat rolling. Keep running the likes up. Thank you guys. Thank all the new subs. Thank everybody for staying active in the chat. 453 likes. 2 more will get us to 455. 1 more will get us to 455. 6 more will get us to 460. I say run it up. I say run them likes up, please. Y'all so aggravating, dog.
It's so aggravating. Hey, aggravating as hell, man. You're aggravating.
But y'all so appreciate it, man. The most aggravating chat in the game, most appreciated chat in the world, man. The livest chat on the tube. Y'all keep this shit lit. I thank y'all. I won't talk over the content. Y'all see that when court is proceeding, I then let them process. That's when I shut up. But when they leave, I be talking again. That's when I got to shout out the chat. So first and foremost, shout out to the chat. Let me read some of these real quick. We got Jeremiah TV says Jacksonville, dog. BL Chalk says living off someone's misery. DL Hood says Foolio trolled them off the streets. Captain Morgan 420 said that's why dudes always come out of prison vegan, because they be in there straight tossing side. Wow. Mel says Isaiah don't want nobody to hear him stutter. Jeremiah TV laughing my ass off. Jose No Way says people be having so much hate towards comments they don't apply to their life. Stop attacking people's character. Clever Creatrix says, let's go, y'all. Smash that like button and subscribe. Let's go. Run them up. 456. We are 4 likes away from 460, guys. Run it up, please. D Hood says, Whisper Naughty. Hold on. Hold on, my sound ain't up. Oh, I think we good. Leonard Hornsby says, I'm watching from my TV. Shout out to you, Leonard. Mike from the Ville says, show love, sub and donate. We do this for y'all. $ the Rumonati Network on Cash App, guys. Jose No Way says aggravated and emotional is 2 different things. They getting emotional in here. BL Chocolate says can't enjoy this ish. Big Homie Slim says Nasty Nate is going to tear Sean apart too. Damn. Jenny from the block says who's next, Davion or Rashad? Who's next? Like Goldberg say, nigga, who's next? Who's next? Jeremiah TV said them boys crying in that cell tonight, man. They crying on the way. Captain Morgan says, boy, that lady sounded like she was talking about a 4-year-old dude. He hooked up TV so good. He was normal when he was little. I thought something was wrong with him, but we was normal. And he hooked up a TV. What? Big Homie say, on God, rumor facts. BL Chocolate says, they all fuck. Bob Marley says, he sound like it, Jeremiah. Jeremiah says, Sean Gay writes. Mel says, a lot of people who are able to fix things the brightest, yeah. I don't think nobody going to testify on, what, at Sean's testimony? What? 3 more likes to get us to 460. Let's go. Number 1 commenters right now. Let me check on it. Oh, we got the boy Mike from the Ville. Number 2, we got Jennifer Hodge. Number 3, we got XED57. Number 4, we got XO Mills. Number 5, we got Jose. No way. Number 6, we got Anonymous. Number 7, we got Stay Striving Cheese. Number 8, we got Shada Sash. Number 9, we got Another Gamer. Number 10, we got Big Homie Slim. Number 11, we got Leonard Hornsby. 12, we got D Hood. 11 and 12 was honorable mentions. I saw them, so I said them. Y'all. We got a few more minutes before they come back from the break. We are 3 likes away from 460 likes. Keep running the likes up. Send $1, $2, sign the RUMORNATI Network. Let's keep these lights on. Let's keep the train rolling. What we got going? How much time we got left? Do y'all think Isaiah should have took the stand? They about to come back and close when it comes to Isaiah. I didn't know that. Do you think he should have taken the stand? Let me tell you why. Do. Said I can live my life without you. Baby. Douglas Moore said this shit a nightmare. This shit is a nightmare and a dream. Damn, D Hood say Mama slow. Another gamer says here we go. Jose No Way say big strict God forgives. We don't. Mike from the Ville said that's why they was proud of him. Big Face 901 say Lord Beer is looking at. D Hood said smart TV is plug and play. That nigga hooked up a plug and play TV. Mr. Uncle Sean says he about to put his head in the toilet and cry. Jenny from the block say, Mills, did you sleep? Clever Creatrix says it's not hard to set up a smart TV. Bob Marley says Sean got flamed up so bad compared to this. Oh, man. Sean got roasted. Mr. Uncle Sean said, I've been in the Bing. D Hood said, don't got to be smart to work a smart TV. The Vicious Swagger said, it's a question of common sense. Mike from the Ville says, anonymous one, he did say that. Big Strict says, did you get it, Jose? BL Chocolate says, this all bullshit. Douglas Moore said, run them likes up, chat. Facts, run them likes up. Get the likes up. Run them up. We need 2 more to get to 460. What y'all waiting on?
Council is present.
All right,
Let's
it's time
go
to
and
be
bring in our
quiet,
jury.
Time to be quiet. They're back. Y'all know we don't step on the content. Nell says, no, I ain't sleep. ATB Crew says, if he valued his life, he would have spoke. I agree. Pat says, please set up a P.O. box. I agree with that too, Pat. Mike from the Ville says, follow the socials. Right. We on everything. D Hood says they're going to get Ace while he playing GTA. Mike from the Ville says, shout out to the members. Another gamer says, Diddy. Jennifer Hart says, no, they know better. BL Chalk says, life is a long term, man. Shit. Life is the long term. We need 2 more likes for 460.
Okay, very good. Welcome back. Everyone have a seat. And Mr. Petrides, you have an announcement?
Run the likes up, guys.
Okay, very good. All right, Ms. Toomey, on behalf of Davion Murphy, would you like to call a witness?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Okay, very good. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I affirm.
Ms. Toomey, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Dr. Hyman Eisenstein.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about your education, your background, your training, and what do you do?
I am a licensed clinical psychologist with a subspecialty in neuropsychology and forensic neuropsychology. I graduated from Loyola University in Chicago with a double master's in counseling psychology and also education and supervision. I went on to do my PhD, my doctorate work at the University of Health Sciences Chicago Medical School. I graduated in 1982. I obtained my PhD following coursework, a dissertation, that's why it's a PhD, practicum. I completed also a one-year internship at Fairfield Hills Hospital, which is a large psychiatric state hospital in Connecticut, Fairfield, Connecticut. I went on to do a postdoctoral study at Yale University, West Haven VA Medical Center on the epilepsy unit. I was hired by the hospital where I did my internship. It was Fairfield Hills Hospital. I worked there for 5 years, primarily on the forensic unit. The unit was all-male forensic unit, individuals that were deemed either incompetent or were classified as being insane, statutory, not guilty by reason of insanity, people that could not be adjudicated in court, and they stayed on the unit until they were found to be competent or could return to court. I had my license in Connecticut. I actually had my license also in Illinois, where I'm from, but I did not practice in Illinois. Moved to Florida in 1986. It's a long time ago, 40 years ago. I became the head psychologist at Sunrise Rehabilitation Hospital. That was a rehab hospital in Sunrise, Florida. I became licensed in Florida. Actually, I was licensed even before we moved. I stayed at the hospital for 1 year, and then I went into private practice. The private practice consisted of consulting at a neurology practice, working as a consultant to several different psychiatric hospitals, and of course developing my own private practice, which eventually just became my full-time occupation.
Okay. So you mentioned the word forensic. So what's the difference between a forensic, and we'll start with the psychologist, but a forensic psychologist and a psychologist? Is there a difference?
So a psychologist is somebody that is licensed by the state of Florida, completes the requirements and the ongoing education that's required by the state. The forensic aspect is an individual that deals primarily with criminal aspects as it relates to both behavior and psychology, the interplay between the two.
The interplay between behavior and psychology is forensic psychology.
And the law.
And the law. Okay. All right. But you are a neuropsychologist, right?
Correct.
What's the difference between a neuropsychologist and a psychologist?
So my training was always in the organic brain matter. My graduate program was heavily based on medical, not psychological per se, but more medical related. Courses were of course, in testing, but also in neuroanatomy, neurophysiology, the understanding of the brain as how the brain functions from a cognitive or behavior, what the brain can or cannot do, versus looking at the brain in terms of the anatomy or the pathology of the brain.
Okay, so neuro means brain?
Correct.
Okay. So then you're a neuropsychology, which you just described, and then they have neurologists, which would deal with the anatomy of the brain?
Correct.
All right, but you're not a neurologist?
No.
Have you ever been allowed to offer or give an opinion in the field of neuropsychology?
Yes.
And approximately how many times?
Well, over 40 years, probably 150 times.
Both state and federal court?
Primarily state, but it's been federal as well.
Any other jurisdictions beside Florida?
I evaluated in Texas, I evaluated in Georgia, but that was on a maybe 1 or 2 time basis, but it's basically been all in the state of Florida.
And do you have any hospital privileges?
Yes, I'm on staff at Mount Sinai Hospital in Miami Beach. I've been on staff for quite a while. I was actually on staff at several other hospitals, but they closed, so obviously not on staff there, but I've maintained my staff privileges at Mount Sinai for several decades.
And what would you need a privilege for going to a hospital or being able to, I guess, evaluate someone at a hospital? What would be the need for that?
So initially I was working on the rehab unit of the hospital, so that's why I obtained privileges. But over the years, I've maintained
Hold on, y'all.
privilege,
Run them 2 likes up. Run them 2 likes up.
Value.
Run them 2 likes up. Let's go.
especially those patients that I follow. So I follow them in the hospital as well. So having privileges just makes the process much more easy in terms of following my own patients.
Because if you didn't have the privilege, then you can't get into the hospital, right? I mean, you could, but you can't work, I guess, at the hospital.
Right,
Is that right?
correct.
Okay. And do you belong to any professional associations?
Belong to the American Psychological Association, the Brain Injury Foundation of Florida.
And just briefly tell us what those are, if you can.
The American Psychological Association is the association that psychology individuals are associated with. It's across the country. They set guidelines, their rules, privileges. It's basically the organization that sets the standards for psychology.
Okay. So standards that you follow as a neuropsychologist.
Correct.
And is that something that you have to renew or pay for, or how does that work?
The membership is on an ongoing basis. Correct.
Okay. And then what about the other organization?
The other organization is the brain injuries. Again, the individual that deal with individuals that unfortunately have brain injury and try to help support, educate, and have knowledge of those individuals and the challenges they face.
All right. I think you did this briefly, but can you expand on your experience in working with patients or individuals, clients, if you will?
So just one other aspect of my training, I am board certified also from the American Board of Professional Neuropsychology. So that just adds another layer in terms of my education, my experiences, and treated amongst my peers as being qualified to render opinions as a clinical neuropsychologist.
Well, let me stop you there. What did you have to do
Hit the
in
likes.
addition to
We're
your
2 likes away
education
from 460.
to
I
become
know y'all
board
got it.
certified?
Run the likes up.
The exam was a very rigorous exam. It entailed presenting a work product of neuropsychology, a report that I've issued many, many times, and another report justifying why my report and why I use certain measures, and then that was accepted by the committee. Now, it also required a certain number of hours. I believe it was 2,000 hours of work and training. But then there was a 3-hour oral examination with a committee. The committee, it consisted of 3 different areas of neuropsychology. After one was first admitted to take the exam, one aspect was neuropsychology, test measurements. The other was ethics. The third, maybe it was just general standards in psychology. But it was a broad area of testing to make sure that, again, one is qualified and one is indeed capable of performing neuropsychological examinations and evaluations at the highest level possible.
Can you explain to us, when you talked about test measurements, how that kind of is incorporated in neuropsychology? Like, why does that make a difference, and why does it matter?
So as a neuropsychologist or as a psychologist, we conduct psychological and what I refer to as neuropsychological test measurement. The measurements are based on normative data, meaning the tests are all normed based on populations across the United States. It's varied in gender, sex, education, age. So every test, it has a standard score with it. The tests are well established. They're gold standards among some of the tests. The others are more specific for brain behavior. So it's a combination of using some standardized psychological tests, some very specific neuropsychological tests, and that's what we refer to as a test battery. A battery of a variety of different measures that are all standardized. And once one, of course, is trained to administer these and to interpret them and then to render an opinion based on the totality of all the testing. The testing goes on for quite a long time. It's to try to understand an individual, their strengths, their weaknesses, their test performance. So this is how a neuropsychologist differs from a regular psychologist, but it's extra training and extra use of different measures. And of course, what's extremely important is that we just don't rely just on tests, but it's a clinical examination, it's an interview process, it's looking at the individual and understanding how they perform, how they react, and then of course, looking at collateral data, whatever there may be, to help understand the totality of the individual. So the net result is putting it all together and then rendering an opinion based on all the different aspects.
Okay. What about in the context of individuals that are facing the death penalty? Have you been involved in evaluating those individuals, those kinds of individuals in that circumstance?
So I've evaluated numerous individuals that have been both on death row as well as individuals that are facing the death penalty. I've been doing this for quite a while. The individuals, whether they would be already on death row, or the individuals that are facing the death penalty throughout the state of Florida. I meet with them, evaluate them, spend time with them face to face, try to establish a working relationship or rapport so that they feel comfortable to perform, to talk, to spend time in terms of administering the various different neuropsychological measures. But it's across the board. The battery is basically standardized, whether or not the individual will be facing the death penalty or the individual would be ready on death row, or an individual may be a totally non-criminal case, forensic case. The batteries are basically the same because we're looking at brain functioning. So brain functioning is the same across the board. It doesn't make a difference where you are and what you're doing. It's a question of how the individual is performing based on their history, based on trauma based on events that occurred in their life and trying to understand their level of abilities.
Okay, and were you retained by me or my office in the state of Florida versus Davian Murphy?
Correct.
And what were you tasked with doing? What did we ask you to do?
So you asked me to perform a standardized neuropsychological examination, an evaluation that would look at his overall cognitive functioning, his brain behavior functioning, how he performs, his abilities, his cognitive abilities, his emotional abilities, his functioning across the board. It also includes, obviously, looking at his background, looking at what he has been doing throughout his life, getting a better picture of the individual, looking at records, reviewing records on his behalf, whether they would be hospital records, school records, disability records. Again, whatever is available in terms of looking at to try to come up with a complete picture and understanding of the individual is basically the same across the board, but that's really what your office asked me to do.
Okay. And did you in fact meet with Davion Murphy?
Yes, I did.
Approximately, was that in person?
It was face-to-face, correct.
Face-to-face. At the jail?
At the Hillsborough Jail.
Okay. And approximately how many times did you meet with him face-to-face?
7 times.
And when you met with him those 7 times, was he cooperative?
He was always cooperative.
Okay. Did he do what you asked of him to do?
He performed every task, never had any problems in terms of saying that he was tired or he didn't want to do it or he said no. He was very cooperative.
All right. So tell us, take us through what you did. Your first meeting. How do you conduct your evaluation?
So first we want to just introduce ourselves with the individual. I think the first time actually he was on lockdown. In Hillsborough there's the general testing area where everyone, lawyers and psychologists come. That's where they bring the individual to be evaluated. The first time he was I think in the black box it's referred to.
Okay.
And they took me to another unit, and he was shackled. But even under those circumstances, he was cooperative, willing to talk. Never gave us a problem in terms of saying I'm too tired, I don't want to. He's quitting. That never happened. So throughout the 7 times, and sometimes he was in the box, and most of the time we evaluated him in the general diagnostic building, and he was brought down and he cooperated and he stayed as long as we needed. He never said, let's stop. If he needed to take a break, of course, gave him a break, but he was extremely cooperative.
And respectful?
He was respectful. His language was good. Never used curse words for the most part. So he was very respectful.
One of your easier clients, would you say?
Objection, leading.
Overall, you can answer.
Yeah, he was definitely less challenging than some other individuals that present much more difficulty in terms of their level of cooperation.
Okay.
Now, I just may add that level of cooperation is really important because
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained. What's your next question?
Why is someone's cooperation in your evaluation so important?
the reason it is so important is because they are giving full effort. They're trying the best. Part of doing a neuropsychological examination is the first question one has to ask, are these results true results? What I'm going to be talking about, is this really an accurate reflection of the individual? So he tries. He wasn't trying to fake.
And is there a separate test that you administer to someone to make sure or to ensure that they're not faking?
Correct. So those tests are called validity measures or malingering measures. Part of any neuropsychological test battery includes malingering measures. We gave him several malingering measures, and he scored within the normal range. He wasn't trying to look worse. He wasn't trying to fake. He wasn't trying to play worse than he is, but he gave us a true, accurate reflection of what his abilities are. So that's why cooperation is really important. You know that you're not going to have difficulty or someone's trying to play games with you.
Sure. All right, so let's talk about some of the evaluations that, well, let me first ask you this. Out of those 7 times that you met with Davion Murphy, approximately how many hours would you approximate that to be?
It was approximately 22 hours.
Okay. And you meet with the person, you collect records that you would deem appropriate, and then do you also attempt to do what's called like collateral interviews with family members, friends, and things like that?
Correct.
And did you attempt to do at least all of those things?
So the records were, certainly there was a good amount of records, both medical records, educational records, DOC records. As far as talking and meeting with collateral sources, it was limited. Spent some time with his mother, but it was a limited conversation, and certainly perhaps other people would have been helpful to get more information, but it just didn't happen.
Judge, can we approach for a second?
Yep. Step out momentarily, not long.
All rise.
Okay, thank you. Okay, everyone have a seat. All right, Ms. Toomey, so I think your witness just, and I didn't hear it, but I think he just testified that he reviewed some DOC records. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so what, is he going to be relying upon those records?
Are you going to be relying upon those records, Doctor?
Right, so records that were included with the hospital records, yes, it's mentioned in my report. Educational records, they were in my report. So whatever is in my report is what was relied on.
Okay, and so I guess, because it's just a little tricky working around the term DOC records, so that's why I'm asking if you're going to need to refer to those records, then specifically the DOC records, we have to come up with a solution.
Well, really not. I'm not looking at jail records per se.
Right.
It's more in terms of the medical,
Okay.
in terms of the school records, anything that's related to his evaluation and understanding his academic performance or how he's been treated medically.
Okay. Okay, so going forward, I would just ask that if you're referring to medical records or educational records or testing records, we just use that term as opposed to DOC
Okay.
records. Okay, does that work for you, Mr. Harmon?
That's fine, Judge. I was just, well, Dr. Warner had advised me during the evaluation this week, and the defendant was relating a great deal to her about his carcerative journey through the DOC, different CIs, different correctional institutions, treatment he received there. And I think there's an argument that goes to refute the ultimate opinion that's going to be tendered either through Dr. Eisenstein or through subsequent experts about brain damage.
Okay, so are you telling me you're going to need to get into DOC records?
It just depends on where Dr. Rubino goes with his opinions, I guess, and
Okay.
where we go with this next week. So.
Cross that bridge when we get to it. So if you think it is going to be necessary for you to get into DOC records, you just need to let me know.
Yes.
Once the defense experts are done testifying, and then we'll figure out what to do.
Yes, Your Honor. I was going to speak to counsel. That was my first avenue to see how she felt about it, because I knew Dr. Eisenstein had been provided those records.
Right.
And I think Dr. Rubino was also, if I'm not mistaken.
I think there's a confusion about the records. There's two sets of Shands records, and I guess there's a Shands in Jacksonville, there's a Shands in Gainesville, so I think there was some sort of confusion with what was provided or.
The records we were provided, I brought the discovery pleading that I was provided. It's DOC records, Social Security records, school records.
That's not the most recent one. That was taken off there.
Okay, Department of Children and Family Records and Edward White High School.
Yeah, that was taken off there too.
There was a small amount of records from, I believe it's Shands, Gainesville, where the defendant was being transported there from correctional institutions for treatment for a hand injury and some other stuff. So that was what we were provided before today. So
Okay. All right. Well, since we're just conducting, or since you're conducting just the direct examination of the doctor at this point, I would just ask, at this point, just don't refer to DOC records. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Very good. Okay, let's bring it back in.
Yes, Judge. All rise. All due right, Judge.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat again. And Ms. Jimmy, you may proceed.
All right, so let's start with some of the tests that you administered to Mr. Davion Murphy. Which one would you like to start with?
So first, the validity measures that I mentioned, I gave Mr. Murphy several different validity measures. I gave him what's called the TOM test of memory and malingering. It's not a memory test, but it's a validity malingering measure, and his score was, on the third trial, was 48 out of 50. First 40 out of 50, then 48 out of 50, and 48 out of 50. So that score is within the normal limits. He's not faking, again, he's not malingering, he's not trying to look worse than he is. On the advanced clinical solution, he got 41 out of 50, 82%. That's also within the normal limits. And then reliable digit span, another test from the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale 4th edition. It was indicative of good effort, average effort, on his part. There's no indication that he is trying to look worse than he is. He's putting forth full effort, and the results are a valid indication of his functioning.
Well, let me ask you this. Since you've met with Davion Murphy 7 times, are these tests done in the beginning only, at the end, or every time, or something else?
So the order doesn't make a difference. There's no, obviously one needs to do or should do the validity measures before, because if the individual is not performing at his best, the results afterwards are all skewed. So one has to establish that he is giving full effort. That probably has to be in the beginning, but as far as all the other tests, really there's no order, there's no specific order. It all depends upon the equipment. You have to bring in equipment each time, how much you're bringing and what you're doing, and again, the order really doesn't make a difference.
Okay. You said equipment. What kind of equipment do you use?
So a lot of times people come to a neuropsychologist in their office, so all their equipment is there. But here you have to travel with your equipment. The equipment includes test booklets, it includes forms, it includes blocks, it includes various different items that the individual has to manipulate with their hands. It's a variety of, each test has its own set of material, but it's all something that each time you have to go through the screening device. They check out exactly what you have, make sure that it is acceptable, and then you bring it in, and there's just this, if you bring in everything at one time, I would be coming in with 2 briefcases. So this is just basically, you bring in a little each time, and then you conduct those tests, and then you move on to the next set of tests the next time one is engaged in the testing.
Let me just ask you, did you conduct, well, I guess we'll get to those evaluations in a minute, but before we do that, can we just talk about, did you gather some background information about Davion Murphy?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
So, first as far as he was born to Mrs. Serena Beeks and Mr. David Bernard Murphy Sr. on the east side of Jacksonville. He's the older son of the union with a younger brother, David Murphy Jr. David is the oldest of mom's children with 4 additional younger siblings, Adam Gooden, Sierra Gooden, Kimura Wilson, and Camilla Wilson. Mr. Murphy Sr. has a daughter, Regina, who is an older sister to Davion, and Zion, who is a younger brother to him. So there's brothers and sisters on both sides. Davion itself was never married, and he has no children.
All right, and then did you, through looking at the school records that you were provided, did you come up with an educational history for Davion Murphy?
So it's a very complicated history because Mr. Murphy attended 14 different schools, approximately. Some of them were in the Dade County, in the Duval County public school system. There was testing that was completed at an early age, and then he went to several different schools, different places, repeated several grades along the way. He was in. It just goes on.
Well, let me kind of help you break it down. So when you said that he attended 14 different schools, would that mean he was also moving to different environments or different places as well?
Correct.
Was that something that you learned in those records?
Correct.
All right. And then was there an evaluation, a psychoeducational evaluation that you looked at when Davion was 8 years old?
Correct.
What did that give you any insight as to his school?
So at 8 years old, he was Dr. Serena Bloomfield did some psychological testing. He was given the WISC for children, the Wexler Adult Intelligence Scale for Children, and he obtained a full-scale IQ score of 81, 10th percentile, the low average range of intellectual functioning.
Tell us, maybe in layman's terms, what that means. What does that mean?
It's a low score. 100 is the average. 81 is at the 10th percentile. If someone scores 100 on an IQ, that means that's 50 percentile of the population. It's either better or worse. This is at the lower, in other words, 90% of the population is better, 10% is lower. Because of his low score and his low score across all academic areas, he then was entitled to be placed in a variety of different programs.
Tell us about some of those programs.
So he was eligible to be placed in exceptional student education, that's called ESE. He was diagnosed with attention deficit disorder, combined type, that's ADHD, global academic delay, nonverbal learning disabilities, that's NVLD, and specific learning disabilities, that's SLD.
Okay, so let me stop you there. I want to break that down. The combined type ADHD, what does that mean?
So that means that there's both two elements. There's the attentional aspect as well as the hyperactivity. So he had problems with, there are individuals that have just one or the other, but he has both. In other words, he had problems with attention and concentration, and also excess energy and hyperactivity, inability to basically sit still and move around constantly.
Judge, can you approach Robert?
Yes?
This will be quick.
Doctor, do you happen to know, when we're talking about this full-scale IQ score that was performed or obtained on Davion when he was 8 years old, was that when he was in the 3rd or 4th grade, or do you remember?
I think he was in the 3rd grade.
Okay, and do you have a name of the school that he was going to at that time? Maybe Biltmore or?
Perhaps.
Okay. Okay, you stopped, I think, at explaining the combined type of ADHD. When you say global academic delay, what does that mean?
He had difficulty across the board. There wasn't any specific in terms of one area, but it was more global in terms of every area of academic ability. It was compromised and it was delayed.
Okay. And then nonverbal learning disability versus a specific learning disability. What is the difference and what are each?
So since there was a split between the verbal and the nonverbal, so the nonverbal was more impaired, so that's why it was a nonverbal learning disability at that time, and it was specific learning disabilities related to different areas of functioning. Again, they targeted almost every area of disability.
Okay. And was Davion also given an IEP, or an individualized education program?
So he was given IEPs across the board almost every year.
And starting when? From the time he was 8 on, or?
Right, 8 on. And they were relying on this IQ that was done when he was 8 or 9. And there was a recommendation that they retest him, but that never was done. So the IEP was based on this IQ that was performed when he was 8 or 9 years old, even though the recommendation was that he should be retested. And the reason he should have been retested is because the skills of an 8 or 9-year-old obviously are not as demanding as they are from somebody who is older. And as you're older, there's more demands, and the skills sets are quite different. And the IQ could have changed, and it would have been reflective.
Let me ask you that. Does someone's IQ change, or is it constant throughout their entire life, or what's the feel on that?
So IQ should be stable, but it should be stable at a point where there's a certain level of developmental maturity. So at 8 or 9, the individual is quite young, and that really is not a set determination in terms of what their IQ really should be or is. Okay. Once an individual is a little more mature and is a little older, so that IQ should be more or less stable.
Understood. Do you have an age that someone's IQ would more or less stabilize? Does that make sense?
So it should probably be around 16, maybe 15, 16. In other words, past puberty, where the individual already is like early adulthood. So that is probably the point where one would look at more stability in terms of IQ.
Okay. Anything else other than the 14 different schools? You mentioned the IEP program, the ESE, some diagnoses while he was in school. Anything else that you utilized in rendering your opinions that you're going to give here today?
So first, he was given the Florida Comprehensive Assessment Test numerous times. The records indicated that his score was never level 3 or higher. In grade 4, 5, 6, he repeatedly obtained level 1 in reading and writing. During high school, over multiple administrations, his scores were consistently at level 2. Now, an individual that scores level 1 is basically failing. That's not acceptable. 2 is also very low, and it should be more like 3 and above. So for the most part, he was low performance, below proficiency levels, and core academic skills with no marked improvement over time. So there was a consistent failure, and as the test was demonstrated over time, it really did not improve.
Are these the FCAT test that kids have to pass or take every certain number of years that they're in school in order to progress and advance?
Correct. Now, because of the FCATs and because of his academic difficulties, he was diagnosed with a mental disability and he received Social Security disability. That was diagnosed early on with the attention deficit disorder, hyperactivity, prescribed medications, and he was taking either Ritalin or Vyvanse as a child, and because of the diagnosis, he received Social Security disability, an indication of his difficulty in receiving the disability benefit. In addition, he had behavioral problems. There was fighting, there was being kicked out. At some point, he moved out from his home, went with a paternal grandmother. There was difficulty with smoking, gambling, fighting, and so there was a combination of both academic difficulties as well as behavioral difficulties.
And
Now,
that, when you said Davian was kicked out by his mother, would that have been in the 10th grade?
correct.
And he went to live where? I didn't catch that.
With his paternal grandmother, Mrs. Phyllis Murphy. Now, what's also noted when he was either the 3rd or 4th grade, he had to repeat the grade, and he received a comment in the records of EMH, of educatively mentally handicapped, which is an indication of his low IQ, his low functioning, and that was noted when he was either 3rd or 4th grade. He repeated the 4th grade, and this was something that was noted in the records probably at the age of 9, 10, something in that level. He was kicked out of multiple schools due to his behavior. He was sent to Jacksonville Youth Academy Level 6 program for 9 months from age 17 to 18. Part of the program, he was forced to go to school. Then he repeated the 11th grade, which he had not completed before. Somehow his mother was able to reinstate him in public school for the 12th grade. He didn't graduate.
Let me stop. Let me just stop you there, doctor, for 1 second. I want to bring you back to just a couple of things, to highlight a couple of things. He repeated the 4th grade, you said?
Correct.
And then he also repeated with the 11th grade as well?
Correct.
Okay. With regards to medical or psychiatric history, such as any injuries to his head or what have you, can you go through those with us, please?
So there's multiple head injuries that Davian sustained. He was diagnosed again with the ADHD, and he was prescribed Ritalin, Vyvanse later on. ADHD used to be called minimal brain damage. That was what it was called back in the day. It's changed, and now it's called ADHD. The thinking was that this is a brain impairment. So I mentioned that as of note, that early on he was diagnosed with ADHD and was taking medication.
And is there a time where Davian and his younger brother were seeing a psychiatrist?
There was notes that he was seeing a psychiatrist, this Dr. Louis Quinones, every few weeks for several years. The records indicate visits from the year 2007 through 2010.
And how old is Davian as he sits here? Do you know?
He now is 28 or 29 at the present time.
Yes. When do you have his birthday on there?
His birthday is January 10th, 1997.
So in 2007 through 2010, Davian and his brother, his younger brother, were seeing a psychiatrist.
Correct.
All right. And was there also, can you tell us about an incident with a golf cart when he was 7 or 8 years old?
He reported crashing a golf cart into a car wash, hitting his head on the steering wheel at 7 or 8 years old, and he remained with bad headaches after that incident.
Okay, what about at age 14?
So he was a passenger in a car that crashed into a tree. He ran away and did not seek medical treatment.
All right. Then I'm going to jump to 2015. Was there a time where he had fractured a bone in his hand, in his right hand?
He fractured his third metatarsal. He was evaluated at Shands Jacksonville, and a clamshell splint was placed.
All right. And then January 11th of 2017, anything of significance on that day?
So he was taken by fire rescue to Shands Jacksonville after suffering a gunshot wound to the groin with rupture of the corpus cavernosum of his penis without urethral injury. So the bullet remained in his lateral thigh tissue. Surgery was performed and he was healed well.
So according to my math, my calculations, Davian would have been about 20 years old?
Correct.
And then anything of significance in February of 2017?
So February 1st of 2017 is just a few weeks after this previous trauma to the groin and to the penis from a gunshot wound. He was involved in a motor vehicle accident after a police chase, and he was taken to the emergency room at Shands Jacksonville. Records report a Glasgow Como scale of 13 out of a possible 15.
What does that mean?
So when an individual is faced with trauma, so they are assessed on the Glasgow Como scale. The Glasgow Como scale deals with very basic orientation, motor, verbal functioning, level of awakeness. It's basically to see whether or not the individual is up and about and oriented and can follow verbal commands and motor commands. So he scored 13 out of 15, meaning that he had a altered mental state. He wasn't totally responsive. He was responsive and non-responsive, so 13 out of 15 means that there was some trauma to the brain significantly enough that he was not scoring 15 out of 15 on this Glasgow Como scale. He was given a CAT scan, a CT scan of the brain, and it showed no acute intracranial hemorrhage, mass effect, or territorial infarct. So the brain itself didn't show any broken bones.
And no bleeding in the brain, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there were no...
Objection, leading.
Sustain as to leading.
What does that mean?
So they did a basic brain scan to show no broken bones, no bleeding. But they did not do an MRI scan which could have shown there was shearing or there was tearing or any other level of brain damage that is more commonly found when more sophisticated neurodiagnostic testing like the MRI is conducted, but they did not conduct it.
Okay, and let's jump to November of 2023. Can you tell us about Mr. Davian being a passenger in a car, again involved in a motor vehicle accident?
So he was involved in a motor vehicle accident with a truck. He presented at the emergency department of Shands Jacksonville, where he was diagnosed with dorsal which is back pain, pain in the right forearm, pain in the right elbow, pain in the left hand. He reported hitting his head very hard. What I may just add about all these different incidents, that there's what's called a synergistic effect of brain damage. There's multiple brain damages, and when there is, it's more than just cumulative. It's not just adding one, each one of these separate incidents. But each one presents with more trauma to the brain, more injury, and the injuries that are, again, superimposed one upon the other are far worse than one individual separate. So it's sustaining multiple head injuries over a relatively short period of time.
Okay, so now I want to ask you, we've kind of touched on 7 years of age, 8, 12, 20, and on. Is this type of behavior consistent with a lack of a parental figure in their life,
Correct.
such as having one's father be arrested and be sent to prison for life?
That's correct. And then basically being raised by a single mom.
Objection, non-responsive.
Okay, please ask a question.
And then having to be raised by a single mother, right?
That's correct.
Did Davion ever explain or complain about anxiety or depression to you?
He said that he had anxiety, he had depression. At some point, he was taking Seroquel, which is a strong medication. It's an antipsychotic, actually, to deal with anxiety, depression. I think he's requested it at different points, but he was definitely taking it at some point.
Okay, and that's an antipsychotic, you said?
Correct.
Medication? All right, so let's talk about, before we get into the general IQ testing that you performed, can you tell us about some of the evaluations that you did? For example, the Dallas-Kaplan executive function system. What kind of test is that? What does it do? What does it tell you? What were the results?
So the Dallas-Kaplan is a test of executive function systems. It's divided into 5 separate tests. Each test has a sample section, and after the sample section, there is the test itself. There's different conditions. The test is very sensitive to overall brain impairment, cognitive impairment, and it's certainly a very good indicator in terms of one's abilities or where there's a lack of ability.
Were those the pages that we were going through?
Correct.
Which are called like raw data, I guess, if you
Yeah,
call
it's
it?
the raw data. The
Judge, if I can approach.
Yep.
About this trail making test. I know I was inquisitive about what the test was like, and you showed it to me. So, Judge, I don't think the state has any objection, but I'm going to just show Dr. Eisenstein on the screen so that we can just discuss it for the jury's information. All right, so I'm showing you, just for a demonstrative, the trail making test. What is this? It's a box, it's got some numbers, some letters. What is the individual asked with doing?
So this is trail making test part 1.
Okay.
And this is visual scanning. Now, each one of these tests has a practice section. The practice section is to make sure that the individual understands what is asked of them when they get to the actual test itself.
Is that kind of like a control? Like in science, kind of like the control practice, do the real thing.
Yeah, it's right. It's in order to make sure that when the test is being performed, they understand what is asked for them and they're doing it correctly to the best of their ability.
And this one, what would have been asked of Mr. Davion Murphy to do?
So this is asked to just cross off the threes. It's called visual scanning.
Okay.
And you have a pencil, and then it is not timed. Just to make sure that they get it correct. And they cross off, as you can see, all the threes on this practice section.
And how is this type of thing scored?
So it's scored basically several ways. It's timed. It's converted to a standard score. A standard score is similar to an IQ score. Each one, depending upon their performance, and I can, for example, now this score of 36 is not from the practice section. It's from the test itself, which is on the next pages.
Okay.
And then the standard score is 5, which equals an IQ of 75.
Okay. So I'm just going to show you one more. My understanding is these come in larger papers and you have to kind of cut them or something?
Right. So
Two
when I
likes
turned
away,
over
guys.
the data, so
2 likes away from 470. Let's go.
itself is actually on 2 sides. So it becomes a little difficult to copy it because it's 2 sides of 2 pages. So it had to be cut and sort of put together.
And that last test, is that 36 indicate that it took 36 seconds
Correct.
to?
In other words, not on the practice section, but on the actual test itself, which is
Yes.
on the following page.
Okay. What about this one? Trail making test.
This is condition 2.
Okay.
And the individual is asked to draw a line, connect the numbers in order.
Okay.
So as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ignoring the letters and just following the sequence of the numbers.
And what is this number, 59? What is that?
59 seconds, which equals a standard score of 2. As I mentioned, these are all normed, so one looks up in the normative manual. A 2 is actually equal to a IQ of 60, which is extremely low.
I just want to show you one more, just for an example. Condition 3.
So this is letter sequencing, condition 3, and here the individual is just asked to connect the letters in order, A, B, C, D, E.
Okay, and then this
50 seconds to complete, again, the next section, which is a standard score of 4, which is equal to a 60. Again, very low.
Right. I'll give it back to you. I'm just going to. All right, so let's see. What about the Peabody Picture Vocabulary Test? What's that?
So that is a test of receptive language. The individual is
It'll cost you nothing to hit that like button. If you ain't hit that like button yet, go ahead and tap it, please. If not,
the individual
roll
is shown
out
4 pictures. They're told a word, and they have to pick out the picture that describes the word that is stated.
Okay, so give us an example.
So, for example, let's say the word is ladder. So there's 4 pictures. One's a ladder. The other one may be a chair, maybe a tool. Obviously not a ladder. That's one of the simpler. As tests usually progress in general, tests are simpler at the beginning level and progress and become more difficult as it goes on. So then, of course, if they would say either A, B, C, or D, or just point, they don't even have to be verbal for this part, simply to point to the correct picture, and it's called receptive language, meaning an individual understands spoken language.
Okay. And what were your results on that test?
So he obtained a standard score of 52, which is extremely low, a percentile of 0.1, and a grade equivalent of 2.3.
Let's go to the general intellectual status examination that you performed. Did you perform that?
Yes, so I gave him the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale, 4th edition, which is the gold standard of IQ.
Is there a new edition? I think it's the 5th edition.
The 5th edition recently came out.
So I guess my question for you was the 4th edition the correct edition to administer to Davion?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so tell us how this works.
The individual is given the test. The test has several different sections. The test has been revised over time, many times, and it's improved. The quality is improved. The standardization has improved. The questions have improved to become more relevant. It goes between a nonverbal, a verbal, nonverbal, verbal. There's several different subsections. There's a point where the individual they stop if they can't get a certain number correct based on the criteria of the individual subtest. Then the scores are calculated. They convert what's called a raw score to a standard score. The standard scores then are added, and then one gets composite scores in different domains, and ultimately a full-scale IQ score.
Okay, that was a lot. Did you determine what Davion's full IQ score was based upon all what you just said?
So he obtained a full-scale IQ score of 72.
What does that mean?
So 72 is at the 3rd percentile of the general population. If one looks at the 95th confidence intervals, it goes between 68 to 77.
Okay, well, let me slow you down just a little bit. Okay, I want to back up to the 3rd percentile amongst his peers. So does that mean 97% of Davion's peers did better than he did? No?
Correct.
Yes?
Correct. In other words, on a scale that has the entire population.
Yes.
So 50% are going to score at 100, and then when this is 2 standard deviations below the mean, so then we're already dealing with the very small percentage, meaning only 3% of the population. At 97% is scoring better.
All right. And that score, what does that score tell us, if anything?
So this score is in the classified in the borderline, but it's really in the with the 95th percentile, which the bands are, meaning if the test would be given over and over, so the score would fall somewhere between an IQ of 68 and an IQ of 77. But the IQ itself of 72 actually qualifies Mr. Murphy for being in the intellectually disabled range, meaning that an IQ, according to both the DSM, the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, and the American Board of the Developmental Disability, this score at 72, what they refer to as a score of 70 plus or minus 5. But that's a rough estimate because this is a little more accurate in terms of
plus or minus 5. Is that the standard error of measurement?
Correct.
Okay.
Right. So this is the same idea. The band of 68 to 77, it's roughly 5 points plus or minus, meaning again, tests are not 100% accurate. There's no such thing as a 100% accurate test. It doesn't exist. So there's always a band of error on any test, whether it would be a physical test or a psychological test. Again, it depends upon the examiner. I mean, I've given this test probably 1,000 times. But there's always an error measurement and how you score it. And it could be maybe there's a difference in scores. You know, there's a difference, a deviation. But 72 is a score that qualifies for a intellectual disability classification.
Okay. And based upon your profession and your experience in neuropsychology, I'm sure you're familiar with the term, the definition of what intellectual disability means legally.
Correct.
Right? Do you know what the three elements are for that?
Yes. So the three elements are onset before age 18.
Okay.
IQ has to be in this range, concurrent, before the age of 18 and after the age of 18. And adaptive functioning has to be commensurate. One area of adaptive functioning has to be, according to the DSM, compromised. And again, that goes across a lot of different areas of adaptive functioning, but also has to be level of impairment prior to the age of 18.
Okay, before we get to why this technically doesn't equate to intellectual disability as defined by the state of Florida, what deficits in adaptive behavior, did you perform any evaluations or tests regarding Davion's adaptive behavior? And what is, well, first I should ask, what is adaptive behavior?
So adaptive functioning means skills of daily life. It goes across several different domains, different areas. It means areas of communication, executive functioning. It means the ability to perform academically. It goes a variety of different domains. Basically, an individual, how they're functioning, can they function? Can they follow directions? Can they act independently? What's their level in terms of their overall level we assess of adaptive functioning?
Okay, is that kind of like daily living, or is that something different?
No, it's absolutely daily living skills.
Okay.
And then again, it depends upon the level of severity.
Mm-hmm.
It could be mild, it could be moderate, it could be severe. Mild meaning that you would need some support in what they're doing. Moderate, obviously, it's worse than severe, is they're not capable of really doing any of the daily living skills independently.
So you have a spectrum from one extreme to the other, and you have individuals that are in between those two spectrums.
That's correct.
Okay. So let's talk about this manifestation during the period from conception to age 18. Were you able to determine, based upon the school records and your testing, whether or not his scores were or met that intellectual disability from conception to the age 18, and if not, why?
So, as far as adaptive functioning, clearly there was academic difficulties. Now, academic difficulties is one of the criteria of adaptive functioning. So, yes, I mean, he did have difficulty with academic functioning, and he had difficulty certainly then with adaptive functioning. There was other areas that he could have had difficulties with in terms of adaptive functioning, in terms of functioning independently. It's unclear how he performed, but as I mentioned, he did receive a it was stated a
EMH.
a categorization of the EEH, emotionally handicapped disability, so which means that certainly there was some thought mentioned with all his other academic problems that also he would be perhaps diagnosed with ID. But the issue became in terms of when he was early on, age 8 or 9, when he received this IQ of 81. Now, the truth is that the school system itself had recommended that he should be retested. And again, an IQ at the age of...
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It's non-responsive.
Okay, what's your next question?
What's the significance of only giving one IQ test at the age of 8 for you?
So it could be misleading. It could be not really accurate in terms of really what his true abilities were. An IQ at the age of 8 or 9 is not reflective of really what his IQ is.
Judge, I object. Asked and answered.
Okay, sustained.
All right, sir. What's the Flynn effect?
So the Flynn effect... Flynn. Yes.
I'm sorry. Is it Flynn or Flint?
Flynn.
Flynn.
F-L-Y-N-N. Flynn.
Thank you, sir.
So Flynn stated that IQs over time actually have gone up, but are not reflective of really what the true IQ really should be. And it's based on a formula that is accepted by the DSM, the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, as well as the manual of the American Association of Developmental Disabilities. So both those are the two manuals that basically cover what the criteria for IQ are.
Go ahead.
And anyway, the Flynn effect basically states that from the time that the test is published until the time the test is given, there's a factor of 0.3 that is multiplied by those years and then subtracted from the IQ that was actually obtained.
And why is that?
Again, because...
Objection to relevance, Judge?
Overruled, go ahead.
IQ is thought to have been higher over the population, so the Flynn is a correction factor that is entered into the IQ score. So an IQ of 72, based on the time that the test was published until the time it was given, actually drops it down 5 points to 67. So with the Flynn effect, his IQ is 67, which is more in terms of the intellectual disabled range than the 72, which is also. So both of them are, but it's just a further...
Let me stop you there for 1 second. When you're talking about that lower range, are you first talking about the applying the Flynn effect to the 81 IQ score?
So the IQ, when the IQ was given at 81,
yes,
that test was just on the market. The Wechsler Intelligence Scale for Children, so it was fairly a new addition. So there wasn't too much of a Flynn effect based on this test at that point.
Okay.
Versus when I gave the WACE 4, so there was more of a gap between the time of the administration and from the time that it was actually the test was published.
Because now we're into the WACE 5.
Correct. So the WACE 5 would have less of a Flynn effect.
Okay. All right. And based upon all the records that you reviewed, your evaluation of Davion Murphy on those 7 separate occasions over 20 hours, Do you have an opinion regarding whether Davion Murphy was under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance at the time of this offense?
Yes.
What is it?
So he was under extreme mental and or emotional disturbance. As I mentioned, the IQ scores technically meet the criteria for intellectual disability. There's certainly enough indication in the records that they are. The reason why I say technically is because from a legal definition, it may miss because of some of the different testing that was conducted. However, I think in reality, he really does meet the criteria in terms of ID.
Okay.
And so that's certainly the mental aspect. Executive functioning is, as mentioned here in the trails, shows this compromise, impairment. The emotional disturbance, also the fact that he reports taking medication for both the attention deficit disorder and the anxiety and depression, receiving a disability. So again, you put it all together, and he was certainly under the extreme mental or emotional disturbance.
All right. And again, having met with Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy, those 7 times, reviewing all the records that you've reviewed, do you have an opinion regarding whether or not Davion Murphy had the capacity to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or conform his conduct to the requirements of law? And do you believe it was substantially impaired?
So again, there was, as I mentioned, the emotional, the psychiatric, the psychological, the neuropsychological impairment, the deficits that he had in terms of impulse control, in terms of decision-making, in terms of weighing options, in terms of a difficult situation, making better decisions, better judgment, better reasoning. These are all part of executive functioning, frontal lobe activities that he demonstrated impairment, compromise. So given unfortunate circumstances, he was unable to conform his behavior, and he certainly was acted under the behavior that he didn't appreciate it and couldn't conduct his behavior to the requirements of the law.
Are there any other mental health factors in Davion Murphy's background that would mitigate against the death penalty that we have not spoken about, that you can think of?
Well, again, I've conducted testing that shows the neurocognitive from a behavioral point of view. His brain has been compromised with a lot of injuries, a lot of difficulties, academic, a difficult life, meeting the criteria for intellectual disabilities, which certainly would compromise his ability. And again, looking at the structure of the brain, which I recommended, that we look not only at the outer performance, but also actually what the brain looks like in terms of the structure of the brain, which again is another example in terms of what is possibly could explain his overall behavior.
So is that why you recommended that there be PET scans and MRI scans?
Yep, sustained is to leading.
Did you recommend any other tests or anything?
So I recommended neurodiagnostic evaluations, including MRI and PET scan, to further elucidate in his brain behavior impairment that was noted in my evaluation.
Okay. Did you review any DCF records?
There was records that DCF was called on at least one occasion, maybe more.
But it was more the other records that you utilized in your evaluation and your rendering your opinions here today.
So, yeah, so those records were just indicative of, again, a dysfunctional family, abuse that occurred, neglect, abandonment. These are all different backgrounds as to person, an individual, unfortunately, 14 schools, lack of stability, lack of follow-through, lack of structure. You're opening yourself up for such vulnerabilities when that occurs. So that's what that was indicative of.
If I could just have a moment, please.
Yes.
Doctor, one last question. Do you know anything about Davion's hand dominance? Like, is he right or left-handed?
He's left-hand dominant.
Okay.
I tested for that as well.
Or pass the witness in line.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, jury, it's 4:30, and so we're going to break a little bit earlier today. So we will continue at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Just remember my previous admonition not to discuss this case with anyone, listen to any news or social media posts, no independent investigation. We're on track, so we're making good progress, okay? I promised you we'd be done by this Friday, May 15th, and we will. Okay? All right, see you tomorrow at 9 a.m.
All rise. All jurors are out there.
Okay, very good. So, Doctor, you are excused for this evening since you've not yet been cross-examined. You can't talk to anybody, including the attorneys that brought you here today, about anything related to this case, all right? And we'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Okay, very good. Thank you.
I can hand these back to the doctor.
Yes, Mr. Hernandez.
Your Honor, I have two matters. I just wanted to remind the court, I know it'll be out of place, out of turn, but Connie did indicate that my witness, Charmaine Steger, at the Duval County Jail would be available at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
All right, so I tell you what, we'll just do that first, okay? We'll do Charmaine Steger first and then resume with the cross-examination of this witness.
And one other question, Your Honor. I have to check this to me, but what time should I have my doctor here? Mid-morning?
Well, Ms. Toomey?
Yes, Judge.
Who do you have left after the doctor?
I have Dr. Rubino left, and then I have 2 inmates that are going to be coming, and then I have 1 lay witness, which will be really short.
I mean, I would say, around 11:30-ish, somewhere around there.
And one other question, Your Honor. One of the inmates that Ms. Toomey is referring to is also related
Doctor,
to
you can take off. You're good.
Is also related to my client. If the court and the state doesn't object, I was thinking I could do on cross, simply do my presentation regarding my client, Rashad Murphy, because it basically the witness is related to both defendants and are listed by both defendants.
I don't care, other than if the state objects to you leading, since it's your witness.
Doing it on cross?
Yeah.
Well,
you could just recall the witness out of
I can recall the witness. I just didn't want him to have to be transported twice.
Yeah, that's fine. So whenever that witness testifies, Ms. Toomey will do direct, and then Mr. Harmon or Ms. Doty will cross. And then next we'll just keep the witness on the stand, then you do your direct, and then same thing. Okay?
And I did, sorry, just, I did request those inmates to be brought over for the afternoon, if that's okay. I think I have enough. Or should I have them in the?
Well, I think you can brought over in the morning. I mean,
I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how long the process is gonna last. You've got one more expert, but no, I have brought over in the morning.
Okay.
And Judge, I do have a concern. I know that there is a child in the courtroom, and that's fine, but there have been numerous times where we've been able to hear the baby making noise back there, and I would just ask that they remove them from the courtroom when that is gonna happen.
Yeah, so I've also heard the child making noises. It's really, do the children have to be here? I don't know. I can't really hear what you're saying, Ms. Lyle. Yeah, I understand, and that's fine for today. I know you guys were witnesses, but I just think going forward tomorrow and going forward through the rest of the trial, I mean, normally I don't allow young children into the courtroom. So if it's, I understand today was a necessity because you all were testifying and obviously you needed to be here, but now that you've testified, I don't know that it's necessary for the young children to be here in the courtroom. So I would just ask you please make other arrangements. Either you guys switch off, maybe one watches the kids while someone else sits in the courtroom or something to that effect, okay? Okay, very good. All right, see you guys tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
What y'all think? Oh man, what y'all think? What y'all think? What do y'all think, man? Hold on. All right. We ended a little early today, which is good. Let me go ahead and shout out the top commenters. Before I do that, let me make sure I show some love to the Cash App. Let me make sure I show some love to the Cash App. Ain't no comments to be read if it ain't no Cash App, right? Somebody got to keep the lights on in this motherfucker, right? It get lonely in the tent. Somebody got to keep the lights on. We streaming live from a tent in the woods, Wyoming. This is the RUMORNATI Network. This has been day 2 of the penalty phase for the Foolio case, the Foolish Four. Shout out to the Cash Apps. We had X-Ed with a $2 super step. We had Mel's with a $3 super step. We had Y Lundy with a $2 super step, and Zan T with a $5 super step. Let's go. Super duper salute to y'all. Appreciate it. Indeed. Thank y'all. Let's go. Now. Oh, man. Normally, I don't like farm. I would like farm for these 25 just to get us to a number that it might take a while for us to get to again. But then again, you never know, bro. We got 475 likes. That's crazy. I almost want to hang around and try to get them other 25. Them other numbers don't be. No. We ain't going to do that. We ain't doing. Y'all already know how we rock out. We ain't doing no like farming when it's time to go. We are out of here. We don't do all the extras, right? Let me shout out the top commenters. Number one, that boy X said held it down all day, it seemed like. Shout out to X said. He said he came to play, and mother effer he did. What are y'all talking about, right? Shout out number one, X said 5'7". Number two, Jenny from the block been going strong for show. Number three, XO Mel's been going strong for show. No, because she was number one early. And y'all done, everybody done, it's like the top four done interchanged number one today. Shay was number one yesterday. Bob Marley was before that. Like, hold on. All right, my bad. Let me start the list over. I started thinking about all the number ones lately. Number one. Right now, I'm going to start it all over. XN number one. Jenny from the block number two. XO Mills number three. Mike from the Ville number four. Jose No Way number five. Tap in, Jose No Way. Hey, man, shout us out. Definitely, bro. When you get your interview, bro, I got to check the email, see if he tapped in. He said he would. Number six, Leonard Hornsby is number six. Number seven is Anonymous. 8D Hood. Number nine, Shada Sage. Number 10, Stay Striving Cheese. And just because I see them, and they the homies, honorable mentions. Number 11, Big Homie Slim. Bob Marley. Shout out to y'all, man. Much appreciation. No talking about super duper salute to y'all, man. Mike from the Ville says, I swear we was going to hit 500, but shit got close. Shout out to the chat. Hey, man, we got very close. It was that once they came back from that break, whatever that last guy they just put on stage, it was that last dude they put on the stage, the stand, stage, whatever. Man, that shit got boring, bro. But anyway, let's go. Bob Marley was number one for a week straight at 1 point. Rumor, that's a fact. Bob Marley held that motherfucker down. Shout out to y'all. Dime of the Perp said, how about me, nigga? What's up, Dime of the Perp? Shout out to you, man. Mike from the Ville says, damn, Mills, you beat me today. Bob Marley says, X said, facts, I see. X said, Bob Marley. Me and Jenny was battling. Oh, and Mike from the Ville. Oh, yeah, I saw y'all today. Scotty pimping. Scotty pimping. Scotty pimping says, talk about eating the clock up. Lord, I'm telling you, bro. This dude was, eat the clock. We said eating the clock. I hope y'all heard that right. But anyway, that shit is, I'm glad he's off, and I'm glad it was nothing after him, even though I would have liked it to continue, and we could have pushed and tried to get that 500 like stream, but listen, it's okay. This is already a lot. Thank y'all. It's crazy. Never seen this before. Never seen this many likes on one stream before. Took us 7 hours to get it. We done did streams with, what was that, 12? What was the longest stream we did? We had to do one of them, the queso case. Wasn't it like a 12 or 13? We didn't have 400 likes. This is crazy, man. I appreciate y'all. Z says, I got you tomorrow on that Cash App rumor. Z, what's up with it? Shout out to you. I shouldn't have read that out loud. That ain't between. That's nigga. Jose No Way says, you remind me of Yeshua when I said you live in the wild. Huh? Yeshua? Who is that? You talking about Yeshua Hamashiach? Jesus Christ? I know the Hebrew Israelites don't say Jesus Christ. They say Yeshua HaMashiach. But shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to y'all. Let me read some more of these chats, man. Anonymous says, Lucky number 7. Shout out to you, man. Mike from the Ville says, XA finished at 1 today. Shout out to him. Jennifer says, I've been locked in all day, working midnights tonight. Oh, man. Got me working day and night. Got me working day and night. Hey, get that money. Do what you gotta do. You know what I'm saying? Priorities come first. Hopefully, we'll have some content dropping for you to indulge in while you're working. You know, at least be able to listen to. If you can, you guys don't mess up nothing trying to tune in and tap in. Don't. Priorities first, damn it. Shout out to y'all, and I know y'all know that. I'm just talking. I just got to say it. But shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to Aruga World. Southern Fried Pork Chops. Damn, that sound good right now. Damn, that sound good right about now. Leonard Hornsby says to never be in one. We talking about, must be talking about the jail, right? Or a jail cell, or a trial. Oh, all of that. Jose No Way said that was a crazy hearing today. That hearing was crazy. Anybody want to chop it up? You guys hit the Discord. We'll probably be in there. Feel free to come in and chime in. Just make yourself known. You don't have to make yourself the center of attention or nothing like that. If you come in, it's okay to just say hey. Just let us know you're there. Just say hey. That's all right. We don't bite. Everybody's cool. And you might get greeted on the way in because sometimes we aren't looking at our screen and it sounds like somebody's coming in and we're in the middle of conversation and we want to make sure, that we acknowledge the people that come in and that, they acknowledge as well. Like when you walk in somebody's house, just let us know you're there. Other than that, make yourself at home. Get all the way comfortable. Everybody's welcome. If you guys want to know how to get to the Discord, I'm going to show you real quick. I show you. Go to the main page of this channel right above the subscribe button and that big old RUMORNATI Network icon right there. You'll see, boom, that blue link. That's Discord. If you don't have it, download it. It don't cost you much and it only take up a few megabytes, no gigabytes. You can get right on, get in there, chop it up with the fam. We just kick it. Nothing too much. It don't even have to be about topics. Sometimes we in there talking about shoestrings, what we ate. It might be 4 or 5 of us listening to each other breathe for 10 minutes. Next thing you know, we having a heated debate about music. Next thing you know, we laughing, talking about weed. Next thing you know, we talking about sports. Next thing you know, we back talking about Gathright. That's just how it go. We chilling in there. Nothing too serious at all. But super duper salute to y'all, man. We're going to get up out of here. Let me read a few more of these chats. I see you really real. He said 2 inmates. Dang. Z said inmates. Hold on. Anonymous 1. Diamond Perp. Oh, said at Mills, what you mean? Okay, they was talking back and forth. I see y'all. Jose No Way says you can't sentence a mentally disabled person to death in most states, but Florida is a different breed. Okay, I see y'all. Wow, that's crazy. I didn't know. Hold on, I did know that. Excuse me. Let me slow down. Jose No Way said there's a streamer who actually lives in the woods. Oh, wow. Jennifer Hodge says Jose is growing fast. Bob Marley says, Room, you need to drop the clip on what you said about Sean earlier. That was straight facts. I don't even remember. We'll look for it when I get off stream, bro. I appreciate you for sure. Z says, I'll valet park your car about mine. What? Damn. Yo, Jose No Way said, God bless everyone here today. I enjoy interacting with everyone. Shay said, see y'all tomorrow. Thank you, Rumor. No, thank you. Thank y'all. Z said, see y'all. Much love. We're going to go ahead and get up out of here, y'all. Down Pert said, ha, just kidding. Z says, peace out, y'all. Peace to Z, Bob Marley. I see you. Oh, he's saying bye to Z for sure. Anonymous says, Nostradamus ass dude. All right. For sure, Jose. I see you. Just DM'd on Instagram. For sure, brother. Much love. Hey. We gonna get up out of here. I'm gonna just let y'all know. I dissed the Mano. For those of you who don't know, the dude who said I was trying to promote my music off the 6ix9ine video, nigga, there's only one song that you can find, and you can only find it if I play it. You have to go back to lives and rewind it to play. It's not posted nowhere, so I'm not trying to promote the music. I made the song. It's become a thing to do at the end of the stream to play the song. I dissed him. Yeah, I did it. Whatever. I will make another song, and it will be more friendly. It won't be a diss or no shit like that, I don't think. This just happened. Oh, well, nigga. If you don't like it, F you. Just like I said to him, fuck Mano, fuck you. But like my bro said, I reserve the right to be wrong. That's on the room for human error. I'll never set you out on purpose. Also, like my hat say, and like I say, and like my shirt say, I identify as a multi-millionaire. If they got a bathroom, they got to give us a cash register. Other than that, this is the Rumonati Network. We out this motherfucker. Let's go. See y'all on Discord.
I came into this game off of rumors. Saying I was a bully was the rumor. Had the super magnum with the rumor.
Yeah, nigga. This shit so aggravating. You think we ain't heard them sneak disses, nigga? Rumors, trash money, records. Yeah, trash money records. Fuck Mano. Let's go, trash money. Yeah. Hey, fuck Mano. Motherfuck Mano. Didn't they say that nigga was wearing fake chains, bro? Fuck Mano. Damn. Motherfuck Mano. Hey, fuck Mano. Wearing fake chain, no. Career down the drain, no. Motherfuck Mano. Fuck Mano. Motherfuck Mano. Hey, I never thought I had the right bars for a lame-o. Old nigga, go and get a walker and the cane, bro. I heard a nigga hating on bloggers. Say it ain't so. Now he podcasting, doing the same thing, bro. Kitchen talk ain't last that long. What in the great show? Ye really kept you afloat. Ain't no debate, bro. Does anybody listen to Mano?
I mean, that I hated wasn't shit, but that T-Pain feature was dope.
You had a song called Rumors. It got you a buzz. You mentioned rumor in your song. I took that as a sub, but as soon as I got the word, I masked up and went to turn the nightclub to the motherfucking fight club. Damn. Mano, is it ironic how a nigga with a mask is the face of the show? Without a mask, you was just another face on the show. Kissing ass just to get another face on the show. God damn. Fuck Mano, motherfuck Mano. Wearing fake chains, no. Career down the drain, no. Fuck Mano. Nigga, motherfuck Mano. Hey, fuck Mano. Wearing fake chain, no. Career down the drain, no. Motherfuck Mano. Fuck Mano. Nigga, motherfuck Mano. Yeah. Nigga, all that sneak this, yeah, we caught it, nigga, ain't nothing wrong with it, go ahead and do it, ain't gonna do nothing but cloud us up, nigga, we appreciate it, we aggravated, and we agitated, yeah, all you niggas that's too tough for the internet, get off the internet, leave the internet to the internet niggas, leave the podcast to the podcasters, all you street niggas, go ahead and jump in the grave, yourself, go ahead and jump into jail, ruin your life, don't worry about ours, nigga, cause all we gonna do is worry about y'all, that's what we do, so please let the vloggers vlog. I mean, it ain't too much different from when you came out and you dropped your song Rumors. You was talking about stuff that happened in the industry. We talking about stuff that happened in the industry, whether it's true or not. We ain't saying that it's
You.
Yeah.
Room. Block is hard. Wrong.
I came into this game off of rumors. Saying I was a bully was the rumor. Had the super magnum with the rumor.
Yeah, nigga, this shit so aggravating. You think we ain't heard them sneak disses, nigga? I thought we had a Discord check-in. I guess not. Yeah, we gonna run it one more time. We out of here, y'all. Fuck Mano. Yeah. Hey, fuck Mano. Motherfuck Mano. Didn't they say that nigga was wearing fake chains, bro? Fuck Mano. Damn. Motherfuck Mano. Hey, fuck Mano. Wearing fake chain, no. Career down the drain, no. Motherfuck Mano. Fuck Mano. Motherfuck Mano. Hey, I never thought I had the right bars for a lame-o. Old nigga, go and get a walker and the cane, bro. I heard a nigga hating on bloggers. Say it ain't so. Now he podcasting, doing the same thing, bro. Kitchen talk ain't last that long. What in the great show?
See y'all in the
really
morning, man.
Afloat. Ain't no debate, bro. Does anybody listen to Mano?
I mean, that I hated wasn't shit, but that T-Pain feature was dope.
You had a song called Rumors. It got you a buzz. You mentioned rumor in your song. I took that as a sub, but as soon as I got the word, I masked up and went to turn the nightclub to the motherfucking fight club. Damn. Mano, is it it ironic how a nigga with a mask is the face of the show? Without a mask, you was just another face on the show. Kissing ass just to get another space on the show. God damn. Fuck Mano, motherfuck Mano. Wearing fake chains, no career down the drain, no. Fuck Mano. Nigga, motherfuck Mano. Hey, fuck Mano. Wearing fake chain, no career down the drain, no. Motherfuck Mano. Fuck Mano. Nigga, motherfuck Mano. Yeah. Nigga, all that sneak this here, we caught it, nigga. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Go ahead and do it. Ain't gonna do nothing but cloud us up, nigga. We appreciate it. We aggravated and we agitated. Yeah, all you niggas that's too tough for the internet, get off the internet. Leave the internet to the internet niggas. Leave the podcast to the podcasters. All you street niggas, go ahead and jump in the grave yourself. Go ahead and jump into jail. Ruin your life. Don't worry about ours, niggas, because all we gonna do is worry about y'all. That's what we do. So please let the vloggers vlog. I mean, it ain't too much different from when you came out and you dropped your song Rumors. You was talking about stuff that happened in the industry. We talking about stuff that happened in the industry.